It was a silent night, yes, a holy night.
Santa?
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus.
What up, Santa bitch? How much Christmas cheer you got in the pie?
Can't wait to see shit we got. We're over that motherfucking Luke's house? Of course.
Go ahead, kid. Let's see what Santa got for you.
Christmas! Oh, Mr. Christmas! Mr. X. I want to see you again. What's time now? Christmas! Oh, Mr. Christmas! Oh, Mr. X. Show me the way to the other side.
Oh, Grandpa got run over by a reindeer.
To the other side.
Chest. Nut.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 199 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the jolly Canadian curse, and still forever the toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my 3 glasses of rum and eggnog up in the studio with me tonight. First up, we have the man who is rocking a V-shaped haircut because he has an extremely large receding hairline. Double going bald, Jay, aka the Mexicans. Grow hair.
What the hell?
Next up, we have the little boy who, like a crack fiend, will drive 30 minutes to the nearest family video to buy dollar DVDs he's never gonna watch. PS5 reseller 22, aka Ellen, the Jew degenerate. And last up, we have the Canadian cinema crusher, whose mind will never change during a review, even if the obvious flaws are pointed out. The new Derek, 10 out of 10 Dave, also known as Mr. Parker. What's going on, guys?
Taking some low shots.
You want to know what I
love?
Receding hairline? I don't think that's real, bro.
Dude.
My hairline's been the same.
Dude, you have like...
It's been the same for how long?
Your haircut, man, I swear to God, man. So when you posted your picture of your haircut, I don't know if it was the angle, but you have
I
a
had
big...
my hair pushed to the side.
But you have a huge V, which is just, it's that whole natural kind of receding hairline thing. And I was like, wow, I think JP is getting older.
Hope not.
I swear to God, dude, it's getting bigger. I swear to God.
All you got to do is this. Go to your doctor.
You are getting older.
Exam and ask him if you're going bald or receding hairline, and then they'll prescribe you something. If you get it when you're young, if you get it in the start, you can just get that shit to put in your hair and some shampoo, and it will slow it down so much that it won't matter by the time it happens.
Hey,
my
man,
understanding.
you just got to embrace it, dude. You're getting older. You're pushing almost 30. This is when your hair usually starts to...
because I've been making fun of you for being bald.
Yeah, you could have a skull head. Like
No, dude. But I embrace it, though, dude.
That age too.
I embrace my hair.
I'm at that age where, I've been worried about a receding hairline because I've been hearing those articles because right before you're 35, usually you start to lose it before you're 35, and I'm 34, so I'm like, if I can just hold out a couple more years without it receding, I'll be good. So I've been looking at a lot of people's hairline lately. Everybody's really weirdly. And I did notice with that haircut, it looked like you had a receding hairline. But I was going to ask you, was your hairline like that 10 years ago? Because if it was, you wouldn't worry about it.
I don't know.
Dude, it's not. I'm telling you. I'm not really taking low shots. I'm just kind of pointing out the obvious here, man. I'm telling you, dude, when I first met you, 9 years ago, your hair was not like that. There's an obvious change.
It could also stop like that.
Well, we all know I haven't changed.
You might not. So. It might not get any worse. I'm just saying it. Sometimes it goes back that far and then it just kind of stops. That's what it is.
They call it a mature hairline, but then when it gets too much,
right.
You want to know what my favorite shit is? JP has fucked up something once again. 25 codes of Christmas, and JP has already fucked it up. How amazing is that?
How did I fuck it up?
Let's see, it's December 4th, and you've only posted 2 codes, so how is that 25 days of... No, you posted 2
Only
codes.
Jeremy would notice something that trivial, too. Come on.
I posted 3 codes.
Okay, either way, you still fucked up.
Today's the 4th.
Was your mom's dad bald, JP?
Where's the 4th code? It should be 4 codes.
Was your dad bald?
No.
No?
No.
So that's
should
should
be all right.
Well, actually, a lot of times it skips, so he's pretty much on par to be that next in the genetic line of baldness. So you never know.
That's not true, though.
It's not a perfect thing, but a lot of times it does skip. Like if your dad has a full head of hair, you better watch the fuck out. Right?
My dad's dad had a full set of hair. My dad had a full set of hair, and I don't really have a serious major receding hairline at all. And I'm 34.
Yeah, so. No, it doesn't work it doesn't apply to everybody because I mean, you have a brother?
Yeah, he's got a full set of hair too.
Interesting. Yeah, so he's
like
perfect.
37, and then my grandpa, he went bald. His son, on that side, has real thin hair, and then his son has thinning hair, but not bald. Neither of them are bald, but they have thin hair.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, yo, you got me all paranoid.
I have the exact same hair as my grandpa.
Mirror.
My mom's dad, literally the same, just missing the middle part of my head. And
if it happens, I can live with it because I used to shave my head, so I could deal with that.
Yeah, I mean.
So when did you start going bald, Moods? When did you notice?
When I started,
I'm curious.
The middle part of I was like probably 23, 24 is when I started. I was like, whoa, dude.
Okay, I'm like 29, dude. Like,
he's finally having to clear. You know, it's only
mine was a little bit
7
early.
years.
It's normal, but it's early. You're at that age.
I mean, my hair is very thin. It always has been.
Yeah, I've got naturally really thin hair too, so that didn't help.
I got thick hair, unlike anything else.
I don't, man. Sucks.
My hair's really thick. But
it's thin. I have noticed
it gets thinner when you get older. They say by the time you're everybody's hair thins out when they get older. It's going to recede a little bit, but it doesn't mean it's going to go bald. You will recede though.
I wear a fucking hat at the end of the day, anyways. It doesn't matter.
So
it depends. If you're vain like me, then you won't want to go bald.
So going back to what I said about Dave in the intro, man, I'm surprised that no one even mentioned that this week at all. I swear, nobody listened to the Ruggero Deodato show on Patreon, I guess. I mean, it's up now on my channel for the people that want to listen to it and stuff, but I didn't hear anyone mention.
Some people commented. They mentioned that we had a Hall of Famer and stuff.
That's
it's cool. A good movie. Derek did message me and say he would have had the same rating for House on the Edge of the Park.
Shut up, really?
What else? Derek always has at least one 10 out of 10.
That's not true. That's not true. Derek likes what he likes. I mean, he doesn't rate everything a 10 out of 10.
I didn't say he rates everything a 10 out of 10, but every show, he has at least one 10 out of 10.
Well, to be fair, he's on a lot of shows where some of the movies that he's reviewing with us are some of his actual favorites too. So it's a little bit coincidental, but at the same time, he does rate high sometimes also. But for sure, I mean, if we're going to be doing
House
Demons,
on the Edge of the Park.
10 out of 10 Derek, bro.
Yeah, And
then you guys said, how did I go from the guy who hates everything to 10 out of 10 Derek in one episode?
that's literally the joke.
That's what happens when you give shit a 10.
That's literally the joke, though, because literally 1 week everyone hated you for all your low ratings, and now everyone's like, oh, Dave's amazing, loves everything. He gives it 10 out of 10.
Yeah, you're the one that got it in the hall because it wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, because me and JP, I was surprised JP even gave it a 9. I was shocked that he was that high.
I don't know why. I've shared my love for that film for years.
I was shocked.
9's pretty damn high for you. So
true.
You set me up. You gave it 3.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd.
No, that was.
Here we go, Jeremy with his paranoia. Fucking set him up again.
Well, that goes to show you that Jeremy's influenced by.
I'm not influenced.
Then how to set you up?
Yeah, but Jeremy, if you look at your ratings on Letterboxd before we do these shows, your ratings change quite drastically sometimes too. Sometimes they go up and sometimes they go down.
Well, keep in mind that rating, I did that back in like 2014 or something.
Oh,
yeah,
it wasn't
when I saw
a
your Cannibal Apocalypse review. I was like, you gave it 3 out of 5. I was like, you cocksucker. That's a 10-star movie.
Yeah,
that's a 10 out of 10.
I gave it 4.
No, but I saw your first review and it was 3, and I was like, what?
Yeah, see? That was the first time watch. It gets better when you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
No, I loved it the first time I saw it under the VHS copy, Invasion of the Flesh Hunters, when I was eating KFC in my bedroom.
When it was good because there was trans fat in the oil.
It was pretty good. I only got chicken legs. That's all I would ever get.
Oh, since we're on the...
Buy me like 5 chicken legs.
I need 8... No, go ahead, Moose.
Well, since we're on the Ruggero Deodato kind of talk right now, I just want to give a big shout out to Calvin because he was a really good guest.
And you guys were hating.
I thought that show was really good.
I don't know the guy.
No, Dave basically gave Calvin a 6 out of 10 before he even did it.
I didn't know that Moods and him were joking.
6 out of 10.
I thought Moods actually hated the guy, and I was like, well, why are you guys inviting this guy? I thought like Moods was just going to hate on him the whole time. I was like, is it what? Like I thought he hated him.
Well, it was actually back before Dave was a regular guest, and back when Jeremy was like, I don't know, fucking doing something, fucking off somewhere. me and Moods were talking about guests for Italian Horror Month, and we had discussed Calvin together. Like, it wasn't like something where I just threw it up like I did before. Like, it was something me and him discussed when you guys weren't around. And so it was like Moods already knew about it.
I'm glad he was on the show.
Yeah, and to go back to that too, because when I disappeared in the summertime for those 3 months, and then you guys kind of worked out which guests were going to be on what shows and stuff, I had completely forgotten about that, and I was like, who the fuck is Calvin, and why is he on this? I was like, what the fuck is going on? It was so weird, but I think we sold that actually quite well, because if people paid attention to a lot of the back and forth with me and Calvin there for a while, I was really just trolling the fuck out of him, because I felt like I could get him going pretty easy and shit. So it was actually quite fun. But again, people from the outside looking in thought that we kind of were truly bickering, but I think it worked out pretty well. He was a good guest.
He was a good guest, man. I mean, I don't know why Jeremy and Dave hated him so much.
Oh my god, dude!
It was a good month.
You kept calling him the douche
I'm
filmmaker.
gonna fucking kill you, you fucking asshole.
Dude,
dude, you were talking.
When have I ever said that? I've never said I don't like any guest. I've never said anything.
Actually, you've said you don't like every guest. Does he say he doesn't like
I haven't said anything about guests in a long fucking time.
He fucking hates Jerry.
I haven't said anything in a long goddamn time about guests.
Dude, yeah, right. No way, because like last week, like last month, we were talking about getting a guest for a show, and you're like, well, you know how I feel about guests, and then you were like,
that is bullshit. Pull it up, motherfucker. I haven't said anything about having guests on the show
pull
in
it
a
up.
long time.
Yeah,
Right,
which episode was it? Which episode did we get a guest on that wasn't Italian Horror Month?
I haven't said. There's been lots of guests. There's been guests nonstop. We haven't done.
I'm saying like the last one we did that wasn't Italian Horror Month. It was
the best was when he shot down Mike Merriman for that one show in that chat. I just not because it was just so funny.
Yeah, and that was fairly recently too.
And then he was like, no, because he was like, no, we don't need it. Because Jeremy's not thinking that he hates guests. Jeremy wants a show to wrap quicker, and he knew if Mike was on the show, it'd be 3 extra hours of Mike. And he was like, no, we ain't having that. We're having a short show.
No, even before he didn't like guests. It's because he's antisocial.
I'm not sure, actually. I mean, it has been a little bit since we haven't had a guest on. I mean, this is actually the first time the 4 of us have been on a show in a while, because...
That's some bullshit. I haven't said shit about having a guest on in a long fucking time, and that's a bunch of bullshit. You throw me on the bus like that.
Man.
Yeah, because Jeremy missed the Halloween show, and it was just the 3 of us. We didn't have a guest on that show. What was before that? Carrie.
Carrie, we had a guest on Carrie?
No.
No, that was the last one that the 4 of us were on.
Oh, yeah, that was the one he shot down Mike on.
Yeah, that was the last show. So that was episode 193.
I didn't really hear him badmouth any guests lately.
He doesn't badmouth guests. He just doesn't want them on.
Yeah, because the show's going to be too long.
He jokingly destroys Jerry every moment he can get. But this was a good month, though. I had a lot of fun during Italian Horror Month. I hope everyone enjoyed it out there too. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm sad that I'm not going to say that I'm sad that Argento's done, because I mean, when you do 6 shows, it's time for a change. So next year will be.
Can't wait to get to producer spotlight.
But you gotta admit, come on, that was cool. That's the only director we ran through almost their entire filmography.
There's been a couple others, but yeah, this is probably the one with the most films that we went through for sure. I mean,
I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, there's been other directors we've done quite a few. I mean, we've done all Henenlotter's films, which is not very many. It's like 6, so it's like, but it's still very, very cool to do, and I'm looking forward to next year and maybe devising some different guests. Who knows? Only time will tell.
Having the guests on for the Italian months, it's fun to me.
I already know who I'm picking for director next year.
Do you?
Yep. Yeah, I actually was going to pick him this year, but then I'm glad I waited, because one of his films just got announced by Full Moon's put it on the Blu-ray. And I'm like, fuck, are you kidding me? So that's perfect.
Did they find it in the warehouse?
Nah, I know, right? I know. So they're actually dropping a couple pretty decent releases here in the next couple weeks, which is quite shocking. But just by chance, it was by the director I was going to do, and it's a film featuring Klaus Kinski that only had like really, really shitty kind of gray market DVD, and that's kind of why.
Hands That Feed Death or something.
Yeah. So it's well, I'm not going to say the director's name right now. You guys can probably figure it out, but the 3 films are going to be so different. They're all so different again, so it's going to be pretty fun.
I want to mention something about Cannibal Holocaust. I completely forgot to bring it up. Like, I know people all the Italian movies are saying exploitation, but the genius about it, Cannibal Holocaust, I always mention it when I bring it up, forgot to, is Cannibal Holocaust is an exploitation movie about exploitation. That's why it's a little bit different than the other ones.
Absolutely.
It's self-aware of what it is, which makes it genius. So that's why it's like, I don't know, that argument with the gimmick thing didn't really work for me. I don't understand it.
No.
I think it's a lack of understanding. Like they're just forceful with that shit. So it's just like I don't think it's a gimmick. I just think that's how they make movies.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. All right.
By the way.
Christmas show.
How
man.
about those Steelers, JP?
Oh fuck. Let's do the sports talk at the end of the intro.
Moods. I mean, just really quick. Yeah, we'll do it at the end. But really quickly, if we beat Washington, it's you and me, baby.
I know.
To take our record, bro. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, man. It's like I said, I was kind of hoping it was going to come down to them being unbeaten and the Bills can pop their cherry. So I don't know. I guess
we
we'll
just
see.
lost a huge asset to our team, though, dude. I mean,
I know. I saw that. It's
Bud
crazy.
Dupree was such a stud for us.
But you know what?
Gone for the year.
Anything can change in the next couple of weeks because it's not for a couple more weeks, right? I mean, that's the thing about football. Week to week, you can't predict 2 weeks down the line because injuries make all the difference, and now COVID, and there's so many variables, man. But
You guys watch the Tyson fight?
negative,
Of course.
negative.
What? Really?
No,
Why not?
I watched it.
I didn't really want to pay for it. I was just being Jeremy. I was being a Jew. So,
No, could have just stole it.
but I heard it was actually quite good. Like my buddy was messaging me.
good.
And he's like,
It was
dude,
good.
some of the fights were actually like really entertaining and shit. I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
that's
the fights were good.
Yeah, the
I mean,
fights
me
were
and Jeremy
good.
were both bitching about all the rap.
Yeah.
Between every fight, there was a fucking 6 rap song performance, except for the Snoop Dogg performance.
Who
Obviously.
was
Snoop
all
Dogg was the highlight.
who was all performing?
All people that you would hate.
I
Probably.
don't even know.
Oh, okay.
Wiz Khalifa was I think first, which I like Wiz a little bit because he's Pittsburgh.
Well,
and
that would
stuff
actually
like
make
that,
us. That makes a little bit of sense that he would have been there because if Snoop was headlining, because he did a record with him, right? They did an
Oh
album
yeah,
together.
yeah.
So.
Wiz Khalifa always kind of seemed like a little Snoop Dogg protege
Mm-hmm.
to me.
They got that whole weed thing going on, so they bond.
Right, yeah. And both Pittsburgh Steeler fans. How about that?
Yeah, that's right.
Tyson looked good. I was surprised.
I know. I
Yeah,
was.
He didn't look.
Tyson
He
looked
didn't
great.
look gas at all.
Jake Paul fucking face
Yeah.
planted some kid.
Nate Robinson.
He's a professional basketball player.
Dude, did you
Put him
guys
to
see
sleep.
that fucking edited shit where they show the Nate Robinson going when he won the slam dunk competition? He throws the ball up and goes to dunk, and then he gets fucking smoked and gets knocked out. That's the greatest
No.
edited video ever, man. It's so. I watched him. I must have watched on Instagram 100 times. I was laughing every time. It's so great. It's so funny.
That would have to be kind of embarrassing, wouldn't it? Like,
Dude,
knocked
be
out?
knocked
That's
out.
like knock the fuck out. That's like some
Yeah,
Debo
no, but
shit
he's a
right there.
professional athlete. Like,
Yeah,
I know
but-
Jake Paul's a big guy. He's been training, but still.
Okay,
That's-
here's the thing about the Paul brothers, though. Like, I literally have not watched anything they've done besides like their Pokemon opening video.
Okay,
that
I was
went
gonna.
viral.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask you. I had no idea who this guy was, and that's what he does. He does like.
Well, no, that's
YouTube
his
or some
brother who just did that. But they're YouTubers.
So like,
Oh,
what kind
I
of
didn't know there was two of them.
what kind of YouTube do they do?
Bullshit influence.
I don't know,
crap.
vlogs or something.
Yeah,
I literally don't know.
Okay, because I've
like
never
what-
heard of them.
They're
Yeah.
really big, and they got started back in the day with like Vine, which is basically TikTok,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
just comedy. I've seen some of their comedy vines back in the day. They were pretty funny, you know. But the thing about them that people don't realize is like they're like not just random dudes that are putting on boxing gloves and fighting. Like
They're
they
training with like
train-
professional athletes.
they train like crazy. I know Logan was a college wrestler, which is obviously a big deal. You know what I mean? Like that transitions to combat sports very well. They're not just like people are treating them like they're just the gimmicky celebrity boxers, right?
Yeah.
But they're actually training to be fighters, not just these random dudes. So like, of course he slept the fucking basketball player. You know what I mean? He's training to fight.
I still think it sounds like a
the other dude was training too. I don't know how long.
But
Obviously
they-
not
So
long.
my
But
question is,
Jake and Logan have been training for years, though.
my question is, how did that fight come about with Nate Robinson? Like, where does the correlation?
called him out on Twitter.
Like, who called out who?
I think Jake Paul called out Nate Robinson on Twitter.
But
or
why?
unaware.
But where does the
I don't
call
know.
out even come from? Is he just picked a random ex slam dunk champion and I want to fight you?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I
know.
don't see where the like I have no idea how
I
they
bet
would know.
That dude's older than him too, right? Like 10 years older than him. That's like shitty.
Yeah, dude, for sure. And
All I know, if he fights McGregor, he's going to be in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah,
so.
I think McGregor
Isn't
will.
he like a lot bigger than McGregor?
I saw the
don't know.
highlights.
Way.
I looked at what's his weight. What's this dude's weight? Which guy was that? Which Paul is that?
Jake.
Logan Paul?
The
Or
younger
Jake?
brother, I think.
Jake Paul?
Jake.
He's what does he weigh?
It says he's only fucking 5'11", 176. He'll get
Jake
fucking
Paul?
hurt. It says Jake Paul.
Jake Paul's 6'1".
Well, this site must be wrong then, because it's the same site.
Hmm.
And are you sure? This one says 5'11". This one here says 6'2".
I'm looking at Wikipedia, man. 6'1".
They're all different. One's healthy celeb, one's celeb facts, and one is wealthy persons. They're all completely different.
But what do you know what weight class
176. It says his weight
cruiserweight in he weighed 176?
Yeah, I don't know about that boxing match though. Maybe he cut weight to get to it.
Man, Nate Robinson's got to be bigger than that.
Connor fought at 170, but Connor's really a natural 155.
Nate Robinson's got to be way bigger than that, or way heavier than that.
Yeah, and size too.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's no way he's in his one. That's just no way. There's no fucking way.
Look
Most basketball players are giants.
The weigh-in.
Man, they're saying Nate Robinson is only 5'9". 180.
I don't. Maybe Nate Robinson actually isn't that tall, but 5'9", really?
Okay,
Maybe.
He's 36.
Jake Paul came
I didn't think
in
he was that short.
189.
Okay. What did Robinson come in?
He's definitely shorter.
Not very tall.
No, he's definitely shorter. But
Robinson came in at 181.
Wow, that's crazy. That's pretty light.
And he's only 5'9", though. It's not that light, you know?
It actually isn't light because I'm like 185, 6'1", so it's pretty fucking...
Yeah, and I'm 6 foot 176.
I'm a bunch of inches taller. Yeah, that's crazy.
I would like to see these guys transition into MMA personally, because they can make decent money in boxing, I guess. I mean, that pay-per-view did well. It did over 1 million buys. But
oh, I believe it, man. Just to see
because
Tyson.
it's fucking Tyson, not because of Jake
So
Paul.
I got a question about that.
Dude, I wouldn't be shocked if Jake Paul really did influence that number a little bit. Like,
well, you got to
there's
remember
a lot
Tyson.
of people that I were listening. The dude got 20 million subscribers, dude. I mean, come on, you're telling me none of those people would buy that fight?
Yeah, but you're also talking about two of the most famous boxers facing off against each other in the history of fighting.
You can't ignore the fact that played into it.
Yeah, there's definitely some people that bought it.
Probably
I
did.
didn't even know he was fighting. I didn't even know he was fighting.
Yeah. But speaking of the actual Tyson fight, like, what are your guys' from what I heard
Hey,
that
don't you tell me what I am or not.
From what I heard, the decision was bullshit.
Fucked them up.
Yeah, I heard the split decision or whatever, or the draw or whatever was bullshit.
It's not a real competition, so it doesn't matter.
No, but I'm just saying. But if you're still going to have judges that are going to come to the conclusion,
celebrity judges.
But like, I mean, really, like it's still but it makes
Tyson
it even more
cool
gimmicky. They should have had a winner, right? It comes off being super gimmicky if you're going to have these two guys.
It was
kind of well, of course it was gimmicky, but I mean
that's a gimmick.
But then they shouldn't even have judges. It didn't even matter because I think it was already pre-done. Like, oh, we're just going to give them a draw.
They weren't going to have judges, and then people bitched that there was no judges. And
I would have rather that they didn't have the
judges
judges because giving them a draw, I was like, this is fucking stupid. I'm like, dude, I heard everything from like Tyson was fucking him up bad, and like it's so stupid.
I mean, anybody who watched the fight knew Tyson won the fight.
Yeah,
I mean.
Tyson was even fine with it. He was like, "Yeah, I'm okay. It's cool."
Yeah, Tyson
doesn't
calmed
mean
down a lot.
No, because Tyson is fucking, like I said before, man. Tyson is a lot smarter and a lot more chill than people remember him as and shit. Like he's
old as fuck. He's in his 50s. You can't keep that fucking fire burning. You'll die.
Right? He's a business guy, man. He's got his own shit going on. He's
fair,
all cool.
though, Tyson took a long break. You know,
he hadn't been in the ring in 15
years. He just
years.
kept boxing until he was 50.
Yeah.
He hasn't boxed in 15 years.
Yeah, but he can't carry that rage too his whole life. He just died. Like
Right.
every uncle,
But-
you know, like our family member that was super mad, like all the time when you were kids.
They had
when
a
you
heart
get
attack
older,
in
they're
their
like
40s.
super. Yeah, they're either dead or they're super chill now and relaxed.
Yeah, exactly. They had a stroke or something, and now they can't talk too well, so they just like, chill.
Jesus.
So I had an uncle. I don't know. Me, we were terrible kids. We were loud. So like my dad and my uncle, they was always fucking yelling at us all the time. So we're loud. Now like my uncle's super relaxed. Never yells. Probably because we're not kids anymore. But still,
I would hate if they did a Conor fight, dude.
Well, you know,
Die, dude.
there's going to be a sequel to this because this shit did so well, right?
Well,
Tyson
said he wants to fight.
wanted to do it again, but he doesn't. He only wants to do it. He doesn't want to do it sanctioned. He only wants to do it for fun and for humanitarian reasons.
You know,
Well,
what
for
that
charity,
tells
'cause he
me?
gave a
That
lot-
tells me he's juicing.
he he gave a lot of money and shit to charity and stuff, right? You know, he's, you know, I mean,
Yeah, no,
I respect that
it
shit.
was
You know,
pretty cheap.
Tyson's not as worth as much as he was once, and you know, he's still giving fucking money away and shit. That's pretty cool.
Dude, I'm
Give him props.
completely cool with two old guys boxing, two legends like that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
I'd like
heard
to
that
see it in
Buster
MMA too.
Douglas wanted to do a rematch with Tyson. I'd fucking watch that.
I just like Mike Tyson. I just want to see him doing shit, man. I like him, man.
Yeah,
I'm a
didn't
fan.
buy the fight.
Yeah, but again, I honestly, dude.
That was a fun night of boxing, and I know
It
you guys
was.
watched
I had
boxing.
fun.
It
I was a little
good.
bummed because I was like at work, but
It was good.
I don't really
was happy.
I don't really pay for a lot of pay-per-views anymore, man. I mean, it's like, you know, $80 for a pay-per-view or whatever. It's like, dude, like,
this was only 40, I think.
50.
50.
yeah,
It
so
was cheaper than.
it was like 75, 80 here. So,
Yeah.
it's
but I'll
just a
say
lot.
this.
Yeah.
The
Snoop Dogg. on
I hope
commentary.
next time. Oh, Snoop Dogg's great on commentary. I actually back in like a couple years ago, he did commentary for the UFC during their Dana White Contender
Dude,
series.
people are trying
and
to get him
fucking-
signed on as a commentator now. They're like,
He was
Snoop Dogg
great.
is the greatest commentator in the history of sports.
Dude, it's so
was.
funny.
I know. I listened to a bunch on
'cause it's
IG.
real.
It's funny.
It's like you're watching it with your homie.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Right,
But,
right.
When Logan Paul knocked out Nate Robinson, he's like, "Oh Lord!" Like,
Oh, Lord.
"Oh Lord!" He's, fucking
He's like,
hilarious.
oh, loud.
But,
It was good.
I would love if they did, because when they initially announced this, they were talking about doing some MMA fights on the undercard too. I would
That'd
love
be
if
cool.
they did that. You know, they
I'd,
made
I'd
a
like to
mix
see
of-
some legend.
Oh, they should
MMA.
do that.
Like,
That would be good to do.
Yeah. Like some like legends, maybe even have them box. You know what I mean? That would be fun.
Yeah.
just-
You know what
or
they should do?
wrestle, something stupid.
Tito
Just like
Ortiz,
a
Ken
jiu-jitsu
Shamrock,
anyway.
19.
No.
God, no.
You want to talk about
I don't
old
know if
fucking
Tito
washed
can
up
get any more
people,
money.
man?
Dude, Tito is like still like he's not
Actual
washed up
fighting.
like everybody
Yeah.
else is. Like he destroyed like that Chuck Liddell thing was super sad, but like Tito, I'm pretty sure he won like 4 out of his last 5 or something.
Well, I'm just saying they're older. Like, he's not youthy
Tito
anymore.
Ortiz
You
won
bet
1,
Tito,
2.
You can't have him fight. You'd have to have like Ken Shamrock versus Don Fry rematch.
Right.
Tito won 5 out of his last 6.
But
Dating
before that,
back
he
to
lost
2000.
like 8 out of his last.
Yeah, he
fucking
went on a
fight.
huge losing streak before that. I remember him going out on, well, he won a few to end there, but he went on a pretty bad losing
No,
streak for a
he
while.
went out with like losing 6 out of 7.
That's what it
And
was.
UFC.
Yeah, I
Or
remember.
no, 8 out of 8, 9 out of
out-
9 out of 10, I think.
See, I
Oh,
just
I
don't-
guess we're close. 8 out of
it's
9.
crazy you'd even get to that point of losing that many in a row kind of thing and be like, fuck. Let's call this shit, man. It's brutal.
No,
man.
he went to a different organization where he could juice and pick his matches and won a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen Bonner, Chael Sonnen, and Chuck Liddell. And what's that wrestler's name, Jeremy?
CM Punk.
Nope. He was an MMA fighter before. He's like a Mexican dude.
I know who you're talking about. The guy who fought Brock Lesnar.
Nope.
You talking about Cain Velasquez, Jeremy?
Yeah.
No. This guy.
Velasquez was a
killed
wrestler.
Tito
He was a
Ortiz.
No, he wasn't.
WWE wrestler. Like Del Rio.
Alberto Del Rio.
He was
Yeah.
he was an MMA fighter.
Oh yeah, he fought in Pride.
See, I told you, Tito's just picking his fucking matches.
Yeah,
Tito
he-
sucks.
Yeah, see,
Dude,
that's not even
I mean,
cool, man.
No, Alberto Del Rio fought Mirko Krokop in Pride, bro. He's legit.
Yeah, fucking stop it. That match was ridiculous. He fucking kicked him in the head and he fell down. He punched him in the face in the corner. Seen that match a million
dude,
times.
he did destroy him.
That's
bro.
back in Pride. They used to make fucking wrestlers fight, and the wrestlers
That's
were
why
like,
Fedor's
Yeah, no-
super overrated.
he did. They made one
Fedor
wrestler
fought
fight
Hong
Fedor.
Choi, dude.
That dude was fucking 8 foot tall, by the way, and he was actually highly dangerous. That guy's a kickboxer. The dude,
Dude,
he
that
fought
guy
was
didn't do
Yuki
anything but
something.
get. Come
Nagata.
on.
He fought Nagata. Nagata was a wrestler. Everybody in Pride fought a fucking wrestler. They used to make mismatches all the time. Remember that they had Mark Hunt fight fucking Vanderlei Silva,
Yeah, remember they had
like 100 pounds.
Because they were going for those major knockouts, man.
They had
what they wanted.
Dude, there was some weird ones in there too, man. Freak show fights galore.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that because honestly, there's a chance that one of those big freak show guys could have knocked out their champion.
Right. What is brain sex?
It's a Sato film.
Why?
Where the hell did that just come from?
Got titties on the cover.
Oh, I saw that on Letterboxd.
There's titties in the movie too.
I went on Letterboxd. I was like, "Oh, titties!" And it's Moods' favorite Asian titties, which Moods gets a little hot for the.
Man, I've been watching so many Asian movies lately. Man, there's been some hot ass leads lately, man. Like, every movie. Those Southern Korean chicks, man. Ooh.
Moods got the Korean fetish.
Chinese.
Korean. Oh man, the Koreans they might be my favorite though, man. There's the Koreans. The bone structure is real nice.
The thing about Asians is 90% of the population is fuckable.
Right? It is weird. There's so many good-looking Korean girls, man. It is crazy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So, what is this? Viewers Choice 12? Christmas show?
I don't know.
Is that 12 or something like that? I don't even know what this is, but we're actually doing this one a little bit earlier this year.
Super early. This is the earliest we ever did it. Speaking of that, though, buddy, real quick.
Yeah.
How do you feel to be 7 years old today? Yesterday.
Oh, that's right. I saw the post. Oh, I know, man. 7 years old, dude.
2 days ago.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. And almost 200 episodes in.
Yeah.
Those are big numbers. 7 years. I mean, most podcasts, I would say the shelf life of a podcast is a couple years probably for the most part.
Yeah. Like I would say probably like a good half of them is a year to a year and a half. And then
which is
the
like
ones that are
10
over
episodes?
that, we're definitely in the small 10 percentile.
We're still standing strong.
But I mean, episode-wise, though, I mean, 7 years is a feat, but we've almost accomplished 200 episodes, and it's not like we do hour-long shows, And
we don't do well. We almost have. If you started listening to 22 Shots episode 1 and continued straight through, it would take almost 22 days to finish.
That's insane.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
So this one will be posted to the public, probably December 11th, which is obviously a couple weeks before Christmas, but that's okay because we got episode 200 to do, to kind of prep for and shit like that. So,
which we've never announced what it is. Do you guys want to announce it?
No.
Surprise. No, I think we'll just kind of leave it at that. And then, so we got that coming out, which will be the following week kind of thing. And so be on the lookout for that. It should be probably a really long episode.
Isn't every episode really long?
Well,
I think for 200 we need to lay down some ground rules just on ourselves.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I think so.
I think we honestly do. Where we can't interrupt. We each get you know what I mean? Just quick. Mm-hmm. Until we hit a certain amount.
I don't know, man.
We'll figure it out.
Trust me. When we go to a break, I'll explain something. I think that we can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is Listener's Choice 12, by the way.
Okay, Listener's Choice.
So what are we doing this time, Moods?
Listener's Choice Volume 12. So we did a little bit differently on this, the way this one was, the way the films were chosen this time. So we had a couple picks chose on the group page in the 22 Shots, Movies, and Horror Facebook page, and then the third film that we're doing was actually chose through the Patreon exclusively. So that's kind of interesting to do it that way. Did we do it like that? Okay. So oh yeah, we did. That's right. The third one. Okay. So this year we are doing, of course, Deadly Games got picked because it got a Region 1 release and it's fresh in everyone's minds. So they obviously wanted to hear our thoughts on that. Santa's Sleigh from 2005, which is again killing two birds with one stone. I know JP always is a big fan of that.
That's why I was happy about Gingerdead Man almost making it.
And then
I was mad at first, and then I realized it was 2005, and I was like, no, let's get Gingerbread Man.
And then The Children, which was picked through the Patreon from 2008.
It was a close vote in the Patreon. It was
Calvaire.
8 votes for The Children, 7 votes for Calvaire, 6 for Black Christmas 2019, which
Moods got picked.
Moods got to do it anyway.
I can't wait. That's going to be
5 for Gingerdead Man, 5 for Elves.
What do I have to do?
Black Christmas 2019.
Who Patreon that?
Eric James gave it to you for what we watched.
Oh, I didn't see it I was on the Patreon thing the other day. I didn't even see it on there.
Yeah, it was like a couple days ago. He gave it to you.
Okay, that's
Eric
crazy.
gave me Dragon Wars.
Yep.
Wow.
I got... What did I get?
You got a bunch of stuff.
Dawn of the Dead Argento cut.
Dawn of the Dead, Attack of the Block.
Which I love. Attack the Block's great.
The Horseman, which is awesome.
That's
revenge movie.
Yeah,
that's
really
a good movie. Is it Australian?
Yeah.
Very rainy looking movie.
Okay, well, I'm happy with those picks. I'm not. Those are good picks to me.
I got one.
It's not the refrigerator.
I got Pledge Night from 1990.
Oh, that's fun.
Nice. It is fun.
Terrible, but it's fun. It's good. I don't know.
It's kind of a weird one, actually. It honestly
it is weird.
It doesn't play out
half
as
Revenge of the Nerds, half slasher.
Yeah, it is strange. It's strange. I feel like we're getting down. I mean, what's with this year and like the lack of Christmas horror related film releases?
Bad.
There hasn't seemed to have been anything this year. It's very strange.
There was just that one we mentioned, the anthology. Did that come out yet?
Yeah, Shout Factory put it out.
Well,
it's out?
It out yesterday.
Oh, it did come out.
You know what's stupid?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was complaining about that movie, and then I completely forgot. Like, one of my friends directed a segment in that movie. Now I feel like an asshole. Like, one of the people I actually like and are in it.
Oh,
stuff.
sweet! It's hour 45. That's
no, it's longer than that.
No, it's 2.5 hours.
I meant 145 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 221.
225.
Yeah, so that must have been on the IFC line or whatever, because that sucks because those are imports for me. And it's, yeah, man. I do want to check it out, though. I mean,
you could rent it. It's on YouTube.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out, man.
Me and Carly might do that one for our Christmas episode, I guess.
I really hope it starts out with some good ones because, man, if you're going to invest 2.5 hours into an anthology type shit, man, could be a long trip. Could be a long trip. Yeah.
It's like ABC's The Death Volume 3.
You'll be halfway done, you'll have to rent it again.
Surprised they never did a volume 3 of that.
I am not.
I just think they weren't that good.
I like the second one better than the first one.
They suck. I think the second one was better too, but like they was like the best thing you ever saw, the worst thing you ever saw, and a bunch of mediocre shit. It was,
dude. There were like
too many.
Honestly, the mediocre ones were worse than the worst ones.
I couldn't even remember them.
I don't even
if you told me name 10, or you're gonna blow my brains out from part 1, I'd be like,
Well, everybody knows The Toilet, which was a fan submitted one, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can do animated.
There's The Toilet. There's the shitty fucking Ty West one.
The one where they masturbate is like very memorable to me.
And then I can't remember.
And
part 2 has all the good ones.
I haven't watched that in a long time.
Which one has the Nobora Iguchi episode? It's just called Fart. Is that the first or the second one?
That's the first one. That's
in the first one, yeah. That's so Iguchi to do a segment called Fart. I mean, Jesus Christ. So funny. But, yeah, I mean, again, they didn't continue on with the VHS ones, and I thought for sure they... Is there another one coming?
Yeah, they announced one this year.
This one's called VHS 4K.
Right? That's actually really good.
That fourth one was, or that third one was so...
That's right, they did announce that. I forgot about that, actually. It's just been one of those years.
Yeah, it's called VHS 94.
That's right. Yeah, the third one was uber bad. I thought pretty much every short in there sucked.
No.
Mm-hmm.
In the third one?
Yeah. I thought they were all below average to below average.
So
yeah, I don't know.
Well, I like 1 and 2 a lot.
So we got Simon Barrett. Simon Barrett is doing a segment. Chloe Akuno is doing a segment, whoever the fuck that is. And Timo, I'm never going to fucking be able to pronounce it.
That's the dude from May the Devil Take You and shit, those guys, right?
Oh.
Timo and Chemo, those two. Yeah, so that's the guy who did part of VHS 2.
Yeah, so he's doing a segment. So
they should just take all the guys who did one of the best segments for 1 and 2 and just make them do it.
The Hollywood Reporter has the scoop on VHS 94, describing the film as a reboot, even though it sounds more like a sequel. What sets this new entry apart from the previous film is that it will be the first in the horror series to present it in a single fluid narrative with each section linked up. In other words, rather than have the individual segments stand on their own, which is traditionally how horror anthologies played out, all the stories will be building towards telling one larger story.
So
it's going to be on VHS.
That's good.
Yeah.
How are they going to do that in the VHS?
So it's going to be in the style of like a Trick or Treat, like kind of just a mashup of the stories.
It's going to be down some guy walking around with a camcorder or some shit. He's going to, I don't know.
I mean, it has potential. I mean, we've seen this style done before really, really well, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see. But, yeah. I guess that's probably going to conclude the intro. Got nothing else?
Any Peter news, JP?
Fucking
Get
Peter.
out of the way.
No.
Just
Peter
block
news.
that motherfucker.
Yeah, block him. It's not healthy. It's not helping anybody.
I keep forgetting to.
Do it now.
I think it's
Do it
actually
now?
Do it now.
Do it now.
now. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that guy. All right, so
Block him on air.
that's going to conclude the intro.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alrighty, so moving along here, JP, do we got some news this week?
I would say so.
Yeah. Do you want to do the biggest one first, Jeremy?
Yes, let's get it out of the way.
All right, so I spent literally a half hour talking about this on His and Hers before with you guys, so I probably won't say as much. But some interesting news came out. Basically, Warner Brothers announcing that they are sending their entire 2021 slate to HBOmax. Now, the one thing about this is that it is going to coincide with the theatrical release if theaters are open. So this basically is a massive step in possibly the end of theatrical films. It's scary. I mean, that for somebody like me and Jeremy, who kind of live and breathe the cinema, this is a big freaking deal for us because I mean, I kind of bond with Jeremy over that about going to see movies because we go see everything. You know, me and Carly go and see everything when we were able to.
Yeah, if I still lived in a market where I had more options of theaters and stuff, I would go all the time. But unfortunately, I don't live in a city like that anymore. But you know, I wish I could. But yeah, this is still
what's
devastating
most interesting
news.
to me is that I found out that it's not going to cost anything extra. It's like it's all part of your HBO Max subscription, so you don't have to pay like Disney was doing with Mulan, where it was like a $30 upcharge. This is all included. Everything is in one price, so it's like who would not get HBO Max for?
I said the same thing, dude.
How much is it?
I'm not even 100% sure it's even available up here.
But like Moods, when we were talking about before the show, and I was saying that Freaky was a $20 rental, and he's like, who the fuck would pay $20 to rent that? At the end of the day, when you think about it, a movie ticket in a high market is $15 probably in a bigger market.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you there.
You don't get the experience.
Exactly. You don't get the experience because the experience of sitting on your couch and paying $15 or $20 is just like it just seems outrageous to me, man. If I'm going to be paying money,
people say that that's a better experience.
Like of course, it's all opinion.
God, Dave C.
It's all
Jason
opinion.
Lloyd, Sack was like, "Fuck theaters." I like literally wanted to punch my computer screen yesterday. I was so mad.
I like going to the cinemas for lots of different reasons because I like the actual experience of seeing it on that big ass screen, sitting in those uncomfortable seats. You know, the food you get there and shit, and the people. It's the whole experience. I feel like if I'm going to be spending money like that, I want that experience instead of sitting
it's only like $10 here.
The way I see it though, man, if I'm watching movies at home, it's something I've purchased or whatever, my physical copies and stuff, and I own that kind of thing, and I don't get that same experience at all. That's a different element to the movie collecting and stuff.
But we think about it differently than like the mass audience. Is you got to think about what the general audience would say. They would rather just sit at home on their asses. That's why when you go to the movies these days, people like to talk during the fucking movies because they're assholes because they think they're sitting in their living room.
Well,
I get that.
Attention spans are a lot less these days for sure. I don't know, man. I still know people that are older and stuff that still enjoy going to the cinema because it's that experience and shit like that. But I mean, I get it from, there's a whole different generation out there too that don't really give a fuck. Movie's a movie kind of thing.
See, okay, there's a few, like, this is a big thing to unpack, but there's a few things here. I think a lot of people in the newer generation don't care as much, so I get that.
They don't.
But at the same time, people still do go to the theater. Like, I see kids on dates all the time at the theater.
But you got to remember, that's also something to do. I think if the theaters are gone, they're just going to go find something else to do. They're not going to be like, oh my God, the theaters are closed. What are we going to do with our lives? Where we have that thought, it's like instantly we're like, the theaters are closing? What the fuck? like we're instantly hurt by that, you know, with their mentality. And I'm not speaking for everybody from this new generation, but I think for the most part, it's not affecting them like it is to us. There's two different worlds here.
I agree with you. Here's the other aspect, right? I get why the studio would do this right now. I mean, we're in a pandemic. People aren't going to the movies. And a lot of them aren't even open. And more are going to close, or more have closed. And they're unsure what 2021 is going to hold. And they're sitting on top of $30 million movies that they made. I get needing a place to release it. But I guarantee
they're not going to make their money.
They're not going to make the kind of money they do in the theaters. Here's why, right? This is big. So when you go to a movie theater, right? If me and Jeremy go, me and Carly go, me and Moods go, anybody. If Dave Z takes his kid and wife, he has to buy a ticket for each person. When you're at home, even if you charge $15 for HBO Max, me and Carly talked about this because she's like, I'm not buying HBO Max. I'm like, you're telling me if a new Friday the 13th or something came on HBO Max, you wouldn't buy it?
Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
I would.
You have a family of 5 people.
Like, no, I would just use yours. And I was like, that actually makes sense. Like, there is a lot of, it's not instantly going to transition. Everybody who sees the movie is going to be paying for it at that point.
Well, that's
there's going to be.
That's what I was thinking earlier today.
Not
they don't have to split it with.
Well, but then you get assholes who steal it on the internet.
I was literally thinking the exact same thing. I mean,
digital online, it's everywhere the next day.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing earlier today too with that, man. Because like when you're going, they're obviously going to lose major money because you know. You got you and 4 of your friends. So 5 of you guys are going to the theater. $15 a ticket, $75. You got you and your 4 friends go to your house to watch it, and you paid for the $15 subscription for the month. You're losing all that money right there, right?
Yeah, so they're only going to do it this year.
I'm just saying it definitely adds up.
Theaters might not survive till 2022.
Maybe they won't. But
yeah, the revenue is definitely not there.
I live walking distance. I'm like half a block from a theater.
Oh my god, I would go every day.
I would love that so much. I never go.
I live in an area where I can literally throw a rock and get anything I want.
But what is it? Is it a Regal or an AMC? What is it?
I don't fucking remember. It's the one in the fucking Westgate Franco Park Mall.
Well, if you have like a subscription series like AMC or Regal, then you go every fucking day. Like Jesus.
I fucking haven't been in the movies since fucking Underwater.
Right. I mean, I understand.
I mean,
right now.
I feel like the only way that that Warner Brothers and shit is going to start making any type of money is if like HBO increases their channel sales by like 10 fucking billion. You know,
like I said,
it's just not going to happen though.
I was very surprised to read that it was going to be included in the price of the subscription. I was very surprised. I thought it was just going to be like a $20 upcharge like everybody else has been doing.
I think the reason why, Jeremy, is they're going
they just want the publicity.
They are trying to get a massive amount of subscribers at once.
Yeah.
I have a feeling HBO Max is not doing that great.
They're going to have to
I
get
don't know a
lot.
ton of people that have it. I thought the $15 price tag was super steep. I was like, for what? A Fresh Prince reunion? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, Netflix is about 15 too in 4K.
Right, so. But Netflix is a lot.
They're trying to be a contender.
Okay, so I actually do have. I don't pay for it. I don't actually pay for the channel, but we have it.
HBO Max now is extremely worth it. When you're talking about releasing Godzilla versus King Kong, The Conjuring 3, Malignant, which is the new James Wan film, Matrix.
Are they going to release that?
Yes. Yeah. Every movie from 2021.
And when's that coming out in 2021? Right at the beginning?
Yeah.
What
well, not at the beginning.
Not at the beginning, but every single movie.
Well, it looks like I'll probably have to get HBO Go.
Max.
But the thing is,
Max.
It's like I don't want to watch Godzilla versus King Kong on my 60-inch TV. I want to go fucking see it in IMAX on a 80-foot screen.
Damn, that is fucking first world problems right
there. Survive.
On my 60-inch, fuck it.
The problem is.
Yeah, Moods, but that shit's important.
No. Well, that's important to me too, and that's that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I don't go to the cinema to see everything. Like, I could care less to go see a comedy in the cinema and stuff. Like, I go there to see like a Godzilla film is a perfect example of why the cinema experience is what we love. That's the type of shit you want to see on a big screen.
Godzilla King of Monsters at home, I would have fucking been bored to death. I was already bored in the theater, but at least it was pretty fucking cool to look at. Mm-hmm. At home, I'd be like, fuck, this is horrible.
You were bored of King of Monsters? Really? Wow.
King of Monsters was not a good movie.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
I gave it a 5.
Skull Island was way better.
See,
I don't like Skull.
You know what's actually weird about those though? Like I liked both of them in the theaters, but I liked them a lot more when I watched them at home. Oddly enough, it's because it was a second time watch for me though. You know, it's not because of the experience or anything. It's just
I saw Skull Island in 3D, and that might have made it worse.
Skull Island.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I didn't have a choice.
That's exactly what happened. Fuck 3D.
Whenever you're talking releasing them simultaneously, right? Right now, theaters are barely hanging on. They're barely hanging on. So, if you're gonna split your market, then they're not gonna survive.
Who's gonna pay to go to the movies where they could pay $15 and get it on HBO? I mean, maybe people who have but
and there's
maybe
nobody, and we're like the heavy minority.
And if people have like shitty internet, maybe that's how family videos survived in communities that have bad internet, you know. And well,
you'd be surprised the way people.
It's true.
The way people look at things,
articles about family videos about where they're mostly at. They're mostly located in areas that have bad internet because
or possibly.
But some people are weird like that, though.
People are hoping that like cheap theaters would actually, like the theaters would actually pick up movies they normally wouldn't play in theaters.
Well, that's what they've been doing during
Possessor on
right. That's what we're hoping. But let me just explain to you why losing theaters in general is bad. Right?
It is bad.
Not only is it bad for our personal enjoyment, right? Like I went and seen Christmas Story last night. One of my favorite experiences. I've seen that movie 100 fucking million times. I've never seen it like that ever. Period. Facts. It's just there's no comparison to seeing it on a big screen. It's just not. It's a different experience, and it was amazing. And me and Carly like loved it to death. It was. And I've seen that movie. We've all seen that movie so many times. Seeing it on a big screen was different.
What movie?
So our personal
Christmas Story.
Never seen it.
So our personal enjoyment is one thing, to be able to see movies because we want to. But the real problem that it's going to cause, right? So if movies don't make the kind of money that they would before, what does it do to the
lower budget movies?
Lower the budgets, right? Good job, Jeremy. You're paying attention.
We'll get mid-tier budgets, and we won't get these giant blockbusters that everybody's been complaining about for the last 10 years.
Pretty much.
I would prefer that.
What makes money.
I would prefer that, anyways.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
Because here's what's going to happen with that. Then it's going to lower the low budgets too, because all of it is.
No, I mean I would rather see the lower budget films than the big blockbusters. That's what I meant.
But they're going to lower the lower budget, so instead of having $5 million, they're going to have $2 million, and they're going.
It's just a lot of big budget, like those big blockbuster movies that come out in the summers and shit. Like, most of them, I'm not interested in, anyways. That's just what I'm saying.
But they're good for the rest of the business. To have them because it makes the industry healthy.
Yeah, of course. I understand the economics of it. I'm just talking about my personal what I like and what I would rather watch and stuff. I think you guys misunderstood what I meant, but. Like, I understand the economics of it.
Let it all burn.
Right, right.
Independence rise. Let it all burn.
Yeah.
A movie like It Chapter 2 can never perform like that if it was released streaming. It just never could.
No, of course.
Chapter 2 didn't do as well.
I meant Chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Chapter 2 did well, too. But
I mean, it did well, but half of the first
You're not going to have that type of
last year,
I mean, look at Netflix, right? Like, Netflix... What does Netflix? Every time we talk about them, they lose money, right? Like,
let me see what their debt is right now.
Super popular.
I don't even understand
that. They lose money every year.
What do you think wouldn't have been made in our top 10?
Netflix
is. Do you think Us would be made right now?
Netflix is in $14.17 billion in debt.
You know, speaking of Netflix, I just got a message yesterday saying my subscription was going up to what, $14.99 or something. I was like, all right, fuck, whatever.
There you go.
And they're still losing money, and they're increasing it every fucking year. It's like going up like 8% every year or some shit. And it's like, that's a big increase, man. It's fucking stupid.
What movies
Dave, I don't
would not have made our year? What movies would Midsommar? Would that have been made? Midsommar?
Yes, I think they'll be made still, but you like that's saying, it's not. Like, it's an overall long elongated effect of the money not being.
Survive.
They're not going
to
take
movies.
They're not okay. Midsommar might have been made. But here's the thing, less of the Midsommars would be made overall.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Right now, those movies, they barely make those fucking movies. They actually are coming up on a rise lately more than ever. But before that, you would never get a mid-tier budget movie. We've actually got a lot of those mid-tier budget movies from A24 and Blumhouse, not the big studios.
Yeah, but you got to think, how is A24 going to fucking survive now if they're fucking...
They survive because they can put a mid-budget movie in the theater
and make money,
massive
and
numbers.
make money.
Probably that might be, but before that, yeah. So I'm just saying, before that, we just had big budget movies. If this
they got the right demographics, man.
Before we got anything, you know what I mean? Before we got any of those, I wouldn't have cared really.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said,
anyways, people are losing their jobs. People are losing money. It's not good.
Mean,
it's not a good
let's
look.
be real. I agree with you. Like the 2013 and before, 2014. Remember those years? There was like 3 horror films that came out. Yeah, so it was a lot of crap. We went through a lot of crap. But look at the 80s, right? There was a horror film released every fucking week. So we did have a weird, and a lot of them were in like independent, like Maniac and stuff. You know what I mean? That you would have to go to like kind of shadier theaters to see, but it was still available.
Yeah, but that funding probably does come from somebody up high, right?
Right.
Those movies were specifically made for those markets, though. You got to remember, those movies were specifically made for those markets on 42nd Street and shit like that. That's why they made those movies, because they knew there was a whole market for it and stuff, right? That's why.
Land of
there's just no market for it.
Justin Mills will be king.
Right. I agree.
It'll be guys like
Look,
that.
okay, Midsommar is a great example, right? It's a $9 million budget film, and it made $47 million in the box office in the U.S. So it made like almost 5 times, almost 5 times its budget. Yeah.
We've been seeing these for years, though, man. Starting with PA and shit, right?
If you can't make $47 million back on Midsommar, do you really pump $9 million into it? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Right. So you do kind of lose the mid tiers as well. You lose the big blockbusters get less money put into them, but so do the mid tiers. Because whenever you make a bunch of money on one movie, you can put a little bit more into another movie.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be getting movies probably at the level of The Wretched or something like that, because I don't think that cost that much.
Right, and it didn't look like it cost that much.
No.
Yeah, but there's not going to be enough revenue. There's still not going to be enough revenue produced from, HBOmax for this, man. This is just...
I don't know.
Right. I mean,
they're going to have to increase the subscriptions a lot.
The HBO's going to make a lot.
Well, Warner Brothers has to make money now. They're losing money all year.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
so they're not
too.
going to do it in 2021. So maybe after 2021, they'll be like,
see, now
we're better. So
there's like a distributor for Warner Brothers, right?
Everything that we get from theaters at this point is just gravy, because right now we're making zero. So if at least we put them on HBO Max and people pay $14.99 a month, and we put them in theaters too, whatever we get in theaters is this bonus.
Warner Brothers is going to be making a lot less money too, because you got to remember now they got a middleman in HBO. They're the one distributing.
Well, the middleman's the theaters too.
But they take
the higher percentage in the theater.
Theaters,
I don't know what.
So the theater actually.
Oh no, they're definitely taking a higher percentage. And that's what I'm saying. So they're going to be making a little bit less money from this, anyways. So, and the revenue produced from this is less too.
No money.
Jeremy's point and Dave's point, they just need to make money now, is why I think this is happening. But I'm just nervous that it's going to end theaters.
Well, there's a chance that the big theaters will close, and maybe Warner Brothers and Disney will open their own theaters.
Can't. It's impossible. It's against the law.
I thought you said they changed that law.
They actually were fighting.
We're just going to see a whole pile of like really, really low budget type films coming out for sure. So
maybe
movie studios can't own theaters, or it used to be like that.
Next year's going to be the year of no blockbusters.
Tell me that, but I thought they were looking to change that law.
2021, no blockbusters, man. I mean, lower budget films. They got to start generating some type of revenue with these lower budget films and shit, man. I mean, taking lower percentage from HBO. This is going to be a fucking challenge, man. I mean, this all depends on people actually subscribing to this HBO Max and shit. This is crazy, and like a lot of people's mentality is.
Let me ask you got to remember that might not be true. HBO might have gave a lump sum
to Warner Brothers.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
It could be that.
But they're taking a chance then if they're going to give them a big lump sum of money and then not get their kickback from, subscriptions and shit like that. I mean, why would they would never risk that?
HBO though, taking the risk.
Exactly. I don't see them doing that. I think they would wait for the subscription.
Do you see them giving them a royalty I mean, a royalty is a pretty big deal too, because then they would get a percentage of every.
You know what? That's all contract stuff though, and I don't know how that would work in with a production company like Warner Brothers to TV.
I'd be curious to see the details of the deal.
Exactly. I would love to see how that was written up in contract, because I don't know how that actually works that way, because this hasn't really been done before, right?
A bunch of different ways. You can do it. Every stream we get this amount of money. Every new subscriber. No.
I know
it could be a million different ways.
Exactly, but to actually do that, like this has never really been done before, right? Where a major studio is putting all their stock into fucking kind of TV network. Like how this could be written up. It's not like music, like where you get certain points and things like that. There's a way they do it in the industry and stuff, and I don't know how this works with movies to TV.
This article is just written on Yahoo Finance. Analysts, AMC, Cinemark, Netflix won't suffer greatly from Warner Brothers' 2021 streaming scheme. The share value of movie theater companies like AMC Entertainment and Cinemark dropped yesterday after AT&T's Warner Brothers division declared HBOmax will stream its entire lineup of 2021 films at no extra cost to HBOmax users. Shares of streaming content leader Netflix also dipped yesterday as investors apparently expect HBOmax to challenge Netflix's premier position. Today, however, several Wall Street analysts have weighed in and saying the concerns are overblown. Blah, blah, blah. So,
what? How are they overblown?
Eric Wild of B. Riley Financial says the share price plunge for the physical theater operators is likely to prove to be an overreaction by the stock market. He cites that the release of the COVID-19 vaccines as probably causing a return to theaters in the near future.
If that happened, that's a big if, though, and right?
Not everybody's going to get that shit until like fucking 2022. And not everybody's going to take it. There's a lot of people that aren't going to take it.
Are you? I wouldn't take one.
Yeah, there's no way HBO's
not right away. Not
WB.
right off the cuff. I need to just see a few weeks.
It gave me an idea for a zombie film, though, like where the virus actually isn't what caused the outbreak. It's the fucking antidote. Like the virus was just like a cold, but whenever they came up with an antidote, that's what fucking turned people into zombies.
Jesus.
AMC responded to Warner Brothers news by saying, this is the president of AMC, clearly Warner Media intends to sacrifice a considerable portion of the profitability of its movie studio division and that of its production partners and filmmakers to subsidize its HBO Max startup. AMC CEO Adam Aron said in a statement sent to media on Thursday evening, "We will do all in our power to ensure that Warner does not do so at our expense. We will aggressively pursue economic terms that preserve our business. We have already commenced an immediate and urgent dialogue with the leadership of Warner Brothers on this subject."
Yeah, this is why HBO's not going to give them a big lump sum, man, because they got nothing to lose. I mean, Warner Brothers at this moment, I mean, all they can do is try to salvage what they can. So give them their film, see what comes of it revenue-wise, and they'll work it out from there, man.
I don't know, man. I
There's no way HBO is giving them. They just can't do that right now because there's too much at stake for them. I mean, they don't have any idea what the numbers are.
They're gonna get 1,000 times subscriptions.
They might, and they might get a lot. But I mean, to subsidize what type of money WB is essentially giving them. I mean, these are big blockbuster movies, and no, they're not going to give them big fucking.
I want
right
to
off
see
the bat.
Fucking Matrix 4 if theaters
I'm not.
It's too much of a gamble for HBO.
Sure, man.
I think it's too much.
But wouldn't it be more of a gamble to give them a percentage of every subscription?
Well, I mean, if you write, I'm talking up front. You were talking about like giving them a lump sum, like, okay, so WB goes to HBO and like HBO's like, they're not going to give them a huge lump sum up front. They're going to wait for the shit to kind of, no way, man. I think WB's in a compromising position right now. They need to get their shit out there. They need to generate something. So that's why they're going to give them these films. We're going to work this out.
But I feel like WB is in a less. I feel like they're the A side in this.
Not really, man, because they're sitting on fucking hundreds of billions of dollars in potential revenue here, which is sitting in the bank.
HBO is what? Like, I mean,
they're the distributor, man. They're the ones that hold all the cards.
No, HBO needs it. We just said that HBO is not doing good.
They're trying to pump money into the startup.
They're trying to compete with Netflix. They need fucking content. They need that big content so
that's
people subscribe so they can get money so they can put into their own content like Netflix and produce it. They're trying to be there. This is a big power play for HBO fucking them. They probably did pay some money up front.
Even another reason why they can't give them
on the back end too.
a big lump sum up front because they actually can't afford to do it. But yeah, it all depends on subscriptions.
I don't know what the sum is, but they definitely have maybe some lump sum in the beginning, and then obviously
I think
they're
it's
going to
probably
have a
made.
deal with
It's always percentages for sure. I mean, no, I'm talking if they do. There's definitely going to be money passed over right away, but I mean, the rest is depending on fucking subscriptions in here and stuff. And who knows? I mean, you got to remember, man, this COVID's affected a lot of people's lives. I mean, $15 for one channel can make or break people, man. Let's face it. There's the majority of people aren't well off enough.
Right.
$15 right now.
Godzilla. I mean, do we even list the films?
I could list the films. Just give me a minute.
I mean, it's insane. Like that's gonna. I guarantee.
Okay, so before you list the movies off too. I mean, there's a lot of people that will look at this with this type of mentality too. They'll say, you know, okay, so there's a lot of really cool movies coming here, but what am I interested in? Maybe I'm only interested in 2 or 3 out of the 30 titles that WB is giving to HBO right now. Is it worth it for me to pay $15 a month for these 3 titles?
Not every month, but I mean, if they come and go, I mean, I could see I mean, HBO Max still has other content too.
I know, but I'm just generally speaking, if you already don't have the channel, I'm talking about from the perspective of the people that don't have the channel. Are they willing to spend that just for those movies where, you know, if the theaters were open and they had the option of going to see the new Godzilla film with, you know, some person and their wife, spend $30, whatever. I think even though logistically that doesn't even make sense because now you're spending more going to the theater, and we're not talking about experience either. It's just the mentality, right, of spending $15 to sit at home and do this and stuff. Sometimes people just don't.
They'll switch. They'll jump back between subscriptions. They'll be 15 this month for Netflix,
which again
next month
logistically makes no sense, like financially either. Because if you're going to keep dropping that, I don't know. I mean, I think
it does. It's only $15 a month. It doesn't charge you double.
Oh, yeah, I do that all the time.
No.
I do it all
You're
the
not
time.
understanding what I'm saying. I'm talking about how people interpret things too. It's not about the actual finances that you're spending. It's the way people interpret it. Like, oh, I'm going to spend 15 here. It's like a constant thing. Like if you're spending $15 on one channel, that adds on to your cable bill already. That's what, $120. Now you're paying $135.
It's not a channel.
Wait, you just wait every 6 months. You buy it for 1 month, and then you watch the 10 movies that they have there, and then you cancel it. It's very simple. People do it all the time.
People do it with
I
Netflix,
know
right?
how it
Like, I
works.
used to do
I'm
it with
just saying,
Netflix.
but when you get that fucking bill at the end of the month, now there's an extra $15 tacked onto that. I'm
It's
talking
not
about the
it's
mental.
Not
a
extra because you
cable
didn't pay for Netflix that month.
Why wouldn't you pay for Netflix?
Because you canceled your Netflix so you can get HBO Go, and then you watched everything on HBO Go, and then you fucking went to Netflix
back
and
to
reopened it.
See,
Closed HBO Go.
see, that's too logic. That's too logical, man. That's way too logical.
No, it's not. People do it
No,
all the time.
a lot of people do it.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't, though. I'm talking about the people that are fucking dumb with finances. They don't understand how shit works and how it's
Then they're
really...
too dumb to figure out the internet. Trust me, I know those people. I talk to them.
I know both those.
I know
both those people. But it's funny how people interpret things. Are like, oh, I don't want to pay for the fucking game show network, you know, because that's an extra $5 on my already $128 fucking cable bill. It's like, fuck, you know, going from 128 to 133, and they're like, fuck that, I can't do it, can't fucking do it. You know, it's just it's this weird mentality that people have when it comes to bills.
Okay,
Yeah.
So the thing is though, HBO Max is trying to compete with Netflix and Disney Plus. Those are the two big ones right now, right? So what do they need to do? They need to create original content, one, which was, you know, like the Fresh Prince reunion and stuff. I know
They
that
had some documentaries. They had the Action Park documentary, and
right,
some other stuff.
And they're producing
and
other
the McDonald's,
stuff. The Hellraiser things come in, right? That got me excited. I was like, I'll buy HBO Max for that.
The McDonald's Monopoly.
So it's not like the old HBO where they actually have like non-stop like original content and stuff, like The Wire and stuff.
I think you're confused about what this is. This is Netflix, but it's a different thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not on cable. It's a streaming service.
Yeah.
Same
thing, really. Netflix. What channel is Netflix? My favorite meme.
All right, so you want the list
I
of
love
movies?
that shit. What channel is Netflix?
Yeah.
The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, Cry Macho.
Conjuring, which one? Oh, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It? Is that the title?
Yeah.
It's the third Conjuring. So it's the main line, not a spinoff.
Cry Macho, which is Clint Eastwood's new movie. Dune. Godzilla vs. King Kong. In the Heights, which is some shitty musical, it seems like. Judas and the Black Messiah, which is Black Panther kind of movie. King Richard, whatever the fuck that is. The Little Things, James Wan's new movie. The Many Saints of Newark, which is the Soprano.
Are you talking about Malevolent? Not Malevolent. What's it called?
Malignant.
Yeah.
The
Many Saints of Newark, which is the Sopranos prequel. The Matrix 4, Mortal Kombat, Reminiscent, Space Jam.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, okay, but that's one. I was like, yo,
Is
I
that
can't
a new
wait.
Mortal Kombat
Yeah,
movie? Like,
James
big
Wan's
budget Mortal
producing
James
Kombat
Wan.
movie?
James
James
Wan.
Wan.
He's doing Mortal Kombat?
He's producing it.
I think I'll have to watch that just for sheer fucking curiosity.
Dude, Mortal Kombat has such a rich mythology. Done
Love
right,
it.
it can be fucking awesome.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat Reminiscent, which is I think it's a horror film. Oh no, sci-fi drama with Hugh Jackman. And then we have Space Jam: A New Legacy.
Which is gonna be big. That's gonna be a huge family film.
Here we go. The Suicide Squad. It's the sequel to Suicide Squad. It's called The Suicide Squad.
But that honestly looked way better than the old, with James Gunn directing.
Yeah, but it's just funny they put the.
This is why you don't spend
bullshit.
$15 on HBOmax because they title movies called The Suicide Club. Fucking bullshit.
It's Suicide.
Work on titles, man. Fuck.
Those Who Wished Me Dead, which is Tyler Sheridan directed the movie. Oh, that's interesting. And then we have Tom and Jerry, which I think was supposed to come out in January.
I'm not trying to sound like the fucking Grinch over here because it's the Christmas episode, but that lineup of movies right there, I was interested in like 3 of them. The new Eastwood movie, Godzilla. Like honestly, I'm not even trying to be
Malignant.
Yeah, there's a couple others that
I mean,
are
there's a good 4 or 5 that I want to see.
But I mean, when you list off 20
but I'll
movies, there's
watch
3 or
every
4.
one of those if it's on there. Fuck it.
Yeah, see, I won't.
If it's playing,
Like,
I'll watch.
I know me, and I just wouldn't. So, but
You wouldn't
know,
watch Dune. You wouldn't watch
Dude's gonna be crazy.
The Many Saints of Newark. You weren't a Sopranos fan. You wouldn't watch The Matrix 4. You wouldn't watch Mortal Kombat. You
No,
wouldn't
I
watch Space
honestly
Jam
have no
2.
interest in watching The Matrix 4. That's what I
I don't have
about,
much
so.
interest in Matrix 4 either.
No.
But if it's on there, I don't have interest in it either. But if it's on there, fuck it, I'll watch it.
That's what I'm saying. If it put on, I'll watch 10 minutes. If it sucks balls, I'll turn it off. I'll watch
Right.
Space Jam
But
or some shit.
it's like Netflix, right? Any new Netflix thing, I don't fucking like the Queen's Gambit. Loved it, right? It's about chess.
Yeah.
I turned it on. I was like, this is.
But you got to
pretty
remember,
good, actually.
But when you're fucking with things like Netflix, where there's thousands and thousands of choices, it's like you just move on to the next thing. This is very specific, right? So
No.
They got a bunch of shit besides this too.
Yeah, this is a streaming service.
Yeah, this is just added. Throughout
Yeah,
next
these
year,
are
they're
just
gonna add
the
all
like.
So
think
what?
of the Netflix
So what does HBO
exclusives.
Max actually have on there right now for content?
Everything that HBO's like ever done, plus other stuff.
They got all like the Hitchers on there and Nightflyer.
I don't know.
So
about
they have
that.
like Deadwood and they have fucking The
Deadwood,
Wire.
The Sopranos.
They got Tales from the Crypt?
No, I don't think they have Tales from the Crypt because that went into like syndication.
Do they have like
I
John
think.
from Cincinnati or whatever the fuck it was? Ran for a couple seasons. Rome.
You know, the HBO, like they had Cast a Deadly Spell. Like that's where you can see that.
They got Witch Hunt.
I don't have it, bro. I've only
not?
I only looked at it because it's $15 and it's not worth it to me right now. But the Fresh Prince reunion they just had on there.
It's a McDonald's Monopoly scam documentary that was pretty good.
the McMillions.
They got
was
Surviving
really
the Game.
good. I hope.
The Gary
better.
Shandling show, do they have that shit on there?
They got
Who
Never Escape.
knows?
That would Dream On. Remember the show
Is this
Dream
gonna
On?
be a fucking list.
But-
Does it
but
have
okay,
this? Does
listen,
it have this?
It's just all shows that I grew up with watching on
That's all
HBO.
fucking day.
I used to have an illegal
They have
HBO
Oz,
hookup.
Okay, that's
It's
all
like-
you need. You got a couple weeks of watching right there.
Yeah.
Oz.
I'm just being the fucking heel here, man. Come on. I mean,
Game of Thrones.
It is what it is. It is what it is, right? But
But okay, so whatever you then you add on top these are the Netflix originals, right? That's what these are to HBO Max. These are the big things like when Tiger King came out. That's what that upped Netflix's subscriptions. Just like Dave said, people that had it rejoined because there's something new on there that everybody's talking about.
yeah,
So
people
that's
should have
what
been watching
HBO
Don't
Max
Fuck with Cats. That shit was amazing.
That was another one. That was another
amazing.
big hit for them.
That was
It was
amazing.
amazing. I watched it when it
Didn't
came
finish
out.
it.
I know. I
What?
had it in my list to watch for so long, and I was like going through my list, and I was getting rid of shit. I was like, I ain't gonna watch that, and I was like, oh my god, I need to watch this. So I literally clicked on it.
What
and
a
I was,
weirdo, right?
Yeah, the motherfucking Canadian.
I knew
What
that
a
story
fucking
already.
dude.
I was like halfway through and I knew the story and I was like, oh, I know this.
Dude, you know what's
Okay,
you know what's so crazy about that
Jeremy,
story
can you
though?
do me a favor?
Well,
Jeremy,
Canadian.
look up how many subscribers Netflix has real quick.
All right.
No, so
Um,
I remember back in 2010 when the PM, one of the parties there, got that fucking severed foot in the mail. I remember that being all over the news. And
73 million.
Wow. So I remember that being all over the news and never really thought anything of it. I'm like, oh, that's crazy, man. Some crazy fucking, political motherfucker just sent it, didn't think anything of it. Didn't even know about the story. I'm watching this shit and that was part of that story. I'm like, God damn. I remember that. That was fucked up. What a crazy story.
73 million.
Netflix currently has 73 million, right? I think Disney Plus is
okay. So
high,
is that American subscribers or is that how does that work?
That's total, right, Jeremy?
No, that's US. Worldwide is 167 million.
I was going to say it has to be different because we have different.
Okay,
setups.
so 70 in American. Okay.
73.
Right now, currently, without these films, HBO Max has 28.7 million subscribers, which I think is pretty damn good, honestly.
And that's
what
worldwide.
Shudder has what?
That's worldwide, 28 million compared to 170 million.
No. This is US.
Okay.
So 28 versus 73.
Okay, so yeah, it's basically almost.
That's pretty good. I mean,
2.5 to 1. 2.5 to 1.
They're going to come back though. Next year they're going to have at least 60.
Doesn't Netflix subscribers
That's what I'm saying.
fluctuate like crazy though?
What's that?
Doesn't their subscribers fluctuate like crazy, like weekly? And shit.
Well, yeah, when something like Dave said, some people cancel it when there's nothing new on, and then they pick it back up when Tiger King comes out.
What? You're spending more energy just canceling it than just keeping the fucking thing.
$15 is a lot to people sometimes.
But it's so much. I know that was the point I was making before.
You don't give a fuck. We'll just be like, I'm going to eat the $15 this month. I didn't watch nothing.
That's what
Other people are like, I can't waste that $15. They're crazy.
Yeah.
Me and you are just like, I haven't watched a movie on Netflix in 6 months. I just wasted $100 and I didn't even realize
it's so true. Like I kept Fight Pass for fucking 4 years.
It's kind of funny. I'm so hypocritical though too. But when it comes to, Shudder is kind of an exception because Shudder's really cheap. I think it's only $5.99 a month or whatever.
It's
$6.
So it's the best deal out there.
But I use Shudder exclusively for the Shudder exclusives.
The new film.
That's all I watch.
Or if we're covering something.
Or Joe Bob.
Yeah. Well, we barely ever get to watch. I don't get to watch Joe Bob at least live because we record on Fridays and shit. I would assume you guys aren't either. But
right. I watch the review.
I go back and watch them every once in a while too. But I mostly do it for the exclusive Shudder content and stuff, which is kind of like this in a sense, right? So, but $6, man, you can't really beat it. So.
Yeah,
I think it's one of the best deals.
Shudder, right? Like, I want Shudder to stay around, so I'm going to throw the $6 every month, even if I don't watch it.
That's what I tell people too, man.
Yeah,
I'm like,
straight up, I wanted to stay around too because those exclusives are a big help for our 2020s and stuff.
There's not a lot of
Netflix,
horror.
I'm like, I don't really give a fuck. They're going to be fine with or without me.
I'll always support
but
an
Netflix
all horror
has been
network.
doing good this year with their non-horror content. I don't know about their horror stuff. I know Mood said he checked out some things, but
I've watched probably a good 10 Netflix exclusive. I'm assuming they're kind of exclusive, I guess. I don't know, but there's been quite a few, and it's hit and miss. But.
Like Tiger King was great. Don't Fuck with Cats was great.
Mm-hmm.
Queen's Gambit is one of my favorite things I watched this year.
Oh, I watched the Confessions of a Killer, the Henry Lee Lucas story.
I watched that too. I really like that one.
There's a Dahmer one coming.
Yeah. The Henry Lee Lucas one was it was done cool because it was pretty much all exclusive, stuff. It was him, right?
It was different. It was shit I hadn't seen before.
Exactly, and that's why I liked him. And I always knew about the Lucas, him. Not being responsible for it, pretty much 98% of the killing. He killed two people. We know that he killed his mom and his girlfriend and the other one. And
Becky. Yeah.
And that's then he just fucking drove around smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee, telling lies.
And that's the other funny thing is that he didn't even drive around the country as much as he was even alluding to in the first place.
I meant like with the cops, like to tell shit where
drinking chocolate milkshakes,
dude. When you can fucking.
Dude, I'm with it, right?
If you can
I would be milking that shit too.
No, you have to.
If you can get someone to come,
you're a fucking piece of shit or you're the top piece of shit.
Dude, he was literally doing it for cigarettes and coffee, and obviously the fame too. And
those cops were leading him on too. They were like, "So what about this girl? Remember when you killed her with the hammer?"
They have a bunch of unsolved murders. They want to get them fucking.
But that's the savagery of the whole situation. That's the whole tragedy of the whole situation is that there's hundreds and hundreds of killers out there that totally got away with murder.
Probably like their dads and uncles and brothers who did it too.
They said there's only 24 cases that they proved that they'd reopened and that they proved that Henry Lee Lucas did not kill these people. So, that's crazy. That's fucking insane.
That's probably like 24 out of 24. I bet almost every case they opened, he didn't do.
Yeah, so there was 200 cases, and most of them they didn't reopen, so he was, apparently on the hook for them, which he didn't do. And then they found a couple killers of, you know, the random girls and shit. And I'm like, this is so fucked up, man. There's so many people got away with murder. Those guys must have been shitting themselves laughing, going, this guy just admitted to killing this girl that I fucking killed?
Yeah.
Crazy shit, dude. Like, I couldn't even imagine. That's just unreal. That's a crazy story. But, yeah, good content, though, man. That's really good stuff.
So, let's wrap that HBO Max thing up. I think that the subscribers are going to dramatically increase, and probably already have, but I assume when these films start coming out, it's going to be pretty crazy. But I hope it doesn't kill theaters. I know Jeremy hopes that too.
Oh yeah,
Dave.
See, that's kind of the thing.
I don't want people, even if you don't go to the theaters, you don't want people to lose their jobs. And I can't imagine not ever being able to go to the theater again. That's kind of sickening.
This is kind of one of those situations
Makes
where
my stomach hurt.
The situations
just listening to Dave and Jason Lloyd and Sack, where they're like, "Yeah, fuck theaters."
I didn't say. Oh, Dave.
This is one of those situations where the whole thing is, you know, it's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, man. It's like you want HBO to do decent, you know, to, you know, possibly generate that revenue for WB and shit, like they get all the subscriptions and shit. But if they do too well, that's it. Why would you go back? Why would
They're
you risk
not going to
everything?
do that well. It's impossible.
Right? But I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, they overkill it, and WB is like, this is the way we're going to do it now. Fuck it. There's too much risk the other way in theaters, given the situation, and also, I mean, the situation is there's nothing written in stone here.
Theaters are losing money right now. Like they're staying. You know, they have to pay to be there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's risky. It's risky because of that.
And they're losing all this money, you know, and they don't have anything to show, so nobody's going. And then when they do have stuff to show, some people are too scared to go.
Exactly.
And theaters, they might have to shut down. Like the people who own them, you know, they're putting money in and not getting any back. Right? They have been for months, because they're not making enough money to pay their bills.
Well, of course. And I mean, like I said, though, if HBO just kills this
in general right now.
Yeah, if HBO just kills this wise, you know, subscription wise, and 150,000 more people subscribe to this, and it does well for a few, like what there's no going back from this, man. There absolutely is no going back, because people are going to get used to this situation of, oh, I can pay this monthly subscription and watch all these movies that are coming on here. That's it, man. I mean, these theaters they're already in the dumps. They're not recovering from that, man.
They're just going to have to start doing big events to get people in the theaters afterwards, like Star Wars, and just make it super
The first step is COVID needs to go away.
Well, obviously, but I don't see this shit disappearing for a long time. That's why this might be very detrimental to their existence. You know, It's going to go extinct like dinosaurs, man. Kind of scary, but I mean, I can see some staying open a little bit, man, and obviously not showing new films, but there is a lot of theaters out there. Like there's a lot of older dollar theaters and shit, like I don't know what you guys call them down there, whatever, but there's a lot of older kind of grindhouse, older dollar theaters and stuff that only show older films and stuff that do decent enough to stay open and shit, because they have
that's what my drive-in did mostly this summer, and they had a great year. They actually had a good year at the drive-in, which is refreshing. Because I'm like, well, at least if my drive-in in my hometown can stay open, which by the way is the closest theater to me, like in terms of like being able to see something on the big screen, my drive-in is like 5 minutes from Carly's house.
Which we totally know how far that is from you.
Well, I'm just saying that like we're together, it's close.
All right.
It's a little further for me. It's like 15. But that staying open will be good, because if anything, they could do what Mahoning did and turn it into a retro drive-in where they only show old shit. And hopefully people go see that. I mean, it was kind of the silver lining of this. It was kind of cool to see like these old movies like E.T. and Jaws like top the box office. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
Like it's like, wow, the most popular movie in America right now is Jaws. Go figure. That was kind of cool. I did like seeing that. But so, all right, that was a long segment.
Yeah.
But
what else is in the news?
Is there actually more news?
Not much. I purposely didn't get. I mean, there wasn't a ton to begin with, but I purposely didn't get a bunch of stuff because of that. I knew that was going to be long. Apparently, the rights to Hellraiser, there was a rights battle going on. A legal battle, and it has ended, and Clive Barker has gained back ownership of the rights to Hellraiser. I wonder if that's why he was brought on board for production of the new Hellraiser series for HBO Max.
If he was gaining back all the rights to it, is it weird to say that he was brought on to the Hellraiser series?
Well, he doesn't own them yet. So they will revert back to him in 1 year's time. So December 19th of 2021.
Okay, so
does that mean we're not going to be seeing a sequel to Hellraiser Judgment?
So
that ship has sailed.
Yeah, we already knew that we're not getting that. But okay,
rights.
so if he's retaining all the rights and shit, and he's already kind of brought onto this the TV or to the series and shit, that's probably a really, really good thing because maybe he'll have even more input on it because he's like, hey man, I'm the rights holder. This is my shit.
Well, think about it, right? If you were producing something and you only own the rights to it for 1 year, but you're already into production, and then wouldn't you want the guy that's gonna own the rights next year to be on board?
Oh hell yeah, yeah,
right,
absolutely. And plus,
that totally makes sense.
Plus, he's the creator of it too, though, right? So
this is all under, and we've started seeing this a lot. Do you guys remember that, like, Friday the 13th is currently going through this? And then Nightmare on Elm Street, the rights went back to Wes Craven, his estate. Do you know why? It's because of the Copyright Act of 1976, which states authors may recapture the rights from publishers after waiting a prescribed period. Usually
is that
35 years.
Oh, it's 35? Okay, because sometimes it is contractual also, right? But and if it isn't stated in the contracts, it just reverts back to the actual printed number, which is 35 years.
Yeah, but this is why around now we're seeing it happen with so many titles because
that's good though.
Exactly,
right.
But there is contracts that are specific to years.
Yeah. Basically, even if you sold your rights away, like, you can recapture them after a certain period of time.
Just depending on contracts, though, because you can still state in contracts an extended period of time. It's not necessarily written in stone. You can still state otherwise, right? But if it's not,
I think Disney's got some fucked up shit about it too.
If it's not specified, okay, we're gonna have it to this time or whatever, then it does revert to the actual 35 to actual legislation.
I think this law was put in place so for the reasons of that, though, that these even if you gave up the rights to it, you can reclaim your original work even if you gave up the rights to it.
And that's only after 35 years, though.
After 35 years.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is, like, it's shit. Like, if they want to do Nightmare on Elm Street, they can't just do Dream Warriors. They have to, like, do the original.
Right, and that's what's wrong with the Friday the 13th franchise. And from what I was reading, the problem with, we might not get another Friday the 13th.
See, I think that's so dumb. I think that's so stupid, man. I think the rights should just be a lump.
Because the original writer, was it Miner? I don't remember.
No, I don't think so.
I forget who it was, but
the original of Friday the 13th Part 1?
Right. Yeah. So what is Friday the 13th Part 1? Right? There's kind of Jason, but not Hockey Mask Jason, right? Yeah. It's Victor Miller.
Yeah.
Not Miner. So they're like, there's a huge problem with determining what is actually owned, because Jason is technically owned, but Jason, like we know him, is not. But because he's Jason, does that fall into Jason? You know what I mean?
Is there different ownership between Part 2, like
who owns
like Sackhead Jason, and then Part 3 with Hockey Mask? Is there different ownerships?
Yeah, because Victor Miller didn't write Part 2. He only wrote Part 1. So
for sure. No, I get that. I'm talking about when we get introduced to the actual Jason character. We got Sackhead Jason. Is there like a specific copyright to that? And then when the Jason mask came in, would have been smart to copyright that too, because that's a different look at Jason. Like, that's a totally different type of gimmick and things like that. Like, shit can work like that, man. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. So that's why it's kind of a clusterfuck right now, because they can't determine what is owned. So like Victor Miller, if it's ruled in his favor or whatever, he might own the characters and likenesses of anything that was done in Part 1, but not Part 2, 3, 4, or whatever. So you might never be able to mention Pamela Voorhees or even Jason Voorhees again.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
A guy in a hockey mask at a summer camp.
But he can't make a movie about a guy in a hockey mask. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
yeah.
Victor
Because
Miller
he doesn't know
he
that.
He can make it about Pamela Voorhees.
And apparently in a sack too.
Well, no, because Zach would be part 2.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. It's just like
one.
different Jasons.
you can only do part 1.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the Crazy Ralph spin-off movie.
Dude, I don't know, man, but this could be the death blow of the Friday the 13th films, which, of course, you guys know that hurts my heart.
Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it's been so long
wait.
removed. I'm just kind of over it, man. It's sad, but at the same time, it's been fucking long.
I'm over talking about like new ones, but luckily we haven't heard anything because they can't make them right now.
Mm.
But okay, moving on here. This is more of not news, but just like a hey, check this out. If you guys are a fan of Are You Afraid of the Dark, Nickelodeon's great anthology series, which I think even if you're an adult, you would still love. It is better than some anthology shows that are intended for adults. Like I would say it's better than Monsters, which is also good. Have you watched Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Yeah, not in a long time.
It's awesome.
I
did watch The Monsters like 5 years ago, though.
Monsters is great, but it's not as good as Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Are you serious? It's
I'm
gotta be.
dead serious. It's not Goosebumps, dude. Everybody thinks Are You Afraid of the Dark is Goosebumps.
I always loved the intro to Monsters.
I knew that was coming.
It had to.
But no, Are You Afraid of the Dark, dude? Watch The Tale of the Dead Man's Float, bro. It's a fucking horror movie.
I remember really liking Are You Afraid of the Dark, but
it's good.
It's been so long,
and it's written well too. There's good twists in it. It's awesome.
Just hard to, you know what I mean? It's hard to base off a 25-year memory, you know.
I thought the same thing. I was like, man, I don't know if this is gonna hold up. I watched 3 episodes this past October, and I was like, this does more than hold up.
Dave just doesn't want to admit it, but he doesn't like it because it's Canadian. That's why.
It is
some of it. Is
right.
Goosebumps Canadian?
I think it is.
Ugh. Jesus.
Okay. After that.
Wait, what's the news about Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Oh, sorry. CBS All Access has the first 5 seasons available to stream.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
How many seasons are there?
7.
Well, they moved production to Canada, I think, after season 5. So it's kind of like the Tales from the Crypt thing, where it's like the last season was done in the UK.
It's not as good.
And then there was like a reboot kind of thing that happened with Are You Afraid of the Dark? The main series is like the first 5 seasons.
I think I only have the first 4 seasons on DVD, but I don't know if they have a 5th season.
Yeah, I think there's 7 total.
Dave, did you ever watch You Can't Do That on Television?
That's a great show.
What happens to it?
That's another.
I think that was a little bit before Dave's time.
That's the first Nickelodeon show that made Nickelodeon who they were back in the day.
It's the one with
Canada.
The great fucking green slime and shit. Yeah, it's another Canadian one.
I remember.
It came out in 1979.
Honestly, Canada had a lot of these really interesting kind of sketch type sitcom, or I don't know, anthology shows. There was a lot of them that they did in the 80s that were pretty cool.
Yeah. There was some I mean, me and Jeremy are huge Nickelodeon fans, so I still need to check out the Orange Years or whatever it was called.
Great.
Okay. One of the first movies we're going to be able to see in 2021 is Grizzly 2, which comes out January 8th.
We still talking about this?
What?
Did they finish it? Like, how did they finish it? Is it a CGI bear?
I don't know how they finished it.
I ordered it. If it comes in and I get it,
Of
and
course
it fucking
you
is a
did.
CGI bear, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Because when was the original production on that?
81, right?
Was it 81?
And that Girdler died in that plane crash.
And then they finished it like 30 years later.
Yeah.
How
So it's
much
kinda
was
like-
missing though?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
It was
I'm
kinda
wondering like how much of the production was actually done, and they just, maybe they made a moral decision, or like, hey, fuck it, man, we got deaths on the set of this movie.
Okay.
Let's fuck this.
It says the main scenes for Grizzly 2 were completed, but before special effects featuring a huge electro mechanical
I told you that's what I was worried about.
Right.
could be used, the executive producer Joseph Proctor disappeared with all the funds, with some sources saying he was jailed during the time of filming. Filmed footage of a live bear, however, attacking a live concert was shot in Hungary. Attempts have been made to recut the film more scenes, but to date, the film has never been released. A bootleg version of the original work print was released in 2007.
So is it going to be like what was that movie that Draft House released? The Dangerous Men, where he's like they finished it all this years later. It's like it's going to be interesting.
That movie's
to see.
unwatchable. Dangerous Men.
Oh, I think it's hilarious.
It was so bad, I thought it was a new movie made to look like an old bad movie.
But it was actually an old bad movie made to look like a new movie?
Yeah, I thought it was one of those real new movies that tries to look like an old bad movie, and it was even worse than the old bad movies, but it was really just that bad.
Dude, I've had that movie in my cart ever since they released it. I've been wanting to check it out for so long.
It makes American fucking or was that Samurai Cop look like a fucking masterpiece, dude?
Oh my god.
It's not good. It's not like entertaining. It's bad.
Dude, did you ever check out the Garage House release of like, what was it, Ninja Busters or whatever?
No.
Dude, that one is man, I thought it was a fucking blast. Fucking good shit.
What was the weird one? There was another one that came out where they had like a bunch of like, it was made by like a dojo, and they had all this music numbers and shit. That one was real fucking goofy too. I think Draft House put it out.
Oh man, I'm not sure.
Miami Connection.
It was Miami Connection. That was it.
Okay. I didn't realize it was made by. Oh, that movie is a fucking. Oh, I love that movie, dude. So good, so good, and the music's awesome too. Great.
All right, what's up next, JP?
Last piece of news here. There's no announced date for this yet, but I just wanted to give people a heads up. Neil Marshall's new film, of course, Neil Marshall from Dog Soldiers and The Descent. The Reckoning, which is one of my most anticipated films of, I guess, next year now, is supposed to hit Shudder at some point.
Shudder. That's why we pay our big $6 a month.
Yep, no release date yet, but RLJ Entertainment is going to release it on VOD first, so I don't know if it's an exclusive or just like it's coming to Shudder, but it looks really cool. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this one, but it's set in 17th century England, and it looks like
Jeremy's gonna hate it.
Cool. The backdrop is during the Black Plague.
Yeah.
So you got all those people in like the crow outfits and shit, which I've always.
I always get confused, man, when you mention like a period piece, and then Jeremy's like, "Oh, it sounds and looks cool." When he always talks about how much he hates period pieces.
Yeah, you used to say that a lot.
I love him, man. Like that's why I've been hesitant to. I don't even think Jeremy would really like Monstrum, anyways, because it's more of a.
Why is that a period piece?
Yeah, man. Yep. And it's really fucking well done, man. Like the costumes and shit, and like this fucking looks good, dude.
It's like a big war epic.
Yeah, it's like it takes place in what, the 1500s, I think.
I can't remember.
Damn.
It's like the 15th or like 1500s, so 16th century.
It's good.
16th century would be the 1500s. Yeah, it's something like that, man. But it's a far back period piece, and it's kind of like a war epic, and it's really fucking cool, man.
Damn, how have I not heard about
South
this?
Korean?
It's on Shudder.
It's on Shudder.
I know what it is. I'm just saying I didn't know what the plot was.
Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the time. So is that it?
Yep.
All right, man. That is the news.
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots.
All right, moving along here. Jeremy, it's been a while, but you got some dead mail for us.
Kick the shit about the mailman.
You've got mail.
Trust the mail, man. Now his ass is trash like a garbage can. Caught up in some shit with the mailman.
Yeah, from issue number 159 from our favorite year, January 1997. We have Tim Burton's Mars Attacks, Double Dose of Terror, Black Christmas and Christmas Evil, Necromonicon, and You'll Scream for Wes Craven's latest. So this is the first issue.
I thought you weren't doing anything Christmas related.
Well, you yelled at me.
Necronomicon, not Nomoncon.
You know I'm retarded.
That's not the easiest word to say, to be honest.
Necronomicon?
Really? Yeah. I think it's pretty
Actually, it's actually kind of funny that we're even talking about pronunciation of that word right now, because actually we'll get to that in Santa's Sleigh, because the kid in that movie, Nicholas, actually pronounces it Necronomicon. I don't know if you guys know.
That's the Canadian version.
All right.
Oh, he already hates it because it was Canadian. Fuck.
I don't even know if it was Canadian.
It was.
It was.
Yeah.
It definitely
It
was.
smelled
Canadian.
like it.
Dude, they got fucking curling in it, man.
Dude, that is so goddamn... curling is huge. It's like, it's massive.
I know, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
massive. I know.
This one comes from Dieter. Nice name. John Carpenter is my favorite director. I own every Laserdisc he made. Saw In the Mouth of Madness 13 times in the theater and have nearly every line from the thing memorized.
13 times,
bullshit.
bro. See, that guy would be keeping theaters open. Right
No,
now.
he was...
That
he
guy
was
also, I don't even think In the Mouth of Madness stayed open long enough in the theaters for him to
unless
go
he
13
watched
times.
it like 4 or 5 times in consecutive days in the showings and stuff. But this guy, he picked 13 because he's like, oh, I'm a horror fan. Number 13 is very hoary. Fucking blah, blah, blah. Fuck, shut up. You're a liar.
Let's kill him.
He's a liar. Nobody watches In the Mouth of Madness 13 times in the theater.
When it always in the theater for your
I don't know.
You know
bro.
what he probably did?
That was kind of popular.
He
thing to
probably-
do back
he
then,
left the
right?
theater.
To go see a movie a bunch of times.
He
like
left
I
the-
remember hearing stories of people going to see Scream like 10 times.
He went down to the local place where you can change your name to Sutter Kane right after. Fuck this guy.
No, that place is only the name you can. That place is literally the place you have to change your name to Sutter Kane. They don't change your name to anything else but Sutter Kane.
Right.
It's a whole business for that.
Nice.
On opening day for Escape from LA, as you could imagine, I grabbed my girlfriend and rushed off to see a film I had been waiting months for.
I hear disappointment in his tone.
I never thought I would see a Carpenter movie with virtually no redeeming qualities, but unfortunately, now I have. I never had a good feeling about this film from the start. Carpenter hates sequels. He says that quite plainly, yet the studios were pushing him to do this thing. I almost feel as if he purposely made it bad to spite them. Regardless, the movie sucks. Please give Carpenter some money to make Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's something he wants to do.
Remember when that was the talk?
Right,
Man, that was the
right.
talk for a long time.
This movie mocks Escape from New York. Each scene plays like Carpenter took it directly from that film, lamified it, then spewed it out. The basketball scene is just like the one in the first film where Snake fights the giant guy. I knew what would happen before it happened. Either Carpenter was telling the studio to screw off with this movie, or his latest experiment is a failure. He's still my favorite director, though.
Fuck me.
Yeah, he really didn't do sequels, right? Like, is that his only sequel? I know he wrote Halloween 2, but is that his only sequel?
Yeah, no. You can tell that was a paycheck movie, man. I wish I had have actually rewatched it. I haven't rewatched it in years and years, but I just picked up that Scream Factory, but...
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Escape from New York.
What?
What the you gotta be shitting me. I just remember the movie being full of like really bad CG and shit. That's kind of what I remember from it. Just being kind of stick out.
Basketball scene.
Like stick out shit, yeah, so...
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, Carpenter did have a few misses in the 90s there.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't think it. If you rewatch Escape from LA, it won't be on.
I just feel like that was straight
be
paycheck shit, though, man. He was getting a pretty good payday for that fucking miles. Because I mean, he always said he
got to work with Kurt Russell again. So fuck.
Yeah, never wanted to do sequels and shit. I mean, if you're going to pay him good enough, hey, we got this idea. So I don't know.
And I think by that point, dude, I mean, you've been doing it a long time.
Well, he was already hating the business at that point too, right?
Emotions.
He was already hating the business at that point too. So I mean, why not just try to take
that
him for
was-
what it's worth at this time, right? Like, just
What
get
did
my
he
money
have
out
left
of here.
after that? Ghosts of Mars and The Ward. I think that's it.
And The Wars was straight paycheck.
Vampires.
That was just
Vampires was before, right?
No, it wasn't.
Vampires.
No, Vampires was after.
Vampires wasn't
like
95?
98, 99.
No, 98, I think.
Escape from New
You're
York
right.
was like 96.
It's 98.
Yeah, because this is from 97, so...
Yeah,
Escape from LA is before Vampires. Yeah.
Well, Vampires was probably, I would think people would say that's his last good one.
I saw that
But
in the
I
cinema,
do,
actually.
I do love Ghosts of Mars.
I like it too.
I still remember watching it in the cinema and going, "Oh, James Woods fucking totally flinched when he blew up the fucking place with all the vamps in it. That was cool." And then you watch the special features and shit, and he's like, "Yeah, I totally flinched when they blew up that joint." It's pretty cool.
And that's
I thought that was
Carpenter
pretty cool. I noticed
wanting
that.
to make a Western and the studio wouldn't let him, so he's like, fuck you.
I'll make a Western with vampires.
I'd be pissed off too. Well, fuck yeah, man. That's what it is.
He never made a full-on Western because he didn't like horses. I don't really care for him either. They're fucking horrifying to
Dude,
work with. I bet.
I'm scared of two things in my life.
I don't know.
I'm
Arrow
scared of
did it.
two things in my entire life: One is horses, and the other one's cornfields. Hate cornfields and hate horses.
So what
Horses
you're
freak me out.
saying is a horror movie with a killer horse set in a cornfield would be.
I thought you hate heights too.
Oh yeah, heights too. But I mean that's
okay.
That's a psychological thing. But like cornfields and horses are like physical things that cornfields totally freak me out, dude. Because there's no reason why that corn. No, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to see out of a cornfield. Fuck that. It's too high. It's not cool, man.
Well, you can't see because there's a lot of corn stalks.
I know. I just don't. I'm not even claustrophobic either. I just think it's fucking stupid. And plus, it's husky and shit. Fuck that, man. Fuck those things.
No, I wouldn't want to be in there either. To be honest,
dude,
it's not my fear. It's just unpleasant.
Still corn at night.
One of my worst nightmares in the world would be being stuck in a Halloween corn maze with a horse chasing me. Fuck that, man.
Horses are dangerous, man. People underestimate horses.
Never. Well, that's why you're always told the first thing you learn when you're around horses: do not stand behind one, because that shit it'll fucking bust you up. It'll bust you up.
Be brain dead.
Yeah, you can. That is serious. Like people have
even horses that aren't aggressive will fucking they'll fucking shit can you, man. Crazy.
All right. The next one comes from Brian, and he writes, way back in Fangoria 140, John Carpenter stated in an interview that movies should stop after number 1. Cut it out, because there's no more story. It's the same. After reading that, you think that if someone as talented as Carpenter were to make a sequel, it would be far from the same. Unfortunately, in the case of Escape from LA, it's almost identical. It seems like Carpenter took the Home Alone approach to sequels. Take the original script, up the violence, and put the characters in a new city. The entire opening of Escape is a shot-for-shot remake of the original, except for a brief earthquake sequence. Snake finds himself in a lot of the same situations. A death match, a poison in his body, a chance meeting with a former friend, among other things, and the endings seem awfully familiar as well. However, sad as it may seem, it still manages to be one of Carpenter's best films of the last 10 years. The action sequences, while somewhat implausible, are thoroughly entertaining. The film is fast-paced, and best of all, Snake's attitude towards life and authority hasn't been changed for the politically correct 90s. So if you're looking for originality, go to another movie. But if you want to spend an hour and 40 minutes, have a good time, see Escape from LA.
What year was this Fangoria?
People are just always complaining about pieces.
97.
So he's saying this is one of his best films of the previous 10 years. So basically from 97 to from 87 to 97. He's saying this is one of his best efforts from that time period?
Yeah.
He's stupid.
So you mean to fucking tell me that he's basically writing off like
Prince of Darkness.
They Live, fucking.
I mean, I understand why he wrote off Prince of Darkness. They Live.
Yeah, he probably can't comprehend anything past his fucking front door. So.
Yeah.
All right. Next one comes from Ryan Harding, and he writes, "It's a familiar story. A hopeful director previews his film to a test audience, often people in a mall, which some of you will recall inspired the social commentary of Dawn of the Dead. They hate it. Changes are made, the new diluted, one-suspect product is released and fails at the box office, and horror fans write Fangoria to proclaim their displeasure with the film, left to wonder what might have been. Think about some of the movies that have undergone test screenings. Videodrome and Lord of Illusions immediately sprang to mind. After the test audience input, changes were made. Neither film took the box office by storm, which was a shame since both films were original and well-crafted. In other words, test audience will not help a movie grosses and may end up sabotaging what genre admirers were hoping for. Recently, I heard that Thinners was held up for release because of 3 guesses. A test audience dissatisfaction with the ending. At least no one could blame the director for altering King's work. The test audience caught a free movie with a nonchalance pulls apart from the eagerness that readers of the magazine would have shown. If audience testing continues, the questionnaire should ask things like, have you ever heard of Suspiria, or do you know who David Cronenberg is? If the reply is negative, then tear up the card. Root out the people who don't grasp horror impact on surreal levels because they don't deserve to judge this kind of film, much less see it before the people who care.
Well, I think everyone...
That guy would be a gatekeeper, right? Isn't that guy a gatekeeper?
No, I mean, honestly, dude, I'm majorly against, test screenings too. Because I always feel, and we've had this conversation many, many times, that I think the wrong people are in there. I mean, it's one person. It's a group of people's opinions, moms. Right? And they're literally having the power. They're almost putting the power into these people's hands to change the fucking product. Right. And I mean, come on, dude, like your core audience is not in that test screening room. Right. And that's what I have. People, it's not controlled. It's not a controlled experiment, really, at all. It's stupid. Like, you're using these people that shouldn't be in there. I'm totally against it. I 100% agree with Quentin Tarantino. Fuck that shit. Do your shit your own way. Put out your product that you believe in, you know? And I think there's been many films that have been altered over the years because of these bullshit test audiences that have changed endings, changed certain elements and narratives and things like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's not good. You know, fucking Joe Blow fucking blah, blah, blah fucking said this. Fuck, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and also when you give people that don't normally have power, like all of a sudden they have power over something, they're just gonna fucking start nitpicking shit. Like, I think that the credit should have been green instead of yellow.
You know what, Dave? I feel like people are in these test screenings to find shit wrong, and like their mentality, they feel
like it's their job now.
Exactly, because they're brought in there. I feel like that's the mentality people bring with their, like, oh, we're bringing it, we're brought into this.
If they're looking for shit and they like everything, then they feel like they're
not being part of it,
not being. Yeah, they feel like they're not doing their job.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to say something,
and that's why I feel that these things are not controlled properly, man.
That's the studio's fault.
Yep. 100%.
It was crazy. I forget what it was. I was watching something, if it was a doc or something the other day, or something. They were like, or commentary. I can't remember. But they were like, you know, they said that they did a test screening and they changed something after, and I was like shocked because it was actually like a good change. I was like, damn, that never happens.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah, I was like, but it was surprising because normally when you hear stories about test screening, it's always like bad
negative
stuff.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, because they only tell you the bad stories. Okay. The filmmakers aren't going to tell you they had a test screening and they made the movie 10 times better.
Seriously, like, could you imagine the people's opinions and comments after witnessing the fucking first screening of Videodrome? Like, what?
I bet that
should have been a Betamax.
Right? Like,
I don't like Videodrome.
They're using the VHS? It's not even the better quality.
Yeah, it's an asshole.
Right? Like, I mean, come on. Like, what was people's input in that one? Fuck. Oh my god.
I don't even know. They probably were like, I don't know what's happening.
Like, test screening any David Cronenberg movies from that era must have been just useless. Like, people were not understanding
Am I
them.
gay now? Question mark.
Right.
That's all they put on the sheet. It's stupid. Like, they completely lost their like way of life. They're like, I don't believe in God anymore. There's existential crisis.
I can just see people being like, oh, we needed more Blondie music, man. I was a big disco fan. We needed more Blondie music. Where's the tits?
What was with the snuff shit?
Right.
All right. This one comes from Scott, and he writes, throughout recent years, there have been a slew of overrated movies that have invaded multiplexes everywhere. Each year, a new film will come along that everybody praises relentlessly until your ears bleed from just hearing about it. Last year, that film happened to be Seven. It's been almost a year, and Fangoria fans are still talking about that waste of celluloid. The question is, why? Why was the film so special?
Did he say waste of celluloid?
Yeah. It displayed some of the worst acting in cinematic history, especially by Brad. What's in the box? ? Pitt. And the story was nothing more than a slasher film to the third power. I must commend the lighting technicians for falling asleep on the job. A few scenes were so dark that you couldn't even see the primary subjects. David Fincher's direction appeared sloppy and rushed. Then again, that was to be expected since his only other film was forgettable Alien 3. Kevin Spacey keeps getting praised for a role that was 5 minutes long. What's up with that? Don't get me wrong, Spacey is a terrific actor, but his role in Seven was underwritten and underperformed. Not everything about Seven was bad. Rob Bottin's FX were top-notch and the score was outstanding. However, those good elements didn't make the film worthy of being a box office giant.
Well, first of all, he should have not watched his VHS, and he should have popped in his Betamax because, you know, it's better quality.
No shit. Like, I think the theater had bad quality, A. B, I bet this guy feels stupid as fuck when David Fincher he literally went on to become a huge fucking starring director and made great movies, and people even go back and look at Alien 3 and say, you know what? It wasn't that fucking bad.
I like Alien 3.
That's what I mean. This dude is fucking... I feel like Fangoria Deadmail is, I'm a big baby.
That's out to lunch. He mentioned like the bad acting and stuff. Bro. He mentioned the bad acting. I think Kevin Spacey is actually quite good in it, but Morgan Freeman plays Morgan Freeman in like every movie.
But
But he's good.
A good actor can steal a scene, can steal an entire movie in 5 fucking minutes. That guy doesn't understand that. He's only in the movie 5
and
minutes.
the ending.
Did this guy not even fucking realize that like Arlie Emery was in the fucking movie? Richard Roundtree was in the fucking movie.
The first time you see the ending of that movie, if it
John
doesn't
C.
blow,
McKinley.
if it doesn't blow your shitter, it's like, come on, bro.
Dude, we have fucking Shaft in 7.
What?
People are forgetting
I get
this.
people. That movie's not for everybody. Okay, it's not for everybody.
But the ending, bro.
It's like a lot. It's like a. It's
that's
almost
more
like a
about
giallo.
content.
It's like a giallo, man.
That's exactly.
like a
it's more about
flea-
content. But this guy's
Say it's a
picking
bad
apart
movie is
some
stupid.
shit that fucking doesn't make any sense.
I might be in the
He
minority
was in the
here.
movie 5 minutes. Yeah, that's called a great performance. He stole the movie in 5 minutes. Fuck off.
I might be in the
Who
minority
cares
here.
if somebody's in it for 5 minutes?
See, whenever people talk about 7, they always talk about the ending and shit like that. I might be in the minority, but it's like, honestly, I don't think the ending's bad or anything, but it's like one of my least favorite parts about the whole movie. I love the whole narrative of figuring out the whole 7 deadly sins and shit and linking all that stuff. I think that whole mystery and that whole idea is
the cool
great.
thing about 7 is the second time you watch it, you really see how Brad Pitt is such a huge part, obviously with the the reveal and stuff. But you could see all the foreshadowing throughout the movie.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Which
There's
is
two
cool.
beautiful scenes in that movie that I love. The one where John C. McKinley gets in the guy's face, lost, and he says, "You deserve this." Then he wakes up and fucking starts. That's terrifying. And the fucking scene where Morgan Freeman picks up the journal and he starts reading John Doe's shit, and he says, "A normal man on the subway tried to talk to me. He seemed nice, but I couldn't control myself, and I threw up on his shoes, and I couldn't stop laughing. He was not pleased." I think that's my favorite part of the whole movie when he reads that fucking.
We were. I think just me and Moods have reviewed that on the show before.
It's a really good movie. I know some people don't like it, and I get it, but I think it's
like
really
it.
great.
Yeah.
I think it's very good.
I don't really get why people don't like it. It's a great mystery, man.
Now, is it a horror movie?
Maybe it's the
That's
hate for
question.
Brad Pitt. It's cool. It's cool to hate Brad Pitt. So can't like anything he's in.
I feel like people
Dude,
love Brad Pitt,
that's
then
one of
hated Brad
Pitt's-
Pitt, and now they love Brad Pitt again. I feel
That happened
Same
with,
thing with Leo.
John Wick, fucking Keanu Reeves.
it happened with Leo DiCaprio too.
Yeah,
They loved him, they hated him, now they love him.
I always liked all of them.
Yeah, Leo started out his career like really interesting. Then he did those Titanic and then Man with the fucking Mask, whatever the fuck is that. He did a bunch of those kind of bullshit, and then he got then he became Scorsese's boy, and then he became fucking. But you got to give it up to, man. No matter what you say about Leo, that guy's an amazing actor. I don't care what anyone
Dude,
says.
watch
He can
The
fucking
Departed
kill
again,
shit,
man.
dude. That guy, he
I
kills
watched
shit.
The Departed last year for the first time since 2005.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Boy, I love that movie.
But I
man.
love how he
Leo's
plays
the
all
shit,
these.
man.
He's done so many movies based on real life people, and he just murders these roles, man. Like everything from the Basketball Diaries
Shutter Island.
up to like recent
Shutter
shit.
Island.
Oh fuck, dude, he always kills these roles, man. Catch Me If You Can. I love that shit, dude. So fucking good.
And-
Once
and
Upon a
I
Time in
love
Hollywood was my
Brad
favorite
Pitt's
movie of
performances.
2019.
Which
What
one?
is?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was the hands
Oh.
down to me the best movie.
And,
Not
and,
even
you-
close.
and that's one of those. That's one of those
I
things
think I
where
had 1917 right above it. But
it kind of proves like Leo
That's
and
not
his
even four.
dialogue. Fuck, he has so much dialogue in that movie, and it's so fast. Oh my god, man, ridiculous.
What did you say about 1917?
I got Joker and fucking Parasite.
Oh
above
no,
19.
Joker was my number.
Parasite.
Parasite,
Parasite was
Joker.
like my number 5.
Those are like.
Oh, you're.
Those
I
are,
didn't really. I thought 1917 was okay.
Did you see it in the theater?
I seen Joker
No, I
twice
might
in the
have.
theater, and I
Ah,
never
bro.
go to the theater twice,
I know.
man. Joker was still. It's a masterpiece to me, man.
And I was talking shit on Joker before it came out. I was like, man, I don't know why everybody thinks this is going to be so awesome. It
Fucking
looks okay.
Joaquin, bro.
Dude,
It was-
it is
no, it
literally
was-
so good, man. That
It was.
character
It
study,
really
man.
was, man.
It's an amazing character study.
Yeah.
All right.
That was that year. Last year had such great non-horror films.
Yeah.
Last year had good good horror movies too. Last year was a very good year.
Yeah.
Parasite was
And
fucking
then remember
amazing.
at the end of the year, we're like, man, 2020 is going to be so cool.
I saw Parasite in the theaters 4 times.
Dude, I saw I think Dylan went and seen it, and then we saw it together. It was kind of like with Joker too. Like I saw it, and then we went together and saw it. So he's seen Parasite twice in the theater. But man, that shit
I
is
don't even
fucking.
think Parasite's his best movie.
I'm not saying it is either, but it's an amazing film. But that just goes to
I
prove
thought it was amazing,
how
too,
such
but-
a great. Isn't that kind of weird how we had like just done that fucking director spotlight on on Ho, and then all of a sudden he wins the fucking Academy Award for Parasite. It was
that
weird.
was cool, man.
That was weird timing.
That.
That was weird timing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool, dude.
Yeah.
All right, the last one comes from Steve Portman, and he writes, and there's a picture that comes with this letter that you can't see, but you can imagine it. Imagine my surprise when I opened the door to our bathroom and saw with delight my 3-year-old Jonah sitting gingerly upon the toilet reading a copy of your awesome publication. I flashed back and saw myself at his age, perhaps a wee bit older, in the same position and reading Forey's famous Monsters of Filmland. Who said the times they are a-changin'? Well, maybe the magazines are, but our family's interest in the horror genre remain true and consistent.
Did he say his 3-year-old?
Yep.
Reading at 3?
Well, that's what he said.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Hey, that guy was cool because he didn't complain. What's that guy's name? What's his name? Steve
right?
something?
For once, somebody didn't fucking complain. Amazing.
I complain all the time, so I can't talk. But I didn't take the time to write it in a news fucking magazine.
That's
just
weird to
that
me.
Guy, though.
I would never do that.
Back in like your early 20s.
No,
there's got to be some major shit going down for me to fucking send it. Especially back in those days,
magazine.
There was no email. They had to send in a letter.
So many people are afraid to let kids see horror. I really don't get it, because we were all young when we seen horror.
Yeah,
I haven't killed anybody yet.
And we're all fucked up.
No, I told a story. I was 5. I was 5 when I got introduced to it. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we
were all young.
Like my niece loves Chucky, and she's like 4.
All right,
kids love Chucky.
I try with my kid, but he's not interested in TV in general. He's too busy, man. So
yeah, well that's
this generation.
Generational thing.
I think so. Yeah.
But you say you like some stuff.
No, he will. I mean, watch it. Sit him down and shit. He'll watch some shit. But
how's he digging those Steelers?
Well, can't complain. You know.
Is he still a fan?
Oh fuck, dude! He rocks all Steelers shit all the time, man. He's got Steelers. Awesome. He's fucking toques and fucking whatever you want to call him, man. Fuck, he's got the face mask. Even the fucking COVID mask is his. It's a Steelers one, man. Like shirts. Yeah. Next is going to be the jerseys, probably. Oh my god.
Love it. All right, these are. Go ahead, Moods.
Nope, that's it. It's spiting me though too, man, because I'm a Bills fan. He's like, I can't be a fucking Bills fan. My dad's a Bills fan, and he's all pissy this year too, because he's like, well, you know, the Steelers are unbeaten, but he's like, those Bills are kind of good this year. I'm like, yeah,
they are good this year. That's why next week will be pretty interesting.
It is going to be interesting. Yep.
All right, these are the winners from the 1996 Chainsaw Awards. So this is like the fake Academy Awards for horror. Best score went to Simon Boswell from Lords of Illusion. Best supporting actress and actor was Virginia Madsen for The Prophecy and Kevin Spacey for Seven. Best screenplay went to Andrew Kevin Walker for Seven. Best makeup FX went to Todd Masters for Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight. Worst film was Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. Best actress, Jada Pinkett for Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight. Best actor was Christopher Walken for The Prophecy. Best limited release / direct-to-video film was Castle Freak by Stuart Gordon. Best wide release film was Seven. And yeah, so those were...
That was for the year of 1997?
1996.
That's weird.
Not bad.
Scream? Oh wait, Scream
came out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be that month, right? Came out in December.
Yep. So that's done now.
There's no Christmas shit.
I mean, there's an article about Black Christmas and Christmas Evil. You want me to read that?
No, but
exactly.
But then what the fuck? Why'd you even change?
Because it had Christmas on the cover, and you guys were bitching like, "Why can't
the audience can't see the cover?"
Dude, we're not doing video fucking podcasts here.
Whatever.
Whatever. It's been a while.
That boy ain't right.
Come on, motherfucker. All right.
There'll be some asshole complaining about Christmas. Why isn't there any Hanukkah horror movie?
That actually would be fucking good, man. Right?
Why isn't there
I want a Kwanzaa movie.
You couldn't find one from 2005 where they were talking about Santa's sleigh? Because I'm sure people were slaying that one in the reviews.
You make it seem like people write about every fucking movie.
Well, I'm sure they did. Bill Goldberg.
They complain about it.
2005. Van Gogh.
They just picked the popular ones, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even do horror. You did fucking spent half the
LA.
time talking about Escape from LA.
Didn't even mention Kurt Russell's fucking eye patch.
I can't do anything right. I give a
I'm
fuck.
just kidding.
His fucking eye patch.
Nitpick everything. Nitpick every little bit.
You fucking asshole. You didn't mention Kurt Russell's eye patch.
It's Rob Bottin. Rob Bottin.
Oh my
No,
God,
but Jeremy's
that
not
was
the
so
only one. Every single person mispronounces Rob Bottin's name.
I pronounce everybody's name wrong if you haven't
Yeah, but
noticed.
that's how it's not spelled Bottin though. It's
You said
spelled
Necromamicon. That was amazing.
You
Whatever.
didn't say that.
I'm pretty sure you
said
said.
that.
I'm pretty sure you said Mamicon.
I honestly think Necronomicon is a hard ass word to say.
It's Necronomicon.
How?
I don't.
He said
not easy.
Necromamicon.
No, he didn't.
Necrocomicon.
He said Monicon. He
That's
did
fine.
too. He said.
Necrocomicon.
Okay,
That's
maybe
what
he didn't
I'm doing.
say MOM. He said MON instead
It's
of
a con for
NOM.
necrophiliacs.
All right, fuck it. That's Deadmail.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. First up for tonight, man, from 1989 is a film called, oh my god. On IMDb, it's under Game Over, but it's also known as Deadly Games. It's also known as 3615 Pierre Noel, and a bunch of other titles.
Dial code for Santa Claus.
Dial
So
code for.
let me ask you this: was this film ever released in the U.S. before?
No.
Not in the U.S., no. It
They
had.
actually sued Home Alone, didn't they?
The director tried to.
I believe so. Okay. Yeah,
Well,
no,
he said
this is a French
they
film.
remade my movie.
Yeah, it's a French film. It did have French releases. I think it had previous German releases too also. And so I remember back in the day watching a YouTuber that had like a VHS. I'm not sure if it was a German or a French one. Did you happen to have this before, Dave?
I have I think I had a German or whatever Blu-ray under Deadly Games.
Oh, no.
But
I mean, the one that
never
came out
actually had
last
a
year.
chance to watch it.
I've got that one from
Yeah.
last year also, but
Yeah,
but,
I
did
never
you-
had anything else.
Okay, I was wondering because I remember watching this one guy, and I can't remember if it was a German VHS or a French one, but I was like, oh, crazy, yeah. And I remember him describing the movie as basically a horror version of Home Alone, and I was like, wow, that sounds really interesting.
Kind of.
I mean, it's got so many similarities and stuff.
Yeah.
I always kind of wondered if John Hughes knew about this movie prior to writing Home Alone, or
Well, what's interesting is it came out so close that it almost feels like you would think that he may have.
Well, this movie.
But how would he have seen it? It's a fucking weird ass French movie.
Well, this movie.
John Hughes used to actually go to record stores, and he was a big like music head. He used to buy really obscure music and stuff. So I don't know how far of a leap it is to get obscure movies too.
See, the
well,
thing is,
those directors back in the day, though, man, they really were cinephiles. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm wondering.
Weirdest shit.
That's why I'm wondering with John Hughes, because yeah, he was definitely into the shit. You know, he wasn't just one of those guys that just did movies and whatever. But he was
And
really
he didn't
into
actually direct Home Alone, did he? He only wrote it.
No, he just wrote it. But this movie originally premiered.
He didn't direct that many movies.
No, he didn't. Well, because he was a fucking introvert, right? He didn't want to be out of his houses and shit. That's kind of the reason why he just wrote and did his shit like that. But I always wondered because this movie premiered, I believe, in France in late '89, right? In the film festivals and shit, and then got released a few months later. I mean, it would have given time to be seen outside the box. I'm not saying John Hughes ripped this off or anything, but I'm saying there is a timetable there that would allow people to have seen this film. I don't know.
Sure.
Right?
Do you got a plot on that?
Yes. On Christmas Eve, a resourceful young boy has to defend himself and his grandfather from a killer dressed as Santa Claus.
This kid and this grandpa has the most heartfelt relationship I've probably ever seen in a movie. Like, oh my God. It's just so nice and kind, and you could tell that they love each other, and it just made me feel good, their relationship.
It makes a lot of sense because his grandfather was basically his dad.
Yeah.
Right? You know, his dad was gone. He lives in this massive, like, that's the thing that, I mean, there's so many similarities, right? Like, you know, you take Home Alone, Kevin, like, he lives in this fucking huge ass house and stuff. And this kid's same thing, man. Just has all the opportunities in the world, lives in this massive mansion, you know, and shit. Yeah.
Even though that his grandfather knows a bunch of stuff is bullshit, he still plays along and all that crap. I don't know.
But that's what
I
you
like
do.
their relationship.
But that's what you do with kids, man. I mean, I like that whole aspect. And actually that whole concept of believing in Santa Claus when you're getting to that age where it might not be believable anymore, where this kid plays, he's 10 years old, and the mom even talks about how, you know, I want him to believe in Santa Claus until he's 11. I literally just went through this myself. This is so crazy how we're talking about this right now, because my kid is 10 and he believed in Santa Claus until about 2-3 weeks ago. And I'm not even joking. What happened was, of course, the kids at school ruined it for him, and they were like, "You still believe in Santa Claus? He's not even real." And my kid was like, he didn't even know how to react to it. So the wife had picked him up from school one day, and he asked her, he's like, "Is Santa Claus real?" And we were kind of waiting for this, right? And then she just told him the truth. He fucking cried. It was actually kind of heartbreaking. I was like, holy shit, man.
Told him Santa Claus was the serial killer and he's going to kill him on Christmas.
Right? Yeah, no, we told him that
if the Silent Night, Deadly Night.
No, we told him that, you know, if you wait up for Santa Claus and you see him, he turns into an ogre, which I like that explanation in this, which kind of happens to him a little bit. But no, I felt kind of bad for him. I mean, he was 10 years old and you still kind of believe in him, and had to break it to him. But we always discussed it. We're like, if he questions it, let's just come clean with it. It's a little bit easier on us too.
when did you get? Well, Jeremy, you two. When did you guys find out? Do you remember?
I don't know.
I knew when I was a little bit younger, because unfortunately,
Jewish people are too smart to believe in something that's fake.
A lot of my close friends, actually,
like Jesus.
A lot of my close friends had fucking older siblings, right? Which was very, you know, not good for us believers, right? So my best friend here, his older brother's like 3 years older. So when I was like maybe 7-8 years old, was kind of busting the bubble on me kind of thing, right? Because that's what kids do. You know, they have to break it to you. I think I was
around 6.
Yeah, I remember being about 7 or 8
I was really young. But you know what I will say? Like my cousins and other people who I knew who believed, like I always try to keep it real for them.
Oh, of course. Of course. You never want to break that shit, man. I just felt like...
You're going to tell them the Easter Bunny's not real too now?
Well, she actually broke it that to him.
What'd you say about the Easter Bunny,
she's
son
like,
of a bitch?
No, I'm not joking, Jeremy. She literally said that. She's like, and by the way, the Easter Bunny's not real. So it kind of came as a lump sum. The Tooth Fairy. And then he was like, oh, I knew I heard you outside my... And I was like, okay, give me a fucking break. Now you also didn't believe in the Tooth Fairy? Give me a fucking break.
Your dad's not real. He's a hologram.
Yeah. I'm actually Tupac hologram. Yeah. But so that was actually quite interesting, because, you know, they literally talk about this in the film and stuff.
Yeah. Well, since we were talking about Are You Afraid of the Dark earlier, JP, I think that if they cut out the scene where he's killing the dog, and maybe a couple other things, this feels like it could be an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark a little bit. It has a couple scenes that are a little bit, you know, hardcore, but besides that, it's a pretty tame movie.
That dog scene was pretty rough. That was almost came out a little out of nowhere. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's like a. Yeah, it's a fucking just. It's kind of like a siege story in a sense. You know, this kid's like just defending his
buddy.
Yeah, it's like he's just defending his fucking grounds. You know, like it's 1-on-1. You know, I mean, of course, there's not going to be too much carnage in it. I mean, there's the potential.
Not, overly scary or anything like that.
Well, it's suspense, and I do think there's something kind of unique quality about the movie that the mother says. Well, he's a genius, but he also believes in Santa Claus. That's what makes him special. So there's this kind of reality about him, like being very intelligent with that stuff, but he also has that whimsical kind of like fairy tale thing, and that's kind of what the house is too. I mean, it is in reality, but there's some whimsical, weird shit in this house that seems almost fantasy-like. Like the whole like room of the toy room. All that looks
totally the toy graveyard. I call it the toy graveyard.
Yeah. And then also they use that miniatures, and that all looks like fantasy and fantastical and stuff.
Well, they mentioned in
dialogue. Let me ask you guys a question, because I totally might have missed this. So I know that he talks to him like on the online fucking thing, which kind of blew my mind. I was like, what the fuck is that?
89.
Yeah, that was kind of cheesy.
89.
Oh yeah, super cheesy and a little silly, but
it's supposed to be a direct line. It's what it is like a direct line, but it still doesn't make really a lot of sense because everybody
it's far away.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, but
it's a coincidence why he found him.
Right. So it was a coincidence how he found him.
Yeah, because he was trying to talk to somebody online. He was going to go there no matter what, because the kids laid him down. He just wanted the Christmas feel, and then he went and he ended up being a mall Santa. And coincidentally, the mother worked. Yeah, it was that. That was the worst part.
Toy company, right?
Yeah, and she was going to send the toys over to her kid for Christmas, and he he got fired. So
he fucking slaps that little girl. I was like, holy shit.
I know.
Yeah,
dude, isn't that part brutal?
I will give him credit. Like, they really did manage to make that guy creepy and weird.
Dude,
he looks like
it's great casting.
Hobo.
Yeah.
It's really great casting.
Like, that guy was scary, man.
Yeah.
He was a street crazy person for sure. Like the kind of guys that are like holding their dick in their hand, pissing. Yeah. He was the Hellraiser bum.
Yeah.
The guy eating the cockroaches and shit. Or the crickets.
Like, I feel like this movie, it's like not that much to dissect because it's pretty straightforward, and it's kind of like a one setting movie. Well, it pretty much is a one setting movie. So
they got a lot of ridiculous technology that's not really there, but that they're like playing like it's super futuristic, and nowadays it's just like this is kind of basic shit.
Yeah, but if you're watching this in 1989, that was actually really damn cool. I mean, there's a lot of movies from that time that date themselves. Technology is always a bad thing to put into movies because it instantly dates itself,
when you're,
right?
Like doing like some fucking chat room shit in '89. It was I was like, wow, like dude, I don't ever remember seeing that before this.
Dude, I didn't even have the internet until like 93 or 94 or something like that in my place.
I didn't even know of the internet until like 96.
They had fucking on the thing they had
dial-up,
screen, and the entity they used computers and shit.
Right, but
it's
not
always
like a
what
direct connection though. Like that
in Edge of the Axe they do.
I haven't.
Have you ever seen the Juan Pierre Simon movie? They use the internet.
Mm-hmm.
It's some weird ass.
So?
Yeah, that movie's around the same time. It's 89, I think, 88, 89.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. I was really shocked to see that.
It's such a weird scene.
It is.
I was kind of annoyed that it was a coincidence, but I guess it's like almost a fantasy movie in some ways, fantasy horror, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Like I said, it's very tame. Like I said, cut out a couple scenes, throw it on. You could probably put it on Goosebumps, a longer episode of Goosebumps. And
I don't know about Goosebumps, but like maybe like PG-13.
Yeah, the dog's a little weird considering all the humans get fucking murdered off screen, and then they're like, "Let's show this dog in graphic detail."
I know. I thought that was interesting.
It was
really
the
other way around.
Carrying the dog, and it's like tongue was hanging out of its
mouth.
And
then they do the
like,
flashbacks. They do the flashbacks. It's like, what is this?
Dude, that scene where he's fucking carrying his dead dog in the montage and shit with that sappy 80s music and shit, going to bury it.
I love the Eye of the Tiger rip-off version in the beginning of it.
Dude, that shit
totally
always happens in these movies, man.
That kid is just Rambo, by the way. He's trying to be Rambo.
It is.
But it's just funny.
It's Rambo Home Alone. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, this. I mentioned this in my little write-up on Facebook, but I was like, I'm really awesomely surprised whenever like these kind of movies leak out. Like another one that I think of is Angst, which I know like some of the more hardcore cinephiles like knew of that movie, but like, I never really heard of that movie until.
Yeah, but that's a 10 out of 10 kind of movie though, Dave.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years.
But just what I mean, like where these films that are like unknown that just sort of didn't have releases.
Angst was very unknown. So was this.
Yeah, they get these releases and then like they're kind of rediscovered, and I just love that, man. You always are surprised because obviously the more time that goes by, the more is unearthed, and you're like, how much is left? But that's why Vinegar Syndrome is such a fun company, and they released this.
Anybody that tells you they sell everything hasn't seen shit. Because I've seen them all. It's like, you haven't seen shit because you haven't dug. Because right when you dig and you hit it under the surface, you're like, oh, who's this director that directed 50 fucking movies? I haven't seen one. And
right. But a lot those people will then counter and say, well, I've seen everything worth saying. But then I'm like, you didn't see this, though.
Yeah, you didn't see angst.
Those people are just bitter. They're just tired, or they just don't want to. They're like, they're done.
I mean, was this not like one of the cooler releases of this last year?
4K looks
the
great,
4K is like unfucking believable. It blew my shit.
I watched it on Shudder and it looked good.
See, I can only watch the Blu-ray, but I watched it last year. I watched the German Blu-ray too, which I will say this transfers Vinegar Syndrome is a little bit better. But
wait till you watch the 4K; it'll blow your shitter. The reds are so awesome.
Oh, I know, and that's the thing. The colors and the lighting in this movie is actually really good, man. There's a lot of good specs going on here.
How about that opening shot with the snow globe getting broken? That was pretty nice. I like that. Cool. That was cool. It's clever.
So going back to the beginning of this, someone mentioned, I don't know if it was Dave or something, but did someone say that it was just a coincidence about how the whole thing kind of goes down and stuff? But
the internet, the internet, he talks to him on the internet. Like after that, it's such a coincidence that he talked to him on the internet, and then later he ends up going to his house because.
Actually, it technically isn't kind of a coincidence because when
he does mention where the mom works.
So what happens here on that internet?
Does he?
Yes. Okay, so that's what I wanted to get at. I wanted to because I thought you alluded to it. So what happens here? So what happens here is when he's talking to him on the guy tries to get his address out of him. And of course, he doesn't give the address and stuff. But before
but it freezes.
Yeah,
right?
before their connection goes all fucked up. But he learns in that moment too that his mom actually is the manager of the department store or whatever.
She owns it, doesn't it?
Yeah, or she owns it or something like that.
He learned that there.
Yeah. So that's where he learns it, and then it leads him to go get a job there. And then the whole firing thing, it's more of just a reason.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. Then
it kind of still is though, because like, how would he know that the mom was delivering the presents in the van and him?
Well, I just needed a reason for him to go to the department store. The idea that he had no reason was a too big of a coincidence, but he had a reason because he said something.
Yeah, he went specifically there because he knew that the kid's mom was part of that department store. He's like, well. They're hiring Santa Claus.
I still think it's a bit of a stretch, but I guess it's more believable.
Yeah,
well, it gives him a reason.
No, there actually is a reason. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, I knew that. I just meant like, how did he find? Well,
I wanted to go back on what Dave said because he said coincidence, and I'm like, no, it actually kind of.
I thought it was.
He goes there specifically.
I didn't see that part, so I was like, you can imagine how flabbergasted I was.
It is subtitles, and sometimes they move a little faster.
I also watched this
in that conversation.
I also watched this movie last year, also, so I was. It always stuck with me. Because it's very much like Home Alone to me.
When did the German disc get released?
Like a year ago. I remember reading an article.
October, November. I remember you were giving me shit for it. You're like, why the fuck would you buy that German? I'm like, why the fuck wouldn't I buy that German one? Yeah.
It wasn't that expensive. It was under 22.
Yeah, it was really cheap, actually. And I was like, you know what?
I mean, did you get the Vinegar Syndrome?
Well, of course I did.
Okay,
I bought both.
You didn't need the German.
I didn't even open my German.
Yeah, but dude, sometimes when you buy these movies, it's like, you don't know if they're getting released out in Region 1.
You can open his German one. Waste, Dave. Waste.
I'm very wasteful.
Yeah. I mean, I
heard what I said about Netflix, just being like, I ain't watched nothing for 3 months. I'm going to keep
it. Okay. So getting back into the film though, man, I got to say, man, like things I love about this movie, man. Honestly, dude, the setup is what it is. I think it's kind of interesting because if you were watching this shit back in 1989 and you're seeing like this internet type connection, you didn't even really know what the fucking internet was. You'd be like, what the fuck? There's this like weird direct computer line and shit. Like, I actually kind of really dig that.
I know what the internet is, and I still was confused on what the fuck he was doing.
Right? I know, it's so weird, but if you're watching it back then, you got to put yourself in that time. And
it's like a payphone, but a computer.
Right? Yeah, I was like, wait,
the technology.
So do you just randomly, like, so when you're on there, it just randomly goes to that system, or
it's like chat roulette, just goes to a random person.
Yeah, I know that's kind of the silly thing is that his connection was going straight to like the mall. Like anybody, he could have been talking to anybody. It wasn't just
Why
like
the hell would he think it was Santa then?
I don't know. It was. I mean, obviously he's very naive.
It was Santa.
He's trying to talk to Santa. Right?
His friend was telling him the whole time there's no fucking Santa, whatever. But this kid wanted to believe, right? That's kind of the cool thing about his character is that he's like a South Park character. You know, he's 9 years old, but he knows everything except for he's very 9 years old or 10 years old, right? You know. I kind of relate him to that.
It's really fucked up that it's not like he thinks this guy's like a derelict, like he think he is Santa. So he just sees Santa being a humongous dickhead.
It's because of what they told him. Like if you stay up late and you wait for Santa Claus, he's going to turn into an ogre because you saw him, right? That was already put into his mind. So when this shit starts going down, he believes what the loved ones had told him. I like that angle, right? Because that was already infused into his mind.
And he cuts the kid. That was surprising.
That's a cool thing. The one thing about this movie that kills me, man, every time I watch it, I've only seen it twice now, but is the fact that he has this trap door like in the middle of this mansion. I'm like, who the fuck has a trap door in the middle of their fucking house?
And his mom just lets it happen.
It's so ridiculous. It's the stupidest thing ever. Nobody would ever have a trap door like that. It's just so stupid. But
see, I like this movie, but it didn't like blow my shitter out that much. You know, I thought it was entertaining as it was, but it's not like something I was like, oh man, this is awesome.
It does help that none of us ever heard of it until a couple years ago. That makes it more exciting.
Well, no,
I know people are like,
I don't think it's an amazing movie.
I heard about this movie.
I kind of loved it a little bit.
I don't know.
Its charm.
I just liked it. I wouldn't say I loved it.
Probably 8-9 years ago, whenever I watched a YouTuber with his VHS and shit like that. But I'd actually forgotten about it for a long time.
Yeah, that might have happened to me too. Like, heard about it in passing and then just took mental note barely, because I never was going to get to see it. So it's like, whatever.
I think
it's one of those things where, like, I don't think it's an amazing movie, but I think that it's like a pretty damn fun experience, and like I'm very happy to own it. And this will be on rotation in the holidays.
You know what, man? I actually liked this movie more the second time I watched it. The first time was I didn't really know what I was. I just all I was thinking was Home Alone, but this time I kind of took it for what it was. And you know there is a lot of similarities, obviously, but you know again,
this movie not like insanely similar. It's just that what's that?
The core of it, man, it's a home invasion film where the kid's defending his
with booby traps.
I mean, the core of it is identical. There's no difference.
I mean, it's as close to Halloween as.
There's a lot of different elements
Friday
involved.
The 13th.
There's a lot of different elements that are different in the two films, but you know, I mean, again, what I like about this, it's got that American fucking 80s soundtrack too, which I think is pretty funny. Music's good,
the Tiger ripoff.
It's got those ripoffs and stuff.
The traps is like as important or part of the story as
he's got some cool gadgets though. You got to admit, man, his arm security system with the TV on it and shit, that's pretty fucking cool. And I like what he does when he tricks him to slingshot the tracker on his back and shit. I thought that was kind of cool. I mean, it's highly.
It made me want to watch Home Alone. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I wanted to watch Home Alone too.
I got the 4K. I got to pop it in.
I just got it.
What about number 2? Does it have a 4K?
No, but I have the blue.
I have the blue one.
What about number 3? Does it have a 4K?
No, it doesn't even have a blue.
There's not even a number 3. It doesn't even exist.
The
number 3 is not that bad.
Doesn't exist.
You know, man, I have that, you know, the paint can edition with all the films and stuff, and I've never seen past part 2.
What about part 4?
There's only 2 movies, guys.
I just said I've never seen past part 2.
Dude, no, I'm telling you, now after time has passed, watch part 3 and you'll be like, this is just Home Alone.
I'm not joking, man. The wife and kid watch part 3 all the time, and they both like it. So
it's good. It's just Home Alone. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I don't like.
It's just not Macaulay Culkin. Who names their son Macaulay Culkin?
I care about Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci.
Well,
no one cares about Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, they do. Come on, Kevin is awesome.
10 years old.
You know what had me going in this movie?
30, you're like, I like that Daniel Stern when he gets electrocuted.
You know what had me going in this movie, man? The scene where the killer Santa Claus in this film is when he's spraying himself with the fake snow.
White paint.
Well, it's
spray paint, wasn't it?
No,
his face.
I didn't know if it was.
I think it's fake snow. I think it's the spray snow. obviously, probably, because it would be easier access at that time.
How about it was silver spray paint and he didn't register it? He just
but
his whole face silver.
When he's spraying his fucking head and face and shit, and he's like missing areas, man, my OCD was just going off on. I was like, fuck that, man. Ugh. It drives me nuts, but I don't know. That's kind of cool, though. I like that scene, though. It's good stuff.
I don't have really anything else on this one. If you guys do, I don't know.
Either. I enjoyed it. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I think it's a nice little Halloween. I have a Halloween.
Support
Christmas
Vinegar
movie.
Syndrome. Pick up the 4K, so they keep doing it.
I'm surprised JP actually likes this movie. It's got booty traps in it. It's got booty traps.
Booby trap.
He's got some cool shit. Like some of the things are pretty cool, man. I like the little train thing, with the grenade and stuff. There's some cool stuff, man. But you gotta admit though, man, there's similarity. Like when he lights him on fire and shit like that.
Too.
What happens to Daniel Stern, and like I mean Joe Pesci and shit. Like when he gets on fire, like there's so many things in this film that you can kind of translate into Home Alone. It's kind of bizarre, but I think one of my favorite scenes in the film actually is like the odd fucking toy graveyard, man.
That is very cool.
That shit is really strange. Like it feels like where in the house is this, but it's obviously kind of in the basement deal. But like I don't know, man. And
I like the history of it too, where he says this was my dad's toys and my dad's toys, and my toys will be here too.
Yeah,
that's cool.
It's fucking cool, man. I think, but my all-time favorite part is the part where he traps him in the room and he's in the rug and he rolls out. That shit was awesome. Guys don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember that part. I'm serious.
Where he's rolled up in the rug.
And which one? The killer?
The kid is rolled up in the rug.
Okay.
And the killer Santa Claus walks into the room. He unrolls himself out of the rug, shuts the door, locks him in. All in one motion. Not one of you guys remember that fucking scene.
Nope.
No.
What? How does fucking three people on here, did you guys not watch the movie?
Yes.
I watched it.
Wait, what are we talking about? Sorry.
What the fuck, JP? You're such a dork.
I had to pee, man.
Okay, do you remember the scene where he's rolled up in the rug and he lures in the killer Santa Claus into the room and he unrolls and he locks him in the room in one motion? Thank you. At least 2 out of 4 here watched the goddamn movie.
Which room did he lock him in?
I don't know
all the rooms, man. There's fucking 100 of them.
No, but which room did he lock him in when he did the roll?
The thing is, I don't know what room this was because he had him like he was like almost fucking.
Are you talking about in the weight room where he locked him in the steam room?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess it is the steam room if you want to call it.
Yeah, he locked
the sauna,
him in
whatever.
the fucking sauna.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
That scene when he rolls out of the rug is fucking dope, man. That's a cool scene. Because you actually don't even realize that he's even in there at the point. That's kind of cool.
I can't register the rug. I really can't remember the rug at all. I remember how he locked him in and everything.
It caught me off guard both times I watched it. The first time I was like, what the fuck? He was in the rug? I was like, holy shit. And then even the second time I'd forgotten about it, so.
This is the one I watched last, so it's a little more fresh in my memory.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to talk about the next one, man.
Yeah, I can tell. I think you haven't said a thing about this one.
Me?
No, he said about what the fuck,
bro? I talked him I give up, dude.
He's so easy to get going. He just wants to talk about the Jew elements of fucking Santa's sleigh, man.
Decent kill count in it. There's like 5 people that get killed here. 6. All of them are off screen though.
Mm-hmm.
I like when he has the Santa costume. He delivers the toys, and they're like, "Oh, you're just a Santa this year. Very clever." And I'm like, "Damn, they really didn't think of that."
You know, one thing that this movie doesn't do that the next one does do is have a gnarly grandfather death. Ah, shit. Apparently no one caught that one. Okay. Wow.
What grandpa death? Grandpa Robert Culp?
In the next movie?
Yeah, Robert Culp's fine in the end of that movie.
Okay.
He's the angel.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but there's a moment. Okay.
I know.
Jesus
He's
Christ.
Fine. He's gonna be okay. Don't worry about him.
All right, ratings. Jeremy.
6.5. I liked it. Like I said, it didn't like blow my crapper out or anything, but I still had a good time with it.
Shitter.
Okay, thanks. 6.5.
Blow my crapper out? Who the fuck says crapper? Fucking weirdo. JP.
Yeah, this one to me is super cool. I think that it's, like I said, a rotation film. You know, every Christmas time when I have time, this is one that I would definitely consider. And that's cool to me, especially it came out in '89, man. I mean, that's awesome whenever you get a film that does that. So that aside, I do think it's a pretty good movie too. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it. I mean, it's just not amazing, but it's pretty good. You know, it got heart, which you want in a Christmas film. The relationship with the kid and his grandpa, I thought the kid was very likable. You know, the killer was creepy, which is good for me. I want to actually fear the killer and think that he's scary. A little unrealistic, but okay, we'll roll with that.
And Home Alone is really realistic, right?
Well, that's like slapstick, though.
Okay.
But
Home Alone's based on a true story.
And I also said we'll roll with it, so you fucker. But yeah, the snow and the atmosphere, very Christmassy. Some films don't pull that off always, you know what I mean? Especially
Silent Night.
Silent Night?
The first one. No snow.
Silent Night, Deadly Night?
I thought you were actually talking about the remake for a second. I was like, holy
Silent
shit.
Night. Yeah, I am. The remake has no snow.
There's snow.
In the remake?
It's just fake snow.
Yeah, it looks like shit.
Right, yeah, that's what those are the kind of movies.
Doesn't pull it off. That's how that's.
I do like Silent Night though. There's a good wood chipper.
It's
down.
not horrible, which is
Yeah, the wood chipper does.
It's more of a remake in name only.
Yeah, it's like a 6.5 out of 10 for that one. But anyway, this one is a 7.5 out of 10.
I enjoy the shit out of this one, man. I really second time watch. I kind of knew I was getting myself into this time around. I think this kid has one of the greatest mullets ever in cinema history. This one's right up there with fucking Kevin Dillon's from The Blob, in my opinion. It doesn't have the plumage, but it's got the attitude. And I think that's what counts. Honestly, shot really well. This movie legitimately feels cold. There's a great scene where the kid has to go out into the roof and stuff, and he's like, you can see the breath, you can see how cold he is and shit. You can tell the kid was fighting it off, man. It was legitimately fucking freezing while they were doing this, and I give him props for that shit too, man. He did a really good job. The one aspect of this film I really, really dig, man, is they really kind of point towards the fact that, you know, his mom is beyond a workaholic, right? Like, she loves her family and stuff, but you can tell that work is first. You know, and it kind of puts.
Yeah, you gotta afford to pay for that fucking mansion.
The heating must be ridiculous.
It's not even a mansion. It's a fucking castle, dude. That thing is ridiculous. It's a castle. But I kind of like that aspect because, you know, even though the kid is being watched by his grandfather, it's not that way. The kid is taking care of the grandfather, man.
The kid is watching the grandfather.
He's the man of the house, and it shows when what he has to do and stuff. You know, his grandfather's old, he's sick, he's a diabetic and things like that, and this kid takes the forefront and stuff. And I like how they play off like this kid he's fucking Doogie Howser, but
It reminded me of the relationship between Charlie and Grandpa Joe in Willy Wonka.
Yeah, how Grandpa Joe's lazy.
Exactly.
That's a good
you know, and
analogy.
That's exactly what I thought of too.
Yeah. And yeah, man, that whole aspect right there is fantastic to me. I mean, it adds kind of this, you know, some would say kind of a corny element to it, but I think it's actually it's personable. You know, and it's relatable too and stuff. And I think it really does work on how they did it. They don't really go too far into it, but I mean, you know, the end when he has to actually save him and shit, it's just, dude, I mean, you really fucking feel that shit, man. And I like how this thing is kind of like, it's kind of like a roller coaster, man. It has these moments. It has this really, really awful moment in it where this kid who believes in Santa Claus watches his hero fucking kill his dog. That is his hero. You know,
the dog was bad though.
Hey.
The dog wasn't bad. The dog was doing exactly what he
was
should.
on the naughty list. Did you see the naughty list?
Yeah,
he was on there.
But the dog was doing what he should have been doing, protecting.
Heaven, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing him a favor then.
I think it's great, man. I think there's a lot of fucking redeemable qualities here, man. And the casting on the killer Santa Claus is amazing. Like, this guy just looks like a fucking troll, someone that climbed right out from underneath the bridge. It's great shit, man.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's just legitimately good casting and, you know, just a lot of really great elements. But I'm coming in at an 8. Second time watch for myself. I think this one is really fucking fun, man. It's basically Rambo meets Home Alone in retrospect and hindsight. You know, it's like,
I do believe that's how the articles described it.
Do they? Probably. Well, it makes sense. I mean, this kid literally thinks he's Rambo in the beginning of the film, which, you know, and that's the other element of the film I love too, is that, you know, the kid spends a lot of time by himself with his grandpa. His grandpa's obviously old and decrepit and can't really do a whole lot, so the kid has to use his imagination. But, you know, the money that's involved in his upbringing really kind of contributes to like how his imagination can roll and stuff, and it allows him to do a lot of shit and stuff. And I think that's really cool, man. So, 8 out of 10 for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next.
Yeah, you're last.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's nobody else, dude.
Oh, there's not? Okay.
No, I usually anchor it, but I didn't want to this time.
No, I'm going to do 7. I could go with 7.5 on another watch. I enjoyed it, like I said. Honestly, though, if you think about it, there's not that many great Christmas horror movies. There's a lot of them.
Hey.
You got Silent Night, Deadly Night, Krampus.
Black Christmas.
Christmas Evil is my favorite.
Yeah, Christmas Evil's my favorite too. That one's great.
Mm-hmm.
I said there's not that many.
There's more, man. There's more.
I said great. This one is damn near close. Okay, so that's Deadly Games, whatever. I enjoyed it. 7. I could go to 7.5. I probably would go to 7.5. It's also a good gateway. Gremlins is another one. Great gateway movie we put in. You know, like 10, 13. You could show a kid very easily, even if they are a fraidy cat. They'd be fine with it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Might not want to show them Christmas Eve, though. That might fuck them up. That might fuck them up.
That's funny. Okay, sweet.
All right, so that is Deadly Games from 1989.
Grandpa, I want the truth about Christmas.
If it's the truth you want, then it's the scary truth you're gonna have.
According to the Book of Claus, Santa, Satan's only son, lost a bet and was forced to spread Christmas cheer. But now, all bets are off.
All right, so moving along here into a familiar year and territory in 2005. Are we surviving it yet?
How's 05 going for you boys? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Are you surviving it?
I'm at like 15. I don't know.
Wait until 2020's done with.
I've peppered in a few here and there. I'm only at 9. Carly's in the 20s. Which
I took advantage of certain area or times in the year, like 31 Days of Horror. I reviewed, I think, 4 of them there, and you know, there's been a couple films like this that have been killing 2 birds with 1 stone and shit like that. I'm around 25 right now, ish.
I did see Dave reviewed it on his video series, the House of Wax remake. And I was pleasantly surprised because that is one that I liked when it came out, but I think you were kind of misjudged that a little bit, Dave. That movie was hated when it came out.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I figured it was.
Absolutely.
It was Hilton, man.
I thought it looked like shit when it came out. I was like, I ain't watching that. And I figured a bunch of other people did that too.
That movie's
but then I watched it this time and I was like, this is fun.
You know what it was, man?
I'm looking forward to revisiting it on Thanksgiving. I found a copy at a Dollar General on Blu-ray.
Some of the marketing for that show for that movie was really bad though, because Paris Hilton was super popular at the time, and they really marketed it like she was, you know, like the star of it kind of thing.
No,
People were like,
they
were like, fuck
it like she was gonna die. They market it like see Paris Hilton die.
Maybe that's just what I remember her being.
She wasn't even bad.
Marketed in, yeah, like, and that's what I said even when I rewatched it too. I was like, she's not even that bad in it at all.
Overly hated in general. I read Steve-O's book and he said that she's like actually a really smart, nice person. And
she's selling a character.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, upon rewatching it, like I didn't hate it when it came out, but I didn't really care for it too much. But upon rewatch, it's actually pretty entertaining, man.
Yeah, I like it.
It's pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking
I like some of the
out.
effects, man. You know, what they did with it and stuff. So, which is kind of odd. Like I rewatched Tourist Trap. I rewatched Tourist Trap the other night because I got the Blu-ray.
Me too. Like 2 weeks ago.
And I feel like that just not just became, but I just rekindled my fucking love for that. Like that movie's
great.
Is amazing, dude. It is so odd and amazing. Like
that was Joe Bob's first film in his return.
Fuck, dude. I hadn't seen it in years. And rewatching this shit, I'm like, this might be one of the creepiest fucking movies. Like, it has this weird, like, telekinetic Carrie thing going on with this, like, weird kind of slasher elements and weird math. It's weird.
When they open their mouths, it's terrifying.
Dude, because he can make them talk.
Great too.
Oh, fuck, it's great, dude. It's so
That's
good,
a weird-ass movie.
It is,
But
man.
The House of Wax, which is beautiful, is the House of Wax is made of fucking wax. That end set piece is great.
Dude.
The fire.
When that shit's melting and stuff, man.
I like
it's
in
cool.
Dave's review, he listed off all these movies that have wax in them, and he's like, all wax movies are good.
I don't think I've ever seen a bad wax movie.
There is some good ones, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so film in question here from 2005 is Santa's Sleigh, starring the one and only Bill Goldberg.
That's so crazy, bro.
Bill Goldberg.
This movie is dying for a collector's edition.
Are you going to do the description before we can talk about it? Did you say it already?
No. All right. So, synopsis. Santa Claus is actually a demon who lost a bet with an angel.
That sounds so stupid.
So he becomes the giver of toys and happiness. But when the bet is off, he returns to all evil ways.
Yeah, what was it, like 100 years or something?
1,000, wasn't it?
1,000, yeah.
1,000
years.
I have to say, this is probably one of my favorite first-time watches of the year. I mean,
Wait, you never seen this before?
No.
It was the first time
Being a
watching
big wrestling fan, I figured you would have.
I just about threw up watching it, laughing so hard. It fucking killed me, bro.
The opening is
amazing. They're all Jews. It's hilarious.
They definitely. Almost everybody in this movie is Jewish.
I know.
Well, it's almost mean spirited because like he's coming back it seems like he's coming back just to kill Jews too throughout the whole thing. It's kind of fucking funny when you put it in perspective. I mean, I don't think you would ever see this movie being made 15 years later in 2020.
Well, it was made by a Jewish person, right?
I know, but I mean,
so
but people still get
it's ironic.
But people still take offense to this type of thing and stuff. Like there's obviously a motive here, right?
Happy Chanukah.
Well, they made Puppet Master Littlest Reich, and that's just about Nazi puppets killing minorities. And a lot of people did say that was very mean spirited and didn't like it, but it got made.
I mean, but this one's pretty blatant. Like, I mean, there's like the scene where the deli owner gets fucking killed by the Jewish candle.
I love Sal Rubinex in this movie. That whole scene in the deli is great too, when that lady's arguing with him.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of the movie.
Fuck you!
That's my favorite part.
Yeah, fucking
whore. 425 make it easier. That might be.
He takes off a quarter and he's like, okay.
Dude, that old lady's the best.
And she's like, get rid of all the political bullshit. Say Merry Christmas.
Yeah, like she looks over the chick and she's like, fucking whore.
I literally would have kicked her out of like, get out of here.
Dude, she's
Take your
so fucking brutal.
And choke on it.
So brutal.
Jeremy, let me ask you this. What was like the height of Goldberg's popularity? I know it was in the 90s, but was he still doing shit in 2005?
No.
Not really.
He was already done wrestling at this point. Yeah.
Didn't they already merge WWF?
Well, I
and
don't
WCW?
think he's still done wrestling now. Right?
No, he was gone for a good 10, 12 years. And remember, he came back and it was that huge fucking deal and stuff. But yeah, he didn't really. Like Goldberg's popularity was quite short.
WCW kind of.
Yeah. Remember when they were like, "Hey, it's the match you wanted to see forever: Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar." It's like, no, we wanted to see Stone Cold versus Goldberg. No one gives a fuck about Brock Lesnar.
The thing about Bill Goldberg, though,
WWF keep trying to push Brock Lesnar on everyone.
Like his gimmick, man, was I mean,
and he fell on his head and almost killed him.
Well, the thing with the whole thing with Goldberg that was kind of a shame though, is because his gimmick was like once it runs out, it's kind of like it's done. Like who's next? Who's next? Because once he loses,
he was a shitty wrestler.
Well, and
once he loses, it's over.
And that's what I'm saying. His gimmick.
I think there was a match where they went like longer with like Kevin Nash or something, and it really showed. Even when it was on when I was a kid, I was like, this feels sloppy.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. That gimmick was like it was just detrimental to his career, man.
But that's WCW in a nutshell, man. They would have something gold and they would just milk the fuck out of it.
Yeah, but they were terrible at. They didn't know how to work those angles. It worked better when he got to WW, I guess F at the time or E or whatever. But yeah, but like once he lost, it was over.
Goldberg's angle never worked in WWF ever.
Jeremy would know.
It did.
He only worked in WCW. Goldberg was washed up by the time WWF. He was in WWF.
No, he did pretty good shit there, man. I just watched the fucking thing with him and Stone Cold there, man. Like he did pretty good there. And then
he only lasted like a fucking month, like a year maybe at most.
But you know why he didn't last there? You know why he didn't last there? Because he fucking hurt every single person he wrestled.
Yeah, he almost killed Brock.
That's why he didn't last there, dude. It wasn't because he wasn't popular and shit. It was
the
because
worst WrestleMania match.
He literally hurt everybody. Nobody wanted to work with him, and Vince knew that shit.
What was that one in Abu Dhabi that was like a
Goldberg versus Undertaker.
Dude, that was not good either, bro.
He knocked himself out by running into the turnbuckle.
You know,
I just remember
if Goldberg had learned how to wrestle properly, he could have been a big star, man, for sure.
He was a huge star.
He needed the talent, though.
He was a big draw.
Yeah, but in WCW,
he was the biggest star in WCW.
But nobody cared about
the biggest star in WCW.
No. They cared at that time, dude. You're misremembering.
No,
WCW was beating WWF.
Dude, he was the biggest wrestler ever at one point.
Yeah, they were beating him in the ratings for 6 months. I know. Everyone always remembers that WCW was taking the reins and shit like that, but you hear everybody that was in WCW at the time, they're like, they had no idea what the fuck they were doing, man. The ratings were big for like 6 to 8 months, and then WWF took back over the reins and shit, and that's why everyone back over.
They go back and forth. They were.
It was very competitive. They did a whole like documentary series on the network called Monday Night Wars. Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It was really good.
And
Eric Bischoff was the problem.
Know what they're doing because they closed.
Bischoff was an idiot. Everyone that ever worked with him said that guy was a moron. They always had these great gimmicks, great angles and shit, and they never knew how to fucking exploit them properly.
Well, they had 450 guys on their roster. They had so many guys on their roster, and none of the big wrestlers wanted to talk.
And they overpaid them.
They didn't want to wrestle. They wanted to talk. So they had like 45 minutes of Hulk Hogan and 40 of his friends standing in the ring talking and not wrestling, and then you have Saturn wrestling fucking Goldberg every
and the talent they did have, like Chris Jericho and Eddie Guerrero and all those guys, they
wrestled.
Push them.
They pushed Sting. That was about it.
Yeah, they made all the fucking Mexican guys wrestle, and all the other guys would just stand there and talk. That's WCW in a nutshell. And then all the guys with names, like fucking, you'd see like guys you don't even know, like fucking Bob Wilderhorn's wrestling fucking Big Ogre John. You're like, who are these bums? I want to see Hulk Hogan wrestle. He doesn't wrestle anymore. He talks.
Because they weren't setting up anything properly with those guys. That was the thing.
No, but then like WCW was killing WF because they had fucking Doink the Clown.
Yeah,
that's what they had.
WWF was
Doink was awesome, but Dink was even better.
Oh, God.
Dink was amazing. Little midget Dink. Dink was amazing.
Why didn't they ever make a Dink action figure?
They should have, man. It should have just been like a floppy penis. It would have been amazing.
Popped out of the back.
This movie's nothing but toilet humor and one-liners, and that's about it.
But it works.
Oh no, it has a very cute Emily DeRaven though.
You know what's awesome about this movie?
The ending is total assballs. It ruins the whole fucking movie. It like just ends. It's like, oh, this is it.
It loses steam towards the end. I'm not gonna lie.
It does lose steam.
It's just over.
You know, I feel like this movie. The reason why it ends like that is because they were possibly setting this up for a sequel. And what they did. You guys watch the post-credit scene, which is obviously a big shout out to WWF.
What happens in it? Refresh me.
It basically just cuts back to.
Hey, we don't spoil on these.
To Goldberg as Santa Claus, and it literally he just kind of looks at the camera and says, "Who's next?"
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no, I didn't watch that.
Anyways, it's it's like 2 seconds. It's literally after like 7 minutes of credits.
An airport.
It's kind of like the Bruce Campbell cameo and the Evil Dead fucking
pretty much
sequel
about the same amount of time.
Everybody's like, that's the best part of the movie. It's like, fuck off, dude. He fucking did it in his apartment. He did it in his apartment on a fucking Tuesday.
on a Tuesday. But yeah,
happy Chanukah. That's my favorite line in the movie, which is like, have a happy Chanukah.
I was told that Goldberg met his wife on this film.
He did
at the strip club.
He did actually. Yeah, I saw that on this Stone Cold Steve Austin podcast when he was on there. He was talking about how he met his wife on this film. It was pretty crazy.
He talked about Santa Sleigh.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, dude. Don't you think this needs a collector's edition, dude? Like,
it needs at least a Blu-ray. And at least a Blu-ray. I'm still watching my fucking DVD I watch every fucking year.
It's Lionsgate, dude. Vestron, hit them up.
Yeah,
why not? Get some interviews on there.
Yeah,
the Dick in the bush jokes in the police station where he's like, Officer Dick put it in the bush.
That part cracked me up. When he was like, who do you like better? He's like, I like Cox better. No, it was dumb. It was dumb shit. Like, but it made me laugh because
dude, the fact that there's a curling match, the curling match is so prevalent in this movie.
They even do the old flashback, like Rudolph the Reindeer and Frosty the Snowman. They do the claymation shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
That's cute. That's super cute. Nice shout out.
I love that it's curly, man. It's so goddamn Canadian. That's hilarious.
The kill count's really high too, man. He fucks a lot of people up.
He does, and he's just unforgiving in this
first scene, bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a lot of
that
good
Like, who's in that first scene, man? We got Rebecca Gayhart's in there, Chris Kattan,
James Caan.
Fran
James
Drescher, James Caan.
Who's uncredited because he wanted nothing to do with the movie.
So like, I wanted to know about that. Why
I don't know.
did he just disassociate? Because he did like one quick little scene. It's ridiculous, but
He probably didn't want to be on credit. I think there's probably stuff with SAG, and he probably did it as a favor.
Probably.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point. Dave.
He does other things like that too. He was in a couple real low budget movies.
It makes sense. I mean, I've heard of people doing things because of SAG, and I've heard people doing stuff because they were doing it as favors, or they just they didn't get paid for it, so they didn't want being credited. Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of that, and he's in that movie for like 10 minutes. So it happens. It's SAG shit.
I love the fact that Dave Thomas plays the fucking dirty pastor in this film. That's amazing. Fuck.
Yeah.
So good, man. So good. I like when he's reading out the names. The fucking names is so funny.
Yeah. They always told me Goldberg was awful in this, and like, yeah, he's a wrestler, but he's fine. He's completely.
He's fun. I think he's good.
I think he's hilarious.
Dude, his acting is legitimate in this,
over
man.
the top character.
Yeah, it's decent. I like.
His one-liners don't come off cheesy to me. They come off like he's got that wrestling one-liner kind of thing, but it works. He's the tough demon Santa Claus, man. It's amazing.
Like to me, it doesn't necessarily feel like just Goldberg in a Santa Claus costume. Like it feels like this badass demon Santa.
Mm-hmm. But it makes sense because given the storyline, if you were ready to go after 1,000 years, wouldn't you be fucking pissed off and raging and shit like that?
He's pissed, man.
He's totally pissed. He's out for revenge, and I love this. It's mean-spirited. It's potty humor. It's everything I like in movies, man. It's got tits. It's got ridiculous characters. It's got ridiculous dialogue. It's got...
Right, and it has that cute-ass Emily the Raven, which you guys don't seem to care about.
You got me a gun. What are you, fucking retarded?
Dude, that fucking scene is so funny. Yeah, that's the chick from the Hills Have Eyes remake, right?
And Lost, which is how I know her.
I don't know her. Don't know her from Lost. Never seen it before. But
she was great in Lost.
Yeah, I remember from Hills Have Eyes remake for sure.
You got me a gun? Are you fucking retarded?
I know. Again, it's dialogue like that you just would never hear in today's movies again. I love that. It's just so fucking blatant.
Man, this movie's weird time frame too. Like it feels like it belongs at the same time as Uncle Sam and Jack Frost, but it's still like 5 years too late. Man, this was like a late carryover from the late 90s. I feel like I don't know where this
weird
fits
like
in.
that, man.
Yeah, I don't. Evil Ed, maybe something. I don't know where the fuck it fits. Really weird, strange tone and everything.
But one thing I love about this movie is that they actually go through for a 70. I think the movie runs 71 minutes before the credits run. Like this movie is fast.
All these movies cruise
like
by, dude.
It rips, dude. But they take the time in this movie to explain this mythology, this fake mythology about how and why he's a fucking demon and how he lost this bet and he's this demon for 1,000 years and stuff. I love that fact that they actually explain this and make complete sense. I think that's actually really cool and it's done well. They took the time to give you this big ass book and it's all illustrated and shit. Like as mean-spirited as this movie may seem on the outside and how potty humor it is and stuff, it has elements of actually decent filmmaking. Like it gives you things in there.
I'm just surprised JP likes it because he's not really into the potty humor kind of stuff. I'm surprised that he likes it.
No, I've always liked this movie.
You don't like the dick and fart jokes very much, like me and Moods.
Dude, I love the kids.
This is actually one of the first when I started collecting in like 2010. Dude, this is one of the first titles I got.
Fucking part I love, man, is when they're showing the kids opening up their presents, the fucking potty mouth kids. Yeah. And one kid's like, my fucking present. He's like, let's open up some motherfucking presents. They fucking blow them up.
Hey, doesn't the grandma say? She's like, fuck.
Oh my god, that shit is so funny.
Dude, fuck.
I was laughing so hard watching this movie last night. And I watch this movie like every year. And the wife was like, what the fuck is so funny down there?
Dude, I said, I was almost throwing up. I was laughing
dude,
so hard.
Any movie that can make me laugh that hard after so many watches is brilliant to me, man. Because it's the comedy I love, dude. I love that shit, man.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I still think the deli sandwich arguing is the best.
Yeah, that shit's fucking funny, man.
$4.50? How about $4.25? You got it. Happy holidays. Don't give me that BC bullshit. Say happy
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Fucking horror.
Wouldn't you have kicked that lady out of the store right away if you owned it? I'm
so
like, get
funny.
out. She's like, well, I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Honestly, I wouldn't have kicked her out because she was so filthy and so grumpy. I would have just loved to hear more of that shit, man. It was amazing.
Nobody's talked to me like
it
that in the
reminded me
store.
of like Ethel from Friday 5.
Yeah,
Never seen it.
Kind of.
I would have
That's
asked the lady,
just-
like, how much shit you want in your sandwich? She's like, what? I'm like, you keep talking it, you're going to get it in your sandwich, okay? If I own the business, who's going to
You
fire
have
me?
no patience for people, dude.
I can't do
It's
retail
great.
anymore. I'm not that mean anymore. I am now at work sometimes.
Oh yeah,
but
you
hey.
did work retail for a while, huh?
Yeah, I worked
never
at
worked
Big
retail.
Lots years back.
When Goldberg shows up on Christmas and he's like, "We're closed, but the Chinese restaurant across the street is open," I was like, "Oh, there you go."
Yeah, I know. I remember my Arab friends used to go get Chinese on Christmas Eve because they're like,
I've
they don't
done
give
it
a fuck.
before.
Yeah.
Dude, I love when he fucking rolls up on those carolers and he just starts fucking annihilating them. That shit made me laugh too, man. He pulls that one old lady and fucking pulls her back and she like smashes on the fucking steps.
He actually did that
Jesus
to her for real,
Christ, man. I'm like, you fucked her up, man.
She owed him $5.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. Lock in some new teeth.
I wonder if Goldberg hurt everybody on the set too.
I feel like when he
He's just
speared
really beating the shit out of people.
when he speared the Jewish jelly owner there through the meat glass or whatever, like, and then he
Sal Rubinex.
yeah, Sal Rubin, exactly. And then he fucking hangs him up with the menorah fucking candle, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit's amazing. That was my 2-word review, menorah manslaughter, because that shit makes me laugh.
It's a fun movie.
It is, man. There's just so many
is
memorable
fun,
scenes.
man.
Like, it's just one of those things that you can just watch over and over again. And again, it's short but sweet. And I do agree, man. The ending is a little bit. It almost
Shitty.
feels a little bit abrupt. You know, it's like I wish they had. I wish the game, you know, to settle the score would have gone on a little bit more and had a little bit more.
It's like bazooka, game over. That's it.
Well, he cheats.
Movie's
I
over.
mean, obviously you knew it was coming because like in the original game, who the fuck would go first in that game? Obviously, the second guy going is just going to knock your shit in there and you're fucking done, right? It's curling. Anybody knows curling, that's how it works. So, but yeah, so of course, by him going first and then he throwing him down the fucking hole, of course that was going to go down, but it is what it is.
Curling's one of those weird things where I'm like, how is this popular?
Dude, if you've ever curled in your life, man, I used to think the same thing when I was a kid. I was like, what the fuck is with curling? Because I was a hockey player. You actually curl, and you're like, damn, this shit is fun as fuck. And there's so many hot curlers. Dave.
Yeah, they all have big fake titties. Like, come on, man.
No, there's so many good looking. Fuck, it's crazy.
This was surprisingly sleazy for how goofy it was too.
The strip club scene, right?
Well, also it almost feels like kind of like kiddie, like the kid and the girl and stuff. It almost feels like family oriented, like with them.
It's a weird
It's
tone.
like-
Like I can't pin it.
I love the whole thing that who the grandpa is and stuff. I like that whole thing. You know, it's not really much of a mystery. It's like a goofy mystery. Like his grandpa's like super paranoid and he's got like this whole kind of fucking bunker set up in his basement and shit. And you're like, I wonder where this is leading. It's like, fuck. But I guess that's part of the joke though, right?
Yep. Good luck guessing on where it leads. You know.
I mean, you
know
know
that, but it's completely ridiculous too.
I don't know. They set it up like it's, you know, like it's pretty obvious what it
They also
is.
set up that nutcracker, but it's real obvious.
Mhm.
I mean, like if you didn't know that nutcracker was coming in at the end, then you don't know movies.
Mhm. Yeah, but when they take
yeah,
when they take out the physical grandpa in this, man,
Why you gatekeeping, dog?
like that
Why you
shit
gatekeeping?
that shit made me laugh so fucking hard again last night.
Man, how was I supposed to know?
I was
love
gonna say,
movies.
what's up with that guy in the fucking convenience store, dude? It's like he stands out like a sore thumb. It's hilarious.
Which guy? Oh,
the guy,
Tom
the black guy,
Lester?
the black guy at the
That's
convenience
Debo.
store.
That's Tom Lister. I don't know why he's in this movie. He's in it 5 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, wow, Debo.
You know, part I like,
Tom
man.
Lister. He's
I
in, like,
didn't even
800
remember
movies.
that. man.
He shoots
He
him
gives
in the
extra
chest.
money. He gives him extra money. He gives him a $5. He's like, "Merry Christmas."
Weren't they filming like Friday After Next during this time?
Yeah, that dude's in every movie ever made.
You know what part I like, man, is when he shoots him in the chest with the chestnut and he's like, chestnut.
Don't say that.
Fucking shit's so stupid.
So stupid.
I love how, like, you can totally tell this movie's super Canadian, not only because of the curling obviously is a dead giveaway, but the fact that they incorporated like a whole native scene. And it's just so it's almost super racist because the guy goes up to him and he's like, I know you've been dreaming about this entire life about hunting flying bucks. and he's talking about shooting down the fucking reindeer and shit. I'm like, oh my god, seriously, you're talking to a native like this? It's ridiculous. I know you guys really don't get it because you're not Canadian, but all the Canadian listeners out there probably understand what the fuck I'm talking about right now. But like, just for anybody to go up to someone and be like, I know you've been dreaming about this your entire life, shooting down a flying buck. Yeah. Anyways, it's funny as fuck to me, but kind of racist though. Actually, super racist, to be honest.
I see. Racist towards Canadians or natives?
Natives, because he specifically went to the native, and flying bucks because they're hunters. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's no such thing as one. Yeah.
Of course not.
Oh man, yeah. I watching that shit over and over again. I'm like, oh my god, you would never see that in movies nowadays. There's just no fucking way.
I think you would. I just think you'd take backlash more than you would normally.
You might be able to get away in Canada a little bit more. I don't know. I don't think we're as PC
like I said,
as the
Littlest
States have
Reich,
become.
man. Littlest Reich was way more.
Yeah, that was pretty hardcore.
Yeah, that was way more. They were like cutting off people's heads and they're pissing on their face and shit. And then there was like literally just killing minorities and like gay people the whole movie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like
and there's Nazi puppets.
Like there's even a joke in the end and stuff when Goldberg's at the fucking airport and stuff, and they're talking about. He's like, oh, is that Satan? He's no, it's Satan. And the girl working at the tills or at the airport thing, she's like, oh, like the hockey player, right? Because it's Satan, the hockey player. Yeah. So another Canadian joke right there. See, again, you guys just didn't get it because
nope,
Canadian.
Nope. We're American.
Which, I'm pretty sure there's hockey down there, and you should know Satan because he played for Buffalo and don't know hockey. Okay.
Don't watch hockey.
When did he play for Buffalo?
Played for the Oilers too. When he played for Buffalo, I can't remember the years.
I don't know anything about hockey like pre 2007, and even then, it's very little.
Yeah. But even having Dave Thomas, that's fucking amazing.
Jason
awesome.
wears a hockey mask. That's cool.
I never thought about it. I wish I had another Canadian on this fucking review right now, so you guys could. At least I could talk to them about. That's the thing, man. Fucking deal with Americans all the time. Jesus Christ. It's like just crickets over and over
freedom
again.
Isn't free.
Freedom isn't free. Just it's folks like you and me. We're building the ladder to heaven. I love that episode.
Dude, that's an American thing.
I'm Santa Claus, not fucking Dracula. That's another good line.
That was a great line too. He has lots of good one-liners. Doesn't it ends on a hockey rink? This is very Canadian. Every time a movie has a huge scene in a hockey rink. Like I think Wolf Cop 2.
Oh my
Another
God.
Wolf Cop was literally the most Canadian thing I've ever seen in my life.
Dude,
but I liked it.
You have no idea. There's jokes in Wolf Cop 2 that I didn't even get the first time around, and then I watched it the second time. I was like, this might be the most Canadian shit in the history of cinema.
I said that right after I saw it. I was like, this is the most
brewery
movie
that's
I've
in a
seen.
fucking ice rink, for one thing.
And they also throw Kevin Smith in there, who's not Canadian, but is like honorary Canadian.
Well, he's obsessed with the Oilers, right? Which is hockey, right? It's so weird.
Vancouver.
He's like from
He
New
went
Jersey.
to school in Vancouver.
Yeah, actually, my buddy Nate went to school there shortly after Kevin Smith had left, but I guess not shortly, but a few years. But yeah, anyways, but yeah, it's weird. Like Kevin Smith is like obsessed with hockey and the Oilers out of all teams. It's weird.
Yeah, he owns the rights to the original Degrassi.
And he's a big
fucking
you're right.
distribution.
That's right. That's right.
And
Which is the most Canadian shit ever.
Movie, they're yoga hosers.
Oh, I still haven't seen it yet. Actually, it just
Is
didn't.
it
sit-
Canadian? I feel like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the Great White North trilogy. Wait for Moose Jaws.
If Johnny Depp's character from that movie was a real person, I would execute him.
I mean, did you
gotta
see
be the
Tusk, right? You saw
Yeah,
Tusk.
I'm talking about that character. That's the worst character I've ever seen in a movie.
No. All right, what do we got? What do we got?
I like Tusk, man. I thought Tusk was pretty good.
Tusk is fun.
The rest of Tusk is fine. I can't stand Johnny Depp, which makes the movie average.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
I hate him that much in that movie. I don't hate Johnny Depp. I just hate that character so much.
You're such a hater.
Dude, it's so bad. Ask
6.5 for
Well, I don't like Johnny Depp anymore because apparently he like beats his wife or some shit. So that's not cool.
And I heard he gets beat by his wife too.
I'm just joking. I don't care. I think that's all bullshit, anyways. But
All right, what do we got for
I'll beat
ratings?
them both up.
who went for what was it? Jeremy?
I went
last.
I went first.
I think I'm next.
Yeah.
Okay, so Santa's Sleigh is fun. I've always liked it. I mean, you got this curling thing. You got a buffalo. What is it? A buffalo or an ox?
Buffalo.
It's so ridiculous. I think Bill Goldberg is really likable as this mad Santa. I actually like the lead and Emily DeRaven. They're fun. I enjoy their little relationship thing together and the process. Pretty good movie. I've always liked it. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Oh, is it me? I love this movie, man. I think it's great. I think it's really funny. Like little things like the main characters are Nicholas and Mary, you know, just stupid shit like that. I always get a kick out of that, man. I think it's, again, going back to like the whole explanation and, you know, the mythology behind the whole story and stuff with how it was basically like the second Immaculate Conception with, you know, the demon or the devil's son being born out of fucking or through Immaculate Conception shit. I'm like, that's like the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. Do you think the demon would just, or the devil would like not just have fucked his girl? Right? I think it's like so ridiculous, but
well, he's impotent.
Do they actually say that though?
No, I just made that up.
Right? Like, that's the thing, right? I mean, I get the whole Immaculate Conception with God and Mary, like that whole thing, but like, if we're going on the opposite end of the spectrum, do you think that that's...
If you were kicked out of heaven, you couldn't get it up either modes.
Maybe not, but I don't know. I just always, I think that explanation is really fucking funny. It's like the second Immaculate Conception, you know, he was born, you know, through this, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man.
It starts off like you're listening to that story, and you're like, okay, maybe, and then it says all that shit, and you're like, wait a minute, and then it goes, not right. This isn't right.
It's telling you real mythology, like that people actually believe in, that gets into the second Immaculate Conception. And it's
like I remember listening to it, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, that's not right. That's not true.
It's so fucking funny.
I was like, what?
I love every time I hear it. I'm just like, it's so fucking stupid. It's amazing. I love it. Oh man, dude. But yeah, man. Honestly, dude, this shit is. I don't just love it because it's crazy Canadian. It's funny to me because there's so many things in here that are just like, oh my god, that is so funny. Like just having Dave Thomas in there as a dirty priest and shit. I mean, it's fucking Bill and Doug, man. Come on, classic shit.
Yeah, Strange Brew, Kids in the Hall, right?
Yeah, Strange Brew was filmed in my home city actually. But yeah, no, I love Dave Thomas. It's great, man, and just him playing that character is awesome. But honestly, I think Bill Goldberg does a really good job in this film. I think he was perfectly casted, man. It's a fun ride. There's really no downtime in this, man. I mean, obviously, right from the opening scene in the film, which he just completely obliterates fucking a whole pile of Jews. Which
Fran Dresser.
It's so fucking funny, dude. It's hilarious. Like everyone just gets in. It's super mean spirited through the whole film, and I think it's played off and done really well in a mean spirited way too. I mean, like you said, it's made by Jews, so I mean, it kind of comes off as being, you know, kind of respectful. I guess if other people made it, it might be taken a little bit different way, but you get it. We get it, you know. The Necronomicon, seriously? You're going to say it like that? That's ridiculous. So I'm taking a whole point off for that shit, but this is actually one of my favorite Christmas-related horror movies of all time. I can watch this shit over and over again. 9 out of 10 for me.
Oh, wow.
Love it. I watch this shit every year. It's literally a staple for me. Last few years, I watch it every year. I love it.
Coming in high.
I love it.
On Christmas Evil. Santa Slay. I'm getting tired. Sorry.
You're pulling a Jeremy there, bro.
Yeah. What about you, Dave?
Okay. This first time watch. It started off, I loved the pace. It was a lot of fun. And I probably would have came in at a 7 for first time watch. I got to jump it down to a 6.5 because I gave Deadly Games a 7. I think Deadly Games is a better movie. But I do like this. This is very fun. This is one that it should be watched with a group, though. I think that it would be better with a friend, over a couple people. Watching this by yourself, I don't think it gives it justice. No, but it's very easy.
Absolutely not, man. I'm pissing myself every 5 minutes. I don't care. I have no shame. Yeah, I don't care who's hearing me laughing.
You've already seen it a few times, though. So the first time watch by myself, it just wasn't effective. You know what I mean? I liked it, but it lost its steam towards the end for me.
Yeah,
I don't know. I enjoy it. I think it's very funny, but I think the best 2 scenes happen in the first 15 minutes. I think it does kind of suck. Sal Rubinex. Well, it's not even. It's hard when you have the best 2 scenes in the beginning. It's hard to keep that pace.
No, I think the opening scene is just really good. I think there's a lot of really great scenes throughout the film and stuff. But then again, there's like a lot of, you know, kind of inside Canadian jokes in there too. You might not have fully grasped too. Like I said, you know, with the native and shit like that, like approaching someone asking to shoot down a flying fucking buck is ridiculous. It's just completely and utterly stupid as fuck because, yeah. But anyways, I get it.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad at all. I enjoy it for sure. I gave it higher than Contaminations, 6.5.
So you hated it.
You know you're getting fucking hated on for this, right? Like, guaranteed, Derek has already heard this by now, and he's already
heard it. He's already wrote
away,
the angry letter. He's already called my congressman.
Oh, fuck. You know what part I forgot in the movie, man?
He hates Canadians, and now he hates Jews, too?
Dude.
What is this?
You know what part is fucking hilarious, man, is when fucking Bill Goldberg is like, it's like, how the fuck did you guys find me? And he starts telling everyone, like, how he found him and stuff like that. And he's like, I found the letter, or he read the letter and stuff from Nicholas, and then he starts reading the letter, and he's like, and by the way, I want a fucking easy bake oven.
Yeah, he fucking lied. Like, he always asks for something, then they give him easy bake oven, and he actually asks for the fucking easy bake oven.
Right. Yeah. I just like how he looks over at his girlfriend or whatever, and she's just like, what the fuck? I love that, man. It's great. Anyways, Jeremy.
Yeah, I had a fun time with this one. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I can see what Dave's talking about when he says it's probably better if you watch it with a crowd, but
yeah.
I still had a blast, so I gave it a 7.5.
I would love to watch this with a bunch of people, you know, but
in a theater would be pretty amazing. One of Jeremy's like retro marathon things that they do.
I think when I open up my retro theater in 2029 when COVID's done, I think this might be my Christmas film. Watch that with a bunch of fucking Canadians and shit. I think it'd be fun as fuck.
Put it on with Jack Frost 2.
No,
Jack Frost 2.
Jack Frost 1 maybe.
Sounds it has a premise that sounds funny, but in retrospect, it's the most retarded.
That might be the only movie to get a 1.5 out of 30.
It's retarded.
Combined.
A snowman in the fucking in the Caribbean.
People say we're too hard on that movie.
What, Jack Frost 2?
Yeah, we gave it 1.5 out of 30.
We've had a lot of people that say.
Listen to this.
1.5 out of 30.
Used to have movie nights. He used to have movie nights sometimes, and we were just hanging out. And he rented Jack Frost 2, and he had a couple of drinks, and there was like 5 or 6 of us. He got up to use the bathroom, and it was like 10 minutes into Jack Frost 2. I was like, this is fucking unwatchable. So I fast forwarded like 35 minutes into the movie when he was taking a piss, and he walked out and sat, and he was just like slightly confused but didn't notice. I fast forward like 40 minutes because I was just like, I am not watching this whole movie. I thought it was only like 30 minutes long.
And then it ended, and he's like, man, that felt kind of short.
Like, there was no like killer snowballs when he was in the bathroom. They come out, they're like on the ground. They're just like fucking stupid. Such a bad fucking movie. I regret nothing.
That's funny.
And I was like, oh, dude, I don't want to watch this. You know it's bad. Why are you doing this?
Fun fact, whenever I met Carly, I think this was one of the first movies that when I told her I podcasted, it was preparing for that show. And I think she watched. I was like, dude, Jack Frost 2 is so bad. And she like watched it on YouTube to see what I was talking about.
That was Steve's only show. Steve was on that show.
Yep.
And then you guys had hot, steamy sex right after.
That was that last episode in the JF1 era, too.
Would you stop abbreviating? That shit is obnoxious as fuck.
Let's talk about some killer children.
All right. So that is Santa's Slave from 2005.
Oh, the best day of the year. And everybody.
Now this is heaven. Can I have some?
We don't hit kids here, Jonah.
All right, so moving on to the third and final featured review here for episode 199 from 2008. It's called The Children. Synopsis.
The children.
A relaxing Christmas vacation turns into a terrifying fight for survival as the children begin to turn on their parents.
Wait a minute. When's it? This takes place during Christmas?
It actually takes place. It actually takes place a few days after into New Year's. They go
Is
there.
there a bus? There's a bus in this movie, right?
What?
No,
Fuck
it is.
yeah, I'm just kidding.
It is not.
No,
It's not the
about
trauma. It's not the trauma one. But yeah, no. Technically, this one doesn't take place. It takes place during the Christmas holidays, but it takes place right at New Year's. That's why the family goes to their friends' houses for like a New Year's party kind of thing.
I saw this in the theaters in like 2018. One of the best theatrical experiences I've had. The crowd ate this shit up, dude.
In 18, did you say, or 8?
18.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
18.
This is way better than I expected it to be. This is actually a really bleak fucking movie.
Yeah,
this was a first time watch for me. You know what's funny?
Me too.
The I didn't realize that it wasn't Christmas, but it technically it wouldn't be a Christmas. Well, it doesn't take place on Christmas, but we've always said in or around Christmas.
I was kidding.
It takes place a couple days before New Year's. So, like, I mean, if a movie takes place between Christmas and New Year's and it still has the appeal of Christmas,
and give it that, like, they bring presents.
It's the holiday spirit, and it's still Christmas related, right?
Right. Yeah.
That kid's a little bastard.
I've always heard really good things about this movie, but I just never watched it for whatever reason. And now, after the summer series, I had 2008, and I think it was briefly brought up by Duncan, but I would have actually probably pushed this a little harder.
It's a great fucking movie.
I've championed this movie for years.
In 2008.
What's that?
I've always heard good things about this movie.
I've
Was
always
there any
championed
turds
this
in
one.
2008 you guys had to cover?
Not really. I mean, maybe the one that Duncan picked,
Baghead
could have been
okay.
replaced.
I like that movie.
But yeah, this this is a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
I like how they set up all the family pretty quick. Like, they all obviously have problems with each other. They set their personalities. You have, like, the one guy who's trying to make money off that virus
the
vaccine.
Stepdad.
And they basically fucking get fucked by a virus in the movie. And then you have,
do you think it had anything to do with that?
I think he did.
No.
You don't think he did?
No, I think it's just.
I don't think it's a
unfortunately-
virus at all.
What do you think it is?
I think it's pure evil.
No, it's a virus.
No.
They keep
I don't-
showing clips of fucking viral footage.
I don't think it's a virus,
and they
man.
all get sick. They all get sick.
Of course they get sick, but only the kids get sick. And you know why?
Because it only affects kids. Because viruses are like that. Just like that one virus we
But it
had
affects
before.
her at
this
the
virus.
end, and she's
So-
not a kid.
Because she's a teenager.
So-
It might take longer. Viruses work on different people's immune systems.
That's an interesting way to.
That's
Yeah.
a
Well, no,
that's how
that-
viruses work.
That's exactly
Literally
what an
virus
argument
work.
could be, but I don't think it is, man. I honestly don't think it is.
So
Why
you think
would
all
they
these
show
kids
germs
just
then
run
and
fucking
viruses?
crazy?
So when you
and
get to
everything like
when you get to the end of this film and you see all the kids literally coming out of the woodworks, how do you explain that?
It's because they all got sick.
But how did the viruses spread?
Like
Okay,
Maybe
over
at
a weekend?
school?
I don't
Yes,
think
they
it's
do.
as easy as just a virus though, because literally
I do.
see the way I see it though, man. The second the family pulls up here, their little kid Polly.
We're not supposed to spoil these movies, damn it. When
Whatever.
did we become a spoiler show?
Well, the thing is though, man, you can't talk about this one at all if you're not going to talk about this. I've had this argument with a couple different people.
Surprised it didn't say
On
it in
the
the
outs-
fucking.
On the outside of this film, this one totally looks like a viral film for sure,
Well,
and it
I
plays
think
out
They
like
show
big-
footage
the
of the
big
virus.
case-
They actually show clips of virus footage.
That's
of
the
viruses
big
going
case
into
for the
people.
virus.
Yes,
So
of
unless
course,
they're
of course.
intentionally misleading you.
Of course. But I see when the kid pukes and they kind of focus in on that and they see like all the little bacteria and shit like that. Okay, that's one way to to make that point of it being a virus and stuff like that. But then there's all these moments in the film where these kids are having these kind of almost demonic flashes and stuff like that. They're seeing like all this type of evil and shit like that. That's not related to being viral at all.
How do you
It's
know?
hallucinations.
But,
maybe
but
it's-
okay, let me
You
ask
ever
you
had a
this though,
fever?
but what would the purpose of showing the viral
I don't
like
think it is.
germs and stuff be?
I think it's evil. I think it's evil within there.
But then there's no way that he talks about viruses the whole movie, and then all of a sudden they get viruses and show virus footage in the kids.
I think that's the brilliance of the film is that they set it up
So
like it's supposed to be
saying
virus.
that they're intentionally misleading by what happens at the end.
You're saying that they're treating evil as a virus.
Exactly. It's
But
an
virus is
Well, what
contagious.
it's pure
evidence
evil.
do you
But-
What's the
and my argument
Evil's
for
contagious.
my
what's the
argument
difference?
my argument for it though, the reason why it's pure evil is because it makes sense because if evil is a force, okay, say evil is a force, and it knows that if it penetrates kids, which are naive, they're easy to penetrate, right? If you infect kids and you set that ground of evil and they start doing the madness that evil is trying to do, it's easy for parents, like adults like us, to look at kids and be like, oh, you just kind of wave it off a little bit. If you start by infecting adults and they start doing crazy shit like the kids were doing, they're going to do something about that right away.
I'm sorry. You're not convincing me. I don't buy it at all.
It works just like it works just like a virus. The evil is working just like a virus.
Yeah, I don't buy it either, Dave. I'm with you.
Sorry, I can't
don't
see it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm not totally against it being both.
Okay, you guys can do it. Okay, I don't care. I'm sticking with this, man.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Dude, it's playing itself. Just the evil is just like a virus, like you said. You just said it yourself. Listen to me. Viruses
you're saying that they're showing the evil as a virus is a visual cue. Is the virus is evil? But I think that you're looking under the surface. I'm looking on the surface, and I don't think the movie differentiates at all between it. And it doesn't. To me, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way, but I choose not to.
But I do because I think that's what they're going for in this. I think I think they're not playing this for face value as a virus. I'm thinking it's pure evil because when this kid first gets there, he all of a sudden is sick. They play it off like it's car sickness. No, I think the evil is there. I think this evil force is there. That's why all these kids from the surrounding area are already infected, which we find out in the end of the film and stuff. They play it off like it is a virus. That's why they give you that whole vaccine, that whole viral thing.
You're saying the whole area is infected?
Well, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of kids that come from out of the woodworks, wherever the fuck they came from.
Like, who can kill a child? The movie Who Can Kill a Child? I don't remember in that movie if the whole entire planet is affected or it's just that small little area.
They don't say.
Yeah, they don't really explain it.
Right when they get to that area is when the shit starts happening. And if you're saying it's similar to that, I don't think it's evil. I think it's maybe not even a bacterial infection. It could just be that distinct area. There's something in that area. But maybe it would have to be viral too. I don't understand that evil would just affect one part of the place.
Let me explain how I...
Well, no, because that's what I'm saying. That could be a starting point. It obviously affected enough kids by the end, which we find out and stuff like that. I truly think that's the way it's working.
Let me step in here for a second, dude. This is how I saw it. So I saw the virus footage, of the germs and the stuff like that, and the close-ups and stuff like that as it being a virus. Mm-hmm. And I saw the murderous stuff being like a foreshadowing of what's going on in their head. And then I saw the stepdad, his thing with the Chinese experimental drugs for children and stuff like that. I saw him having gave the son that stuff, and that's how he got sick. And then he infects any children that he comes in contact with.
But that doesn't explain the ending, though.
Why? Because those kids were unaccounted for. They were unaccounted for.
That's why I'm saying,
do you know they haven't
because
rounded up other kids?
The first time I watched this movie, I'm taking this movie as a pure viral film until that end, and it got me thinking. I rewatched the movie again, and I was like, "There's no fucking way. They're not playing this for face value. It's too easy to say it's just a virus film, given the ending. Either the ending is the most stupid thing in the fucking world, or they're literally trying to tell you it's something else. I truly believe it's something else. Going back to the whole kid thing, when you infect kids and they start doing evil shit, people look at it as, oh fuck, man, whatever." But if you infect the adults first, as evil, they're not going to do this. If evil had a mind, it's not going to go straight for adults, because if adults start doing crazy shit, people take force, they take action. That's why it's better to infect kids, because they can spread the evil easier.
All the time with other.
I'm seeing that it can be spread. It can be spread a lot easier through kids, because you kind of take it for what it is. Like, nah, it can't be fucking real, man. That can't be fucking real.
It doesn't mean that he got it in that area. That means he could have got it at school. And then when they were driving, he got sick. The flu, it was some kind of viral thing, and that would mean that it only affects children. It's highly contagious.
But backtrack from the ending, though. Explain the ending to me, then.
Because they were all sick. They got sick over the weekend.
Moods is saying that there's kids that weren't those kids there.
Yes, because it's a fucking virus. And viruses don't just hit one or two fucking people. They were completely isolated. They made them isolated on purpose.
The kids that come out of the woodwork?
Let me finish. They were happening that in the whole world. They could not see what was happening in the entire world because they were isolated. This was happening fucking everywhere. All the kids went berserk.
That can make sense too, because
there's no radio.
Think about the virus we're currently dealing with, right? Like it doesn't just start. We're not seeing the start of it.
I'm just saying this family came from an area the day before, and all the shit goes down the next day. And you're telling me that this was already happening all around, but nobody knew about this until they got there. I'm saying this could be a starting point of the evil. That hence why the kids come out of the woodwork, like the children of the goddamn fucking corn here.
No.
Hey man, it's just my theory.
Because
I truly don't think it's a viral film.
I would 100% say it is.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Of course, Jeremy's going to agree against me.
No,
Jeremy said it was a viral film before
That's not fair, dude. Like we all have our own thoughts. We're not stealing.
Why? What's up with you fucking just owning me tonight? Jesus Christ! Everything I fucking say.
but no, like. Jesus.
Now,
fucking annoying.
What's annoying is that you don't want to. I agree with them. I don't want you like give some examples, man. Like at least I have a fucking mind here. You know, like I've had this theory for years and years about this. I truly don't think this is a viral film.
I never said you're wrong. I never said that.
Well, then have some points against it.
We're just saying what I think is I think that it's a virus. Like,
and that's fine. But if you then give reasons for it though, and what Dave did, Dave honestly gave.
I did too, though. Yeah. I did too.
Now, JP's theory is interesting too. What if the fucking father caused it? But I still don't see how those kids could get to other kids.
I said that earlier. That the father caused, and you go, "No, I don't think so."
It doesn't because it doesn't make sense. These kids coming out of the woodworks at the end, they wouldn't have been affected by it.
They would have never had.
They never had any contact
to the other kids.
They never had contact. Exactly my point.
How do you know they didn't have exposure to the other kids? The kids are unaccounted for. There's other houses and stuff like that.
Dude, it takes place over one day. It takes place over 1 day. It takes place over one fucking day. Those kids were always kind of accounted for. They didn't go and spread this shit over the fucking however miles all these kids came from and shit. Like they were right there.
Let me go back to this.
Kids would have had to get infected. It would have had to have been a virus that people picked up like a few days before everywhere, and pretty much everybody got it, and people developed symptoms over a couple days, and then at one point it kind of all came to a head. They were isolated, so they didn't understand that everybody was going berserk, because pretty much soon enough, I bet all the kids were infected even before they realized it. And it seemed that it actually affected the older girl with blonde hair a little longer. It took her longer to get sick because she was a little older, and that's why it took even longer for the teenage girl to start showing symptoms at the end. And that's still kind of up in the air. I think she was probably getting sick, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Let me ask you this.
But the older you are, the longer it takes symptoms.
Dude,
that's interesting.
Okay, so that leads into my theory too. That leads into my theory. So going back to the evil thing where it's easier to invoke the evil into kids and stuff. It's a progressional thing. And you're completely right. I'm glad you brought up the little older girl who's kind of middle age, kind of thing. And then it goes into fucking Casey after, maybe at the end. I mean, it's up in the air on that too.
It's up there.
But according to my theory,
what's the cutoff of what age?
It's progressional. Once all the kids have been dominated, it moves into this age group and it keeps moving up, right? Because now it's taking right over. You have to start with the kids because it's easy to penetrate them. They're naive. Just acceptable to it. That's why I see the progression in the film with that too. Virals don't discriminate, dude. Anybody gets viruses.
Viruses actually do discriminate because COVID-19 killed a lot of older people and didn't affect kids, and the virus before that actually affected kids and didn't affect older people. So viruses do discriminate. They absolutely do.
Well, it's not true because there's kids. There was like a 7-year-old that just died of COVID like yesterday. There was like a 7-year-old that died of COVID.
Kids, dude.
Swine flu killed kids. COVID killed older people. There's different, and also there's new viruses all the time. If we're gonna make a movie about a freak virus that turns kids into killer monsters,
but COVID is killing
really gonna
all
worry
ages,
about 100% the rules?
I'm
not saying you're wrong. I just can never see it that way. I looked at it.
Well,
maybe on rewatch I'll look at it that way, but I don't think I'll see it because I can't see them showing the virus stuff like that and having all the virus.
That's the big issue I have right there. Is if they're showing that. The only way they would show that and it not be the virus is if they're trying to swerve you. But do you believe that
that's what I thought it was? That's totally what they're doing because it doesn't
no logical or religious or symbolism of an evil force or anything like that.
That's what makes me like it more. Because if I look at it from this point of view, it makes a lot more sense to me. It makes it a lot more enjoyable that it's just this fucking shitty viral film that is progressing.
But it's not a shitty viral film. Come on.
No, honestly,
I didn't say it was a shitty film. I fucking love this movie because of how
it was a shitty viral film. You just said it.
I said as if it was a shitty viral film. I fucking love this movie because the way I interpret it.
What happens if it was viral? Would it be shitty?
Yeah, I think it's kind of shitty then.
Well,
Stupid.
I think you're
because there's no
it's
evidence
shitty,
even on that, and I think that
Is there a
having that
commentary on
ambiguity,
this?
having the ambiguity to that, and maybe having that evil force is I think it's a lot fucking cooler, man. I think it's a lot cooler. And going back to the
I
COVID
hate
thing,
evil forces, man.
I don't
unless it's
really
false.
think that's. I don't know where you're coming from, where this isn't killing younger people and shit, because there was like a 7-year-old that died like yesterday from COVID.
I'm not
so
saying that.
No, I said circumstantial. I'm just saying that viruses are random and different. For the majority, swine flu affected younger people. For the majority, COVID killed. They affect them, but they kill. And also, this is a new virus. Let me finish. This is a new virus.
Sample size. We're only seeing this family.
And it's a new virus. It doesn't matter because it's a fake virus. And they're saying this virus only affects children. That's what they're saying. But you said that viruses don't discriminate, but they do discriminate. And this virus is a new virus, and it does.
I never said they didn't.
Yes, you did. You said
did.
it earlier.
That's verbatim.
Yes, you did.
Huh?
You said it earlier.
Unless maybe I didn't hear you right, but I heard
that viruses discriminate. I didn't say they
don't
discriminate. Oh yeah, they
said
don't.
they don't.
Well, they don't.
Yeah.
Viruses. Anybody can get viruses.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. They don't. They have different effects on age groups a lot of times. But
I'm saying it doesn't. But you still get the virus. That's not discriminating.
So it could.
That's why I said this is also a made-up virus. So.
Yeah, I mean, viruses. Of course, viruses don't discriminate because anybody can catch a virus. It depends on how your body reacts to it, right? Either death or you just get over it. I mean,
but these parents all.
At the end of the day, like I think your theory is interesting, and it would definitely make me think while watching it next time. But just based on the evidence that I see, I don't think that that's what the director was going for personally. It didn't come off that way to me. I would be curious to see if there is like a commentary.
I really hope this is not a straight up virus film, because then it's just like it's run of the mill. It's a fucking virus film.
But isn't Evil for Evil run of the mill too? Like
no, because evil's mysterious to me. Because
way.
evil's like a mysterious thing to me. Viruses are real, right? It's a real fucking thing. There has to be real transmission. Evil doesn't have rules. Right, so I mean that's what makes it kind of more enjoyable to me. It's like evil can do what the fuck it wants. Viruses still have a rule. It still has to be transmitted somehow, right? There's a process to being infected by viruses, right? Which going back to the end of this movie,
because they're sick is much scarier than having to kill your kid because they've been turned to an evil monster.
Honestly, the root doesn't.
Hey
really
man,
matter
I'm not
to me.
saying
either
the outcome
way could work.
I'm not saying
like,
the outcome. Whatever.
If Moods' theory pans out, like. Or the virus one pans out, to me,
they're still killing kids.
It's a MacGuffin at the end of the day. It's just why they're doing it. You know what I mean? I guess Moods' theory would add a little more depth to it, which would be cool, you know, because it has that sort of like, oh shit, so, that's scary. I didn't expect that.
Exactly.
Moving past. Also tie in directly with the germs. They would not waste their time with the germs, and it just doesn't make sense in normal filming.
It was supposed to be like
the way I
would tell you. They would tell you. They would
they
give
don't
you
really
something
ever tell
there
you.
at the end.
It's like
they don't
a possession movie. They would never really tell you.
The way I see it,
they don't even show you hints.
When they show, well, they don't show you hints. Like the whole. I mean, I guess a little bit.
Yes,
they
do.
Stuff.
They blow and they.
But that's why I think it's brilliant. That's why I think it's brilliant.
They tell you. They basically tell you.
I know,
they
but
say, here's some virus stuff. Here's him talking about viruses.
But
here's
at the end
her
of the
with
day,
viral flu symptoms.
It doesn't make sense how all these other kids got. If you're saying it came directly from him or whatever, if you're even in that realm,
that was just
I said they picked it up probably
at
school 3 days ago.
Yeah,
it just
think about when the corona thing hit, right? It wasn't like one fucking person
and it affected these kids that were.
There's no way everybody had it. At that
I just don't buy it that these kids, you know, like I mean, all these kids from the surrounding isolated area have this shit too. Like, there's no way this shit.
It's not isolated area. They were isolated.
Yeah,
they're still out in the country.
Yeah, but they drove through, but they were not listening to the radio. They didn't have TV, because if they would have been, they probably would have been hearing about chaos and insanity.
Huh.
Have you ever seen Moods? Did you see The Invitation, right?
Yeah.
Think of the end of that movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's just like happening everywhere.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what Dave's saying this is.
Yeah, but I see that in that film. I don't see that in this one. I see it completely different.
That's the same thing.
I just see it completely fucking different. But that's cool though.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good that we have different theories. I'm not saying I never once said that my theory was right. I said that's what I believe.
Right.
So don't get it fucking twisted. I never said your theory was wrong. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
Right? I never said either one was right or wrong. I said I just have an individual thought on this, and I've always thought this about this movie. I don't know why.
I wish they would have gave us something.
Right? I don't know. It's just the way I've always thought about this.
At the end of the day, like, either one does not hurt my enjoyment of this movie. Like, I think that the core is the fact that your children, the people that you love, you know, kind of like a zombie film or whatever, like, you might have to put them down or they're coming at you twisted. Like, it's scary.
Yeah, I see what she fucking pushes.
Emotional.
Nothing matters.
She pushes the little shit and he fucking falls on the glass. It's like
the reasoning for
you feel that
what's happening in this movie doesn't really matter. What really fucking matters in this movie is that they're showing on-screen little kid deaths.
Yeah.
That's what fucking matters, and it rules. Honestly, dude, I've heard so many people criticize this movie for like, oh, why wouldn't they just kick the fucking kids down the stairs? I mean, honestly,
it's your kid, man.
Oh yeah, Lewis said that today.
Well, actually, that scene.
He doesn't have kids or family.
The thing is, that scene where the mom is, you know, right against the door and the daughter's locked in the room and stuff like that. Those actually aren't their kids; they're their friends' kids.
But they're their nephews.
Exactly.
They're actually nephews and nieces.
In that situation. Yeah, that's right. Their family. But in that situation, man, I mean, I would probably have no problem kicking them down the stairs either. But
they could have tied him up. They could have tied him up. I would have tied him up.
Right, but you know, it's
just a boot down the stairs. They're probably not going to die. They're kids. They're fucking resilient.
I mean, you could have grabbed their hands and tied them up.
Yeah.
But she was hurt though at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
her
the
leg.
One
That scene was fucking
give
brutal, dude.
to Moods is, I mean, even if it was a virus, right? I mean, they got the violent thoughts. They thought about killing their parents violently, but they definitely do carry out the ways that they trick their parents very, like, evil. It's not like
the scene where he's on the monkey bars.
Why can't it be both? Though?
Thank you.
What stops it from being
That's
both?
where I was leading again. More examples. The scene where Polly is on top of the monkey bars, and he will not fucking come to his mom. He's luring her in.
Yeah, he's luring her to hurt herself.
Like, there's something more than just being affected by.
It's not like a rage virus, like 28 days later.
No, they're smart. They
like it's smart. It's smart. Like there's something wrong there, right? Like,
but why can't evil be virally transmitted?
I don't know. I don't want to get into that. That's just confusing now.
No, but I'm saying like, is it like it could be a little supernatural? It could be both.
It could be. But
I think it's a virus only because they keep talking about the fucking virus. They keep showing the clips too.
But again, going back to my theory, that's what
it almost feels like the guy was like, I don't want people to be confused about what's happening here, so I'm gonna show.
That's why I think that it's so brilliant. Like, I'm not saying my theory is overly but the reason why I am saying, but the reason why I think that theory is kind of brilliant is because they do keep alluding to that. And I think that's what they think it is, because it's the obvious thing to think, right? Who the fuck would think that there would be evil involved here? That's ridiculous.
The characters wouldn't see the virus, though. Those clips of the virus, those scenes aren't in. You know what I mean? They're not them visually seeing.
Exactly. That's why they would assume that it's just the kids are fucking sick.
But there's no reason to trick the audience.
If you cut out those scenes, Dave, would you buy what Moods is saying? If you just took out all those,
because then
I don't want to. I actually am seeing the virus travel through their blood and spread. It doesn't make sense that.
No, but maybe that's not the virus. Maybe that's the evil spreading. Maybe that's how he's showing.
I mean, it looks like a virus to me.
But they also do.
But what does evil look like
about the virus earlier, and they set it up. They set all the viruses up that this guy's doing these Chinese viruses and shit, saying that hey man, this guy could actually end up selling something like this to a different kid, and it's just all set up to be a virus, and it's very straightforward.
Yeah,
it is straightforward narrative.
That's why I don't want to believe it's that straightforward. I just don't want to believe it's that straightforward, man. I mean.
I can't see the evidence you have there. There's no evidence. Your evidence is that you don't believe that the virus could have spread, even though they're isolated, and viruses spread like that all the time. I'm trying to see it your way, and I see the only way is the kids act evil. The kids are evil, and there's no virus that can ever do that. But the virus is fictional. You know what I mean? To make the kids lose their complete lack of.
But evil's fictional too, though.
Evil, yeah.
Right?
I mean, nobody ever thinks.
There's no rules to this stuff. And that's how I'm seeing it.
Let me ask you guys a question to kind of move out of this, because there's something I was curious about.
Virus or evil. I mean,
whenever the stepfather, who by the way is a complete douche in this,
I hate that fucking guy.
When he slaps the main character, he like fucking like owns her ass. It's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but he thought that she was trying to kill his kid.
I know.
Right. Yeah, but let me ask you this: when he goes to the brother-in-law and asks and is pitching to him the virus stuff, he says like, you should know that we wouldn't do that based on like, what is he talking about there? He's alluding to something.
They're hippies.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like something that
I don't remember what they said.
I thought they were doctors, weren't they?
Yeah, they were kind of more hippie-ish and free-spirited than him, though, weren't
they? Okay, and I gotta bring this up too. Was there some weird sexual tension between the uncle and the niece?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's really
you don't have to call me uncle.
It's really out of place,
dude. What the hell? Like,
it's really out of place.
There's a lot
of
weird shit between them all like that. That's so weird.
It's actually one of my fucking negatives to the film. I hate that little thing that they threw in there because, they incorporate this little awkwardness between the uncle and the niece and stuff, and then he fucking dies like 3 minutes later.
It doesn't go anywhere, right?
It doesn't resolve.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's just it feels like filler. It's stupid.
Maybe that's the sin that conjures up the evil, right?
That's a great fucking death though, when his fucking skull's hanging out of his head.
Dude, he gets fucked up,
I think
man.
They did that to have the turmoil between him and his wife, because he obviously has fooled around before. If he's willing to fool around with somebody that could be his niece.
What do you mean could be?
I don't think they're blood.
They're blood related. I think it's because they mentioned you don't have to call me uncle if you're not going to call him dad or some weird shit like that.
Yeah, but isn't that the sister? That's the mom's sister.
Yeah. There's something gross. I don't know what's going on.
Well, no, because the dad is the stepdad. That's her stepdad. That's her real mom, and that's her stepdad, and those kids are her half brother and sister.
The sisters. No, the mom is married. That's his sister. That guy's married to his mom's sister.
Yeah, it's through marriage that he's the niece.
He actually is her uncle, but that's weird that they said that. But then there's also there's a lot of weird relationships. Like the father-in-law really doesn't like his stepdaughter, and like the kids don't like each other because they're like half sisters and fucking. Oh, there's just a lot of weird shit. The husband and wife are having trouble.
Yeah, a lot of evil shit, right?
Well, honestly, dude, the first time I watched this, I actually kind of lost track of like the relations in this, man. It's weird because like when you get introduced to the characters,
well, they just throw all the kids into a group, and you're like, wait, which one was?
The family pulls up. The family pulls up, and all of a sudden, everyone just kind of is everywhere in the film, and you're like, who the fuck is who? Right?
Yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Am I stupid?
I remember thinking that too.
I'm not gonna lie. It helped that I watched the beginning of it, fell asleep, and then the next day I started it over.
Oh, that helps.
So it helped me.
Yeah.
But I actually like all those little relationships things. I was kind of into them. I was like, what?
I hated the stepdad though.
I did too. He's just like a.
As good looking as Casey was, man, for some odd reason, I thought both mums in the film were yummy too, man. I don't know, both of them were okay, man.
I had the hots for the niece too. She was.
Yeah, dude. Like, it was Casey. But it's crazy, man.
I like the
everyone's
little purple streak alternative look.
Well, that was the emo look, Oh wait.
My whole thing was like, if you're gonna go fucking meet some people to, go and party in the middle of winter, which I will add, this movie looks cold as fuck, and I love that. I always bring this up in reviews in winter films, because it legitimately is shot during the winter. That's real fucking snow. I like that. So it has a cold appeal, but who the fuck? Like, I get it, she's going to a party and stuff like that, but you're really gonna wear that little mini skirt? Come on.
Dude, girls.
Too cold.
Come on, man.
Too cold.
No.
She went tromping through the woods. She was tromping through the woods. Remember when she fucking fell in that greatly edited scene when the guy gets fucked up by the hook and stuff, and then she falls down? I thought that scene was actually really brilliantly edited. Works out really well. But
there's some good gore in this too, like the compound fracture and stuff like that bugs Jeremy.
Dude,
fucks me up, dude.
That shit fucking kills me too, man. There's something about fucking breaking your shins.
It happened to me, dude. It's fucking brutal.
I guess that's why
I get flashbacks. I can't do it.
Yeah, so you obviously have a. Oh, dude, but I even watching that shit, there's something about people breaking fucking ankles and their shin bones just gets to me too, like pus. Ugh, can't handle it, man. It's fucked up, but again, Paulie was a little evil motherfucker there, man.
Oh, I hated him. I wanted to kick him.
Did you guys notice?
Those kids. They're kids.
Did you guys notice anything? Paulie's voice was totally dubbed in that film too.
Was it?
When he's not when he's talking, it's totally not his voice. Totally not. 100% it's not his voice. Thought that was kind of funny. You just don't see that very often in American films.
I thought the way he dies is fucking awesome.
It's good. It's a good death, you know. And but the way they like, it comes off like later on, like, oh, they don't really explain what the fuck happened, you know. Like it comes off like they fucking killed the kid, you know, like, and you know, and she's like, oh fuck, man, you killed your fucking kid, and they're all shooken up and stuff from it. But it's like she literally just pulled him back to stop him from stabbing Casey.
Yeah, but I think she's just so much in shock and like.
Yeah. I know.
She's in shock from her husband dying and all the shit that's happened to her.
That was a very emotional scene when
her husband didn't die
dies.
though.
No, that was the other guy.
Okay.
I'm talking about the sled.
She killed her own son though.
Yeah, she killed her own son. with Paulie.
Everybody's all fucked up at that point.
Yeah, well,
They're
she
all
saved
freaking fucked
Paulie
up.
from killing her daughter, which is Casey, right? So
Yeah. Paulie was her kid too.
There's some really good acting in this movie too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I told you guys when I reviewed it during my marathon.
But there's so many good scenes. Like, dude, that fucking scene when that douchebag motherfucker locks Casey in the room and shit, and it leads up to the kid getting fucking gnarled up on his the splinter through the neck and shit. That scene is fucking amazing, dude. I can see where people would totally kind of criticize it because, why didn't you just kick the little fucks down the stairs? But the end result was
your nieces and nephews, man.
But the end result was awesome because she literally grabs that kid and fucking
works for me, man.
right through the fucking neck. I was like, damn, and they show that.
Because she's like, oh, I think the mother of the two surviving kids at the end, or I can't remember her name, the sister, she just, all she cares about is her family. So I don't think that she would,
She's not going to kill her own kids, and even you're not going to kill your niece and nephew.
People have a hard time with people disconnect too easy when it's a movie. Like when I think of this stuff realistically, and I put pictures, faces to the people.
Yeah, I'm not.
Where I'm like, dude, if that was
nieces
my
and
little niece, dude, I'm not. Like, it would be like nearly impossible for me to kill them. I would think, like, what if there's a cure for this, or
what if it lasts 2 days?
Yeah, what if it's just like some kind of fucking
well, that's what I said.
ADHD
even the result of kicking him down the stairs.
What if the lady gets bit? You going to be able to chop off her head? End of story.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Romero said it first. He said it best.
But she does make some. But she does make some awesome decisions in the end of the film, though, man. When they get to the woods there, and then she notices that the older girl is fucking going after Casey and shit, and she fucking knocks her down with the car. Dude, that shit is amazing. And I love that whole fucking sequence is amazing because then, obviously, after she nails her with the car and kills the other kid, which is amazing because there's so many wicked kid deaths in this film. She sees Casey puking, and then she has this fucking oh shit.
She's fucked too.
She's infected, but she's not. She's literally sick because she just watched another fucking
They leave it open.
Right, they do.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. They don't tell you. If she's
but I love that
infected or
moment.
not.
I love that moment too when she goes to get back in the car and all those kids appear from the fucking woodworks. Literally, it's like children of the corn in the fucking snow. And and then she looks at her daughter Casey, and she doesn't want to open up the door, but she has this moment of clarity. She's like, "Fuck it, family first." And
I already killed two of my kids.
It's powerful.
What do I gotta live for?
It's powerful.
Well, it's a lot like Who Killed Child too. The movie.
It's ambiguous. It's very ambiguous when it comes to what the reality is, what's going on in the end and stuff. But I think it works. I think it's effective.
So did we find out if there's a commentary track?
No, there isn't. I just looked at the Blu-ray.
All the comments say flew like virus.
All right, special features. You got the making of the children, shooting on location.
Well, of course it says flew like virus. That's what it shows. Of course it would.
That's
the
FX person.
Well, that's what it says in the movie.
The FX person talks effects, snow set design, inside Tom Shanklin's on-set.
I can't wait for the comments on this. Everyone's going to agree with you guys. It's going to be awesome.
Working with the children,
but that's okay,
scenes.
Dude. It doesn't matter. Like, that's the fun thing about
Absolutely,
film.
it doesn't matter. You're right. It doesn't matter at all.
Everybody has their own interpretation, and whatever it is to you is what it is to you, and that's all that matters.
No,
man.
Did you guys ever
absolutely,
cover,
100%. Absolutely,
Kill a Child.
Yeah, we did it. Well, 72 or 76.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, because I'm curious. I haven't watched that in so long, and I'm wondering how that virus starts. It's not even a virus. It's like an eco horror where, like,
I love that movie.
Nature pushes the kids forward to kill everyone because they've been mistreated so poorly, is what the opening would suggest. But we never really, because even
that's only
it's the birds, dude. Why are the birds attacking?
Yeah, that's another one that's kind of like this weird kind of. It's like a eco fucking like evil shit that's going. Yeah, it's weird.
Remember Hitchcock had that interview where he's saying he was struggling with trying to find a reason why the birds were attacking, and then he just decided that it didn't matter.
Yeah, but that's what makes it so good. It doesn't fucking matter. Sometimes you don't need that actual reason, but which makes this whole review kind of pointless because we're looking for a reason here, but it's just a theory.
But no, that's what we do though. We look into film and see what we take out. That's what's fun, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, going back to what we've had comments recently, people are going to view this as, we were fighting and yelling. Now we hate each other. We're going to go fight. Me and Dave are seriously going to meet up and fight later, like fist fight physically.
No, that's way too far.
But it's just but I don't think people realize this is what podcasts are for. Discussing shit.
What our podcast is for. Not everybody.
Opinions are great. I mean, if we all had, honestly, dude, if it wasn't for this, difference of opinion in this,
right? We had the most fun and interesting talks on this one because we disagreed, because we had different concepts.
Thank you for that. And like I said,
most of the time the director would tell you, believe what the fuck you want anyways. It doesn't matter.
Right.
This whole podcast was exactly what we're usually against. We were pretty much agreeing with everything that we were saying leading up to this point. And I didn't do this purposely. It just happens to be the third and final review.
I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe when I watch it a third time, I'll watch it in that
I'm
mindset and see.
I'm happy that Moods brought that up because it makes me
I'm just
curious.
with Dave that I don't really just see it like that.
I honestly think that they could have done something and left it more ambiguous. Like, all they had to do for me
is cut out the flags.
No, leave that in there.
Yeah.
Put a big ass nasty fucking hole in the middle of the woods and it goes deep into the ground. And
that's not ambiguous though. That's just straight up.
It turns into the pit and there's troglodytes in there.
It's just a big crack in the ground. You don't know what the fuck it is.
There's troglodytes in there, man.
Release the virus. It could be a fucking portal to hell. You don't know what it is.
What was up with the frog eggs?
What frog
What are you talking?
There's a scene early on when they first get there and they're sick and stuff where they show a frog with frog eggs flash on the screen.
I don't get the metaphor. I honestly don't understand the metaphor for it, but it's something.
Yeah,
I'll admit it. I don't get every metaphor.
Well, if Moods wanted to defend his theory, he could have said those flashes of the virus are actually the father working on the virus too.
Well, that's just retarded.
No, it's not, because they keep showing the flashes of the virus, and they're suggesting that virus he's selling to Chinese places is evil, and it's junk, and he's a Ponzi scheme. Is what I get the impression, that nobody wants to work with him because he's a fucking loser and he's just trying to make a quick buck, no matter what he sells, no matter what product he sells.
It's just to me, it's just a great contrast, man. It's like if you're going to introduce this shit as a viral and shit, and it turns out it's actually not.
Explain why that's retarded to me.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense now, but when you were first explaining it, come on, dude, I have to say it at least once an episode. It sounds retarded.
I think it's...
Yeah, but you got to justify why you call somebody retarded before you say something, because I'm going to come up with something stupid to fucking counter that that's going to make more sense.
But he wasn't working on the virus during the movie. It was just...
I don't think he was working on the virus, period. I think he was just
he was selling it.
Right.
Did he ever have it with him? Did he bring it with him? He brought notepads with him and shit, though. Yeah, about the virus. So I'm trying to think JP's theory where he might have injected him with it, but
I said that I kind of saw it that way too, but then you guys are like, no, he was a good guy. He had nothing to do with it.
I don't think he was a good guy. He's a lame-ass fucking turd boy. He's a fucking loser.
Like...
He's a bitch. I would have punched him in his fucking face.
Dude, yeah, I can't stand that. And it's not like... It's just all these subtle things where you just know this guy is like a fucking chode, like douchebag. Like,
yeah, you get pussy too.
Yeah,
dude,
and
you know what?
Like, why is this fucking...
another thing about this movie,
with this guy,
like this one, man, dude, like of course it has that fucking the shin shattering scene there too, but it also has a scene in this film that I'm surprised you guys haven't mentioned yet that I always have a hard time with, man, is anything eye related.
Oh, and, yeah, there's a great...
yeah, when the kid picks up the pencil and fucking jabs in her mom's... Oh, my God, dude.
I think it's actually crayon.
It might be crayon, yeah.
Funnier.
But, man, dude... dude, it's fucking brutal. It's so brutal.
I love how the kids are so playful, too, because they're children. Like, they're just, like, doing it like it's playing.
They don't think nothing's wrong, yeah.
No. And when he freaks out on the one kid, and the little girl goes to kill her, and she, like, like gets into the little ball, terrified
at the dinner table.
No, at the end when he goes
at the end.
Yeah, when she's on the stairs. She had the stairs. I don't know if she goes down to the dinner. I can't remember. I think she's on the stairs when the one bites it and they go to kill her, but she just like kind of jumps over to the corner and like is afraid. I thought that was really kind of crazy too, because they are kids. You know, it's easier to kill something that's trying to kill you, but right when you go for it and they get into a ball and the fear, you're going to change your mind.
You know, one thing I like about the progression of this film, though, too, man, like these kids are, you know, either infected or evil, whatever you guys want to call it. But I always feel like they're in control of this whole film. It's weird,
They're
right?
definitely controlling them, right? Like they're
But
not
I don't think
stupid,
they know what-
manipulate them too. I think they do know what they're doing. I don't think they care though.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like it's just like, oh man, they have control of the situation. It never seems like the adults or Casey ever really have the upper hand until like the very end, you know. And they really
set up all the kills,
and they even
set 'em up.
don't have the control. They just happen to get out of there, man. You know, they're in the vehicle kind of thing. But
Like all the kills are meticulous too. They set the sled up, they set the bone break up, they set all of it up.
yeah, it's very calculated. It's fucking evil as fuck.
They play full too, traps and all that kind of shit. Very strange.
Man, you know, the scene that actually makes me laugh, man, is when I think it's Casey when he it is Casey, man, because the dad fucking beats his fucking ass. He's like, hey, but we don't fucking hit kids around here, you know. What a fucking douche that guy is. But anyways, when he throws down the sled and he fucking nails the mom in the back of the legs and she spills the cocoa all everywhere. I'm just like, you little fucker, that was my kid. I would have probably spanked him too.
Start. That was the start of it.
Exactly. That was the start of it. But like, could you imagine just, oh fuck, man, little fucking kids.
Yeah, I really liked this movie. I was very impressed with it, the ending and everything, and I was kind of shocked they went there. Especially for a Ghost House Underground one, you wouldn't expect something this good, to be honest.
You know,
this is what I like to call the heyday of direct-to-video horror films.
I need to
there
grab
were
the
so
Blu-ray.
many good ones that came out from like Dimension Extreme and stuff back then.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed, man. I've watched this one a few times and I still only rock the DVD. I need to grab that Blu-ray. Do you have the Blu-ray, Dave, of this?
Yeah, I actually got it used at a Family Video for a couple bucks. But
Me
there's a
too,
Blu-ray
That's where I
on
got mine.
Nice.
Amazon's like $10 brand new.
How does the Blu-ray look?
It looks good.
Yeah,
It's all right.
because
I mean, the movie's kind of cheap though.
Yeah.
So
well,
I
it's
can't
just
imagine it
I
looking
would
good.
always wanted to kind of know because like when you know set films outside in like real snow like that and shit, it's really really white. It could look amazing, right?
Yeah,
It has potential.
I don't think
to
it
look
looks
good.
amazing. It's just
Yeah, it's not like
Okay.
you're not gonna be like it's not gonna blow your shit around.
Because the DVD makes it look like
actually
it's almost
don't
from the
even own
70s.
this, but I'm definitely picking it up now. It was on Tubi, which is how I watched it.
Oh yeah.
You could probably find an HD like stream just to see how it looks in HD.
Yeah.
Maybe, and then like decide there if it's not. You know what I mean? It might not be
The
worth it.
Tubi was HD, but it was definitely. I think they only do 720p.
Yeah, they don't have it in full HD. Man, I actually clicked on Ginger Dead Man the other day on Tubi just to see what it looked like. I think it looked worse.
Like ass.
I couldn't even make out Gary Busey in the opening scene where he's robbing the fucking. I was like, is that Gary Busey? Fuck, it's
Moods,
ridiculous.
do you own Decadent Evil on DVD?
I do actually, yeah.
Dude, that transfer is garbage.
I don't remember. I have watched it, but I don't
Decadent
remember.
Evil
what it looks
sounds like a dessert.
It's a 2005, I think.
like. Yeah, it's yeah.
I hate decadent. Decadent's a stupid word.
No, Steve, bro. MRE Steve.
What?
yeah. Let's get this on down to a tray. Nice.
It's just decadent.
Nothing like a MRE 47-year-old cigarette.
That was really
Listen
the
to
start
the
of the
hits.
end
Ooh,
for
nice
Full Moon,
little
though,
hits.
man. I mean, they had been kind of shit for years, but like, man, dude, Ginger Dead Man is like, it still feels like a Full Moon movie, which is cool. But dude,
How bad is it?
it's like.
I've never seen
I
it.
honestly, dude, I would like to see this movie with a better transfer because it doesn't. Oh, fuck, it's so bad. It's like this worst full screen. Fuck, it looks like it's in like 280 fucking p or something. It's crazy.
Hey,
Dude.
they found that full screen in fucking a warehouse. Relax.
Man,
limited.
it's bad, dude. It's really, really bad quality. It doesn't.
Is there
do
a
justice.
Blu-ray of fucking Ginger Dead Man?
No,
I don't think so.
There's not.
no.
They
Not
probably
yet.
didn't shoot it.
No,
in
they only
HD
have
or
Blu-rays
digital.
of a couple of the Evil Bong movies too. Like Full Moon is so fucking retarded. They're stupid.
I'm gonna tell
Rating?
Charlie Band you said that.
What, JP's dad? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
JP. I didn't mean to disrespect your father. That's fucking mean,
He has a receding hairline too.
I almost said that, but I didn't.
dude. I'm telling you, man. I'm
Every-
telling you.
Listen, by the time we're 40, every single person's going to have a receding hairline except like 1 out of 50. So it's not that big of a deal. Even though I'm vain too, so.
Just not so many people still in their late 20s, right, JP?
Most of the guys.
Dude, I've got him so self-conscious right now. He's gonna wear a hat the rest of his life.
No, most of the guys at my work are receding or bald. There's like, I'd say like 1 out of 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, my ears hurt. All right, what do we got for ratings?
Moods is first.
Am I up first? Okay. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Well, I said what I had to do. I said what I had to say about the children. I don't think there's really anything else to say about it. I think it's a good film, man. I think it's a little bit underrated, to be honest. I mean, this one does get mentioned, but you don't hear it mentioned as, one of the great films of this era.
Christmas film, Dave. You said there weren't any.
Right. I think there's a lot of shit to offer here, man. It has a lot of balls. I like movies that have balls. This one has balls because you don't see... I mean, you see movies every once in a while with a kid killing, but not multiple and then vicious.
Graphic, yeah.
Yeah, these are kind of graphic. I think the splinter through the throat one is really brutal because that's full on. They show that shit. They don't cut away. Yeah. It's pretty nasty. I think the car hitting the girl, squishing her is pretty nasty and shit. Like, there's some nasty scenes in this film. Good effects. I think it looks good. It's up for debate what it's actually going for, but... It is what it is. I love this movie. 9 out of 10.
I think I'm up.
Yeah.
It's the first time watch. Was really impressed with it. The violence in the movie, it shows it, but it doesn't linger on it, so it comes really fast. Like boom, you know what I mean? Like the throat and all that stuff. It just happens.
A lot of emotion. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't it just seem like it just boom right there? Like she pulls him on the spike, it just happens right away. It's not like a big set piece. It's just there. Mm-hmm. When it actually hits, it hits like But I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. It was my favorite of the 3 this time. So
yeah, I'm up. Yeah, so this is the second time I've watched this one. Like I said, the first time I watched it with 1,000 people, so maybe I had a little bit of a different experience. But I still really liked it. I thought it was great. So I'm at an 8 out of 10.
Is it me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I really dug this movie. I think that it's, like I said, I would have pushed this on the summer series had I had seen it. I think it's really good, honestly. It's very, very well done all around. I'm tired.
I've been telling you to watch this one for years too, man. It's too bad you didn't watch it before. You could have pushed. Yeah, totally. I championed this one for years.
I've heard this recommended a lot, and I just didn't watch it. When more people recommend shit, the less you want to watch it. You're like,
if I owned it, I probably would have got to it, but
I don't get annoyed by it unless it's people I trust. So if someone,
I just forget.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm coming in at an 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
That's nice. That's a solid.
Yeah, this is probably. Oh man, I don't know. Maybe
one of the highest rating Christmas movies.
Fourth or fifth time I've seen. Maybe more than. I don't know. Maybe 5 times.
I am gonna watch it next time. And
I've reviewed this one a couple different times actually, but yeah, good film. Good film. So that is The Children from 2008. Yeah, and that's also gonna do it.
$199 in the bag, fellas.
$299 in the fucking books, man. Crazy. So fucking what? I don't know, man. I just feel like that was perfect timing for a Christmas show, and then we go into 200, and then it's like the start of a new year.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's cool, man.
Doing top 200 movies of 2020.
That's the big surprise.
Good lord. Good lord.
Get going.
No, but we have, coming up, obviously 200 next week. And then after that, I think we'll drop a What We Watch show and then into the top 10 of 2020. So we got...
Here we go. This is the agenda we have. We have next...
Don't give out the full agenda in case things change, but we have franchise shows coming up too.
Lots of franchise shows.
What date is that 2020 show?
8th. We record on the 8th.
The January 8th.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it? Just us 4 and Carly?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Derek's not doing it. No. Okay.
No.
Yeah. No, because he does on its own show.
Yeah.
Right.
Then Paranormal after that.
And then we had Venom last year, but they don't do list shows on No Room in Hell, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Do they?
I think they'll do it. Yeah, I think they're doing it.
But they just that's right, they did one last year too, so he did it twice, right? But ours was first,
right, yeah.
I think, or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Cool, man. Cool. All right. Well, shit, man. That's gonna do it, man, for Christmas show, man. Christmas, fuck. It's crazy, man. I feel like
fucking Christmas.
I feel like I've been rocking Christmas for a while. What's the date today? December 4th? Man, we've been set up Christmas since like mid-November in the house, so I feel like it's already been like a month of Christmas here. We've been very festive this year because there's been nothing else. There's been nothing else to like really celebrate, you know. It's like it's just been a shitty fucking year, but hopefully Christmas will be okay.
People
I'm looking forward to
give each
dinner.
other presents and they have fun.
Yeah,
you wouldn't like it. Yeah, you wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get any presents, Jeremy?
I was going to say something offensive, but I'm not going to. What?
I was waiting for it.
Go ahead. How offensive?
Nobody listens to part of the show anyways.
I was going to say Jesus joke, but that's okay. I don't want to offend
Jesus wept, right?
I don't want to offend the people who love the Jesus. So,
dude, there was already a point in the show where he called Jesus as a cunt. Like, come on.
No, that was not on the show. That was
during a break.
Well, now it's on the show.
All right.
Are we getting out of here?
Yeah, I'm gonna die if we don't leave.
Yeah, I gotta go get
God, it's so. This is like the earliest we've ended for a while. This is like the
broken sentences.
This is the earliest, man, that we've ended in a long time. You guys are just wow. I don't know what's going on. No energy tonight, but okay. Fuck it. 199's done. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Insults.
Jeremy.
Low energy.
Take us out of here. Gia to the Gia.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 199 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man, Moods himself. I've been saying that for 200 episodes. YouTube.com/Moods616. I mean, for every episode that I've done the outro, I've said the man
Don't
Moods
argue with him.
himself.
Just let the man finish. I'm tired.
Go and listen. You can follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/doubleshotj, and follow myself, who loves Jesus, at youtube.com/NESWar22. Follow Dave on his channel, youtube.com/Mr. Parka. Please join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. And join us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 Shots Podcast. You can send us an email at the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at gmail.com. 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at gmail.com. You can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665, but we will not answer. And please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. And that should do it, everybody, for episode 199 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with Big 200. So until then, good night. And JP's bald.
Christmas is officially over for you, Santa.
That was so rude in the beginning. I was like, I gasped for JP. I was like, oh.
You're lucky that that stuff doesn't bother me though. So
how is that being fucking rude, man? That's just I'm busting balls all the time. I'm never trying to be fucking legitimately rude.
But again, I
dude, I've said worse things in intros, man.
I've never been bothered by things in my life ever.
I've definitely said. I think I've said way worse things in intros before. I mean, there was a couple times where JP actually went quiet. He didn't even say. I was like, oh shit, maybe I offended him.
He was like, wait, what?
Like,
double going bald, Jay.
Normally, I don't say anything until he's finished, but I was like, wait.
I knew you were going to say something there. I'm like, double going bald,
because it came out of
AKA
nowhere.
The Mexican grow hair.
That's next week, huh?
I'm gonna go bald next year, so I don't even fucking laugh at it. Like, it'll just happen overnight. I'll just wake up and I'll be receding hairline. What?
I feel like Moods is allowed to comment on baldness though, so it's like kind of like being black and saying that.
It's like a fat guy making fun of another fat guy. You can get away with it.
It's like,
but you can't just be making fun of fat guys if you're skinny.
Right.
You can't do it. It's not right. it's like so low hanging. It's like come on.
It's like fat bitches, man. You can't be fucking, fat and bitchy. You got to be one or the other. You can be a bitch
Twilight
or
Zone
fat.
season 2 is out.
Fuck.
Twilight Zone season 2 been out?
Isn't Twilight Zone all on Blu-ray?
Like a year ago?
Oh, the new Twilight Zone.
Season 2?
Man, I haven't even seen the first season.
Season 1 was just...
Is that shit any good?
Dude, Twilight? No. I tried to watch... The first episode of season 2 is better than the first episode of season 1, but like the first 2 episodes of season 1, I was like, wow, like this is not good, man.
Are we leaving? Are we still recording?
Yep. Yeah, I'm putting this all in the show.
No, you're not.
Yep, because I haven't even said yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
that's just how I end the show.
Talk about how we're tired of hearing about fucking Die Hard. Just shut the fuck up. Every fucking bro's got a joke about Die Hard. It's a Christmas.
I mean, but it is a Christmas movie.
Give me a minute to pull this
It's just so fucking dumb.
Black
It's
Christmas.
an old ass fucking joke.
The thing that I get sick about that conversation is like it just clearly is. You know what I
Takes
mean?
place
So
on
it's just like,
Christmas. Who gives a fuck?
yeah, right. So it's like, what does that mean? What do you mean it?
I'm just sick of hearing about it. It's over.
So
It's done.
am I.
No one cares. No one cares. It's just a stupid fucking.
I don't even know what the joke is. It's set on Christmas, like big fucking deal.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but people
are
like to argue about it, and then it's become a joke that people that think it's a Christmas movie keep fucking bringing it up for no reason, thinking it's funny, but it's not funny, and then the other people just complain then about it, and then it just turns into a fucking basically, I'm not watching the Super Bowl bullshit fucking thing, which everybody needs to shut the fuck up. Or pineapples don't belong on pizza. Just die. Fuck off. It's not a good joke. It's fucking old. Get
Dude,
the fuck
I
out of
know.
here,
I know.
I agree with everything you're saying right now.
I watched.
So annoying. It's fucking basic bitch comedy that fucking people that are fucking. I just saw Heat.
I watch a lot of eating videos, and man, and that's like brought up in every video about how people get nothing but comments about you shouldn't have pineapple on pizza. If you like pineapple on pizza,
fine.
you don't even like pizza. I'm like, what the?
You gotta have ham or something to have the saltiness though.
Well,
because that's what
combination.
That's the pizza.
It's a very
ham and pineapple
food palette.
That's
You know what
called
I mean?
that's
People-
literally
sweet
called the
sour
Hawaiian.
chicken.
That's called the Hawaiian ham and pineapple.
Right. My uncle got it when I was a kid, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I ate it, and I was like, "That was actually works."
That's
really
like a
well,
normal
so.
thing. Like I always thought ham and pineapple, like the Hawaiian pizza, was just a normal pizza like pepperoni because that's just
Yeah,
a
it's
normal
just like a
thing.
style.
It's just a normal fucking thing, right? Like, and now it's
Who
like a
cares
huge
what
thing.
people
Like
order on their pizza.
it's like pineapple. Like people make such a big deal. It's the same shit. It's like, oh, you didn't like The Lighthouse, so you're not a horror fan.
Who cares?
Where-
that movie's not for
It's
everybody.
barely-
It's a weird-ass
Where's the
fucking movie.
logic? Where's the logic in telling someone just because they don't like something that they're not a fan of the genre? Like I don't understand where
That
like,
girl's video was fucking stupid, though, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, the whole idea was dumb to the point that everybody was like, "We're just going to post stuff we don't like without explanations."
No,
Like,
no,
that
no.
whole
I
thing
understand where
is-
she
Yeah,
was
that
coming
was
from.
productive.
I understand where she's coming
What?
from because if you're gonna, just.
But that's the view of the video. That's what they were supposed to do. So why is everybody getting mad about it? Who gives a fuck?
No, I get that. Like,
No, it's
I
the
get
comment.
that
It's she's basically exploiting the comments that are like so ridiculous because to
Yeah, those
say
people are dumb.
to tell
that's-
somebody that you're not a fan because you don't like a movie is just
But dude,
retarded.
come on, those are like everybody knows. Like, don't even pay attention to morons like that. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
Well,
I can't get on board with even acknowledging people.
Well,
that,
of course,
like, there's a lot of idiots in the world, man. Like it's like
if I got those comments, I would just reply, "I like it" or "I don't."
But you
like
gotta-
it."
but you gotta remember-
I would just put a fart. I'm
But
like,
you
"Thank
got to
for your
remember,
wonderful
she's
insight.
But she's also she's doing this for the purpose of views and shit. Like if all this negativity is actually just a bonus thing for her because it allows her to make another video, and then
She
and
did
then
seem
do-
annoyed though. She did seem annoyed.
Yeah.
Every once in a while,
But
somebody
that's
gets
what
on
I
your
don't
nerves.
like about that girl is like, oh, come on, get over yourself. Dude, somebody told you you're not a horror fan if you don't like the light. Who cares? Why do you even care?
I know, man. People leave comments all the time on video, and I'm just like,
I
next.
make fun of them because I think
Next.
it's funny.
Next.
Yeah,
I
like, dude-
honestly don't even respond to. I'm just like, what the fuck was that? Like that doesn't even
I
fucking
haven't
make
got
sense.
much negative comments anymore.
I get some funny ones sometimes, and I'm just like, oh, I was like, oh yeah, or I would like they'll be like, say something stupid, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, you're right, but like they're completely wrong. It's just I don't
Yeah.
care, you know. It's
Or you get the crazy conspiracy theorists that were like, Midsommar. He was like, Midsommar was made fucking anti-white movie bullshit. I was like, what?
the most annoying thing for me
Take your
about that
meds.
girl was the I turned it off at a certain point. I was like, okay, I can't do this now.
There's no difference in a lot of YouTubers that they exploit the negative comments because people like negativity. So when you make videos, solely about negativity, it's just clickbait, because I've seen so many people that make videos where they're just reading off their mean comments. Like,
that is funny though. When
sometimes it is fucking so funny.
Those are funny.
There's one YouTuber I watched. I was laughing, dude, because he doesn't respond to. He just kind of like, he reads them off and it just makes kind of funny faces and shit, and then moves on to the next one. But I was pissing myself. I can't remember who it was, and some of the comments were fucking just so ignorant. But he just like, whatever, I'm gonna make a video about this. Pretty funny.
Yeah, I like those are cool. But the whole concept of it, no nuance November,
That's
like, dude, come on, like, that is so stupid. Like, you're gonna get dumbasses commenting whenever they're not supposed to say it. It's like, explain why. And another thing, like, I completely agree with you, like, all of those opinions weren't even like extreme. It's just like, okay. Like,
it's the antithesis of fucking. It's counterproductive to fucking post something you don't like that a lot of people like without explaining why, because it's not critiquing at all.
It's soft. It's soft.
You can't just go say, it's because it's no nuance November though. You have to.
But no nuance November.
That's the whole thing. That's the gimmick. Everybody should have just fucking went with it or not went with it.
No nuance November is just a fancy way of saying being super passive. Right? If you're gonna fucking say I hate this movie, but you can't respond to it.
I don't like that.
It's being passive. It's just a fancy way of saying passive, and that's why Noirvember is way better for me. And then Italian Horror Month, fuck this nuance and fucking garbage. It's fucking stupid.
It's gonna leak to other videos because people are like, please make a video why you don't like Lighthouse, and please make a video why you don't like Lighthouse, and then eventually she'll make a video why she doesn't like Lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way to
I
open
can
the
see
gate.
why like anybody who says that, if you don't like this film, you're, first of all, Lighthouse isn't a good example of, if you don't like this, you're not a horror fan.
Well, she
like,
legit had films on there that were horror films, and people were like, oh man, you must not like horror if you don't like this movie. It's like, I don't even understand why you would ever type that to somebody.
Like, it wasn't like Texas Chainsaw or something. So I'm like, if somebody tells you you're not a horror fan if you don't like The Lighthouse, that person has zero credibility.
Yeah. The Lighthouse is a fucking acquired taste. The definition of acquired taste.
And it's honestly, it's highly debatable that it's not a horror film.
But I would never tell somebody.
Right, but it's at least debatable. You could see if somebody came and said this is
I would never say to somebody, if they told me, because I used to work with a guy that hated Dawn of the Dead, and I would have never told him that you're not a horror fan because you don't like Dawn of the Dead. Like, it's just, it's a dumb thing to say. It's just because that movie doesn't work for him. I don't even care. Like, it doesn't bother me.
I think he's very smart.
It just doesn't bother me because I just think it's pure. It's like, it goes back to my argument about when people say, like, when people legitimately try to say, like, The Shining sucks or something. I'm like, dude, it's just doesn't suck, right? It's just such a dumb thing to say. Like, I don't really give a fuck. It doesn't bother. It just makes me laugh.
I honestly would just tell them point blank. I'd be like, you know what? You say it sucks. You're not giving me any reasons. I don't feel like arguing with it about you because I don't really give a fuck what you think. That's all I tell them. I'm like, think what you want. I don't value your opinion when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I'm not going to talk to you.
But the thing is, I don't
stop talking to people like that.
I never have to. Like, I never try to even absorb opinions, anyways, because I'm kind of hard headed like that sometimes.
What the fuck does gatekeeping mean? Like, I know what it means in other aspects.
Setting the rules to, what a horror film is and what you can and can't like and stuff. The gatekeepers, right? So basically, it's if you picture yourself literally at the gate of like a yard, you're the one that's setting the bar right here. You're the one protecting what's behind it, which is the films and stuff. And gatekeeping is stupid.
She's acting like that's a widespread fucking.
Are you on
theme
TikTok?
In the horror?
I think that she was referring to the people just being over at TikTok being.
No, in fandom it is. There is a lot of people like that in fandom, JP. It's just not in that group too much. There is, trust me.
Not people that matter.
Go in those groups, those big groups like that. People.
Yeah, but dude, those people don't matter. I'm saying, like, who's the popular? Like, where's the popular people?
Those are the popular groups.
No, the popular people who are doing that, right? Like, if some random nobody says something like that. It doesn't matter, but to me, for it to be an issue is if, like, there is a hierarchy of people, like influencers and content creators who are acting like this. That's when it's an issue.
Well, I think those people think they are the
fandom. It's fandom. That's why they're fans doing it.
But aren't
try to keep other new fans out and make fun of them?
I don't know what TikTok
there's
is.
a weird thing with fucking. There's no doubt horror fans are like, oh, we don't. There's a thing with fandom where I'm gonna be honest. I see it. Guys don't like girls in the fan thing.
What?
Guys don't like a lot of girls in the fandom. A lot of nerds don't. I've seen it.
Yeah, a lot of losers.
There are losers, but guess what?
What do you mean? They don't like girls that like horror
time,
fans? Like horror movies and stuff?
People fucking that are good looking or women in their fucking group because
those
they
are
think
the
it's
same
better.
people that don't want horror to be mainstream ever. Like if
they're losers, but there's a lot more of them than you think.
It doesn't matter though because like I can't.
Yeah, we don't care. We don't give a fuck.
I can't like.
We
if
don't
it's
worry
something
about
that I don't care about or even care to notice, like it just isn't part of the community to me. You know what I mean? Because I don't care. It's not part of what.
See,
I'm
I can't even understand this. I can't understand this because I don't know what TikTok is. I thought everybody on TikTok was creators or something.
It's just like a Vine thing.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to TikTok either. It might be that bad on TikTok because they don't really have to engage with people. They just have to
said that
shit.
JP, didn't you tell me? You remember that like horror group app thing that you were on? That horror, whatever the fuck it was. Didn't you say that there was a lot of people over there that were kind of like that too? That were kind of ruining it for people and shit. They were just like they were the elevated fans that were like, okay, my opinion is the end of all opinions.
No, not necessarily that. It was more that there was like just a lot of fucking like this girl, honestly. Like she's a lot of people like her. They like okay.
It must be just the platform, man.
JB said that girl made a video talking about how there should be trigger warnings in horror movies.
What do you mean trigger warnings? Like
I told you there is. It's called
like
rated
if
R.
It deals with domestic violence or something. There should be a warning before the movie.
Yeah, I know what the trigger, but like, what do you mean? Like, why just in horror movies? There's tons of movies that aren't horror that have social commentary that's way worse.
They actually have rated R movies, and they say for suggested violence.
Yes,
sex,
that's called a rating
drugs.
system, motherfuckers.
That is a trigger warning.
The trigger warning is the rated R.
But she means more about like
specifics.
Okay, this film has rape in it.
Specifics.
Dude, yeah, it says that sometimes.
Sometimes.
But you know what?
Yeah.
The rating system actually does say specifics. I mean, look at Netflix.
It doesn't say rape. I've never seen one that says rape.
You can't want trigger warnings and want spoiler-free shit.
Well,
like if you pick up I
Netflix
Spit
has
on Your
trigger
Grave
warnings.
and then fucking refuse to read the box and then get mad what it's about, that's your fault.
Yeah.
If you look at Netflix ratings now, it actually tells you in the corner, it'll be like violence and smoking, and it'll break things down. I'm like, what the fuck? Smoking is a trigger warning, apparently.
So bad where fucking the smoking thing popped up that said smoking is bad for your health.
It's so bizarre.
Come on, though, bro. Like, and if there's one genre that doesn't need trigger warnings, it's horror.
Dude,
like,
give me a break.
I want to be
Okay,
triggered.
anybody that's telling their audience that there needs to be trigger warnings in horror films are too sensitive to be watching horror films. You shouldn't be watching these fucking things.
Shouldn't be watching horror films.
No, because if you have to relate and bring this into a conversation, I'm sorry, but the genre is not for you. Just face it.
Right. That's the girl. She made a video saying there should be fucking trigger warnings
honestly,
in horror movies.
My opinion to her is that she shouldn't be watching because there's already a rating system.
But then she's going to make a video about you and saying how there's gatekeeping and that people are telling her how to be a horror fan.
She can have her opinion anyways, but on
well, I'm not telling her.
I don't care if there's a trigger warning in the beginning. I don't care. Like if it says it for 3 seconds.
But she's kind of telling her audience that she's too sensitive.
Violence.
That she's too sensitive to appreciate these these more extreme narratives in films and shit like that, or certain aspects of film like rape or fucking dog killings or fucking baby butt fucking or something like that. It's like,
I mean, she just has to do her research. If you're that worried about it, if you think like,
well, dude,
it's irreversible for me. Search online and you'll know it's not for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's all you gotta do.
That's my thing is like if I'm to the point where a movie that deals with something can like upset me enough to ruin my entire like day and I get crippling anxiety, which is what these trigger warnings would be preventing. I'm gonna be very selective on the type of content.
Or just ask somebody that's seen it. Hey, you know me. Is this for me? Be like, no, it's not for you. Somebody was talking. I was like, oh, the Nightingale's really great.
Dude,
and
not going anywhere, buddy.
My cousin's wife couldn't watch anything. They couldn't watch anything. She was pregnant, and I was like, oh, you should watch it. And I was like, wait a minute, on a second, don't watch that. Don't ever watch that movie. Because I remember the fucking nasty violence with the pregnancy and rape and all that shit. The kid. Can't suggest that to people with newborns.
Right. Well, I was thinking of a movie where my cousin had a miscarriage and I recommended recommended her a movie that had a miscarriage in it, and I was like, "Oh shit, don't watch that." I totally forgot about this thing.
Was it that one nasty movie where the lady fucking kept giving herself miscarriage? What was that movie?
No,
what was that one?
Bad Biology?
No, it was a serious movie.
Anger?
Everybody loved it. It was like Birth or Life or fucking God. Had a red case.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Oh,
but it was like a pregnant. I forget what it was, but
Proxy. It was called Proxy.
Oh, Proxy? Yeah, that made my top 10 of 2014, bro.
Yeah,
it was in mine too, actually.
Yeah,
I like Proxy.
But stuff like that. I mean,
you can't give that.
She's a little bit sensitive at that point. It was a very big traumatic thing for her.
Yeah, but you just got to do your own research. But the point is, like, I'm different. I like to see shit that messes with my head.
Me too. But I just think that
not the same type of
to put pressure on studios to, and like you said, it could lead to spoilers. Like if there's a rape, fucking trigger warning, and I don't know the movie's gonna have rape in it, that kind of makes me upset.
Here's what you do. It's very easy. On Netflix and streaming platforms, you have a little thing that says turn on trigger warnings, turn off trigger warnings. There you go. It's over. It's done.
Okay.
That's the end of it. It doesn't matter. Now both people are happy. And there's any reason. I know people are like, well, they shouldn't have those trigger warnings. Oh, well. They fucking want them. They can have them. I don't want them. It's not on there. End of story. End of argument. That's the same kind of shit. Worried about what other people, just don't worry about.
No, I agree. I agree that that would be. I wouldn't care if fucking they put them on there. I think it's stupid or silly, but I'm not going to fight against it. Like
I said, if I can turn them off, I'm fine with it.
Right.
If I can turn them off, but I mean, I would never do it.
I just pictured it more like showing up on like a black screen with white text at the beginning of the movie.
Like this movie contains rape, baby murder, and that would spoil
I understand for like epileptic stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. This movie has flashing, and I mean, like that's dangerous.
You guys ready?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go do something.
That was a good conversation.
Ready. I was kidding. Hey, my 4K professor.
Well, that was the whole knowledge segment right there.
Throw it in. Was he recorded?
I actually was recording it.
Throw it in.
Satans, what did the Spanish priest say to the Uranian gynecologist? I don't know, Philip. What? Where do they come up with this stuff?